Welcome to the 2025 Legacy Racing Parker Dam 500 presented by Maxis. Racers from all over North America have gathered in Parker, Arizona to compete against each other and the brutal desert terrain. Today we'll see off-road drivers navigate the vast Arizona desert going the reverse direction from the traditional course. This year's course will also be using portions of the track that have not been used for many years, like crossing Shea Road. They'll be utilizing vehicles like the UTVs, buggies, and unlimited trucks. Let's go racing with your host, Pam Hall and Robert Campbell.
How's it going, guys? Welcome to the 2025 Legacy Racing Association Parker Dam 500. I am Robert Campbell, and with me today is Pam Hall. It is a beautiful 75 degrees today, and looking forward to a pretty awesome day of racing. How about you?
Oh, I am super stoked to be here. It's going to be an awesome day of racing. Out there watching qualifying yesterday was very interesting. And then talking to some of the drivers, they're saying, they're thinking it's going to be roughly about a 2-hour lap. Where some people think they might do a sub 2 hours, but we'll see what's going on because we're starting at 1:30 in the afternoon. We're going to definitely be going into the dark. Yeah. And like we were talking earlier, hopefully they brought their lights.
I hope they brought a lot of them too, because it's, from what I heard, it's going to be a fast course. It sounds like it was a lot of fun during the pre-run, and we had a couple of our fast qualifier guys hit some cones and be a little deeper in the field than I'm sure they wanted to be, so it'll be fun watching them kind of claw their way through. It's kind of cool. We got to see Deegan Gonzalez show up in his brand new car and put it on top of the box, so he's going to be first off the line in his mid-tag car, which will be... It'll be a good show. That's all I got to say. Him and his brother, they're really fast.
I really think the whole entire weekend is going to be a good show for sure. But yeah, that's pretty cool to be out here in a brand new car and everything. But we have quite the lineup actually going off the line here shortly. But yeah, the weather's beautiful. There is a slight breeze outside, and that's something that you definitely want for race day.
I think they want a little bit more, but I hope it's windier out there than it is here. We are live from the Master Fabrication Shop here in Parker, Arizona, and looks like we are getting ready to go off the line here that would be Deegan Gonzalez in the 1881.
And as you can see, Donald getting him all lined up, getting him right in the right spot before that green flag waves. What a beautiful start line out here. The terrain out here also, they're going backwards compared to what they normally do, so it's going to be interesting for the racers that have normally raced out here multiple times going backwards on course. So
that means they're going right into some of the roughest
terrain
out here right off the start. So if there's going to be some attrition on lap 1, I feel like we're going to see it pretty early.
Yes, 100%. But like you're saying, Deegan Gonzalez, he's only 14 years old out here racing for the Parker Dam 500. He has a sponsor of Method Race Wheels, Tenzer Tires, Polaris 4-Wheel Parts, Motul, Sparco, GWS, GSP, and Sparks Racing. So 14 years old. Co-drivers Ethan Shaw, who is 20 years old, and then Dallas Gonzalez, 18 years old, and they're all out of Fort Mojave, Arizona.
He's gonna be fun to watch. That's like I was saying, it's a brand new mid-tag car. Got some awesome Fox shocks on it, and I've seen it working. It's silly, but he's got to run. He's got Braden Baker right behind him off the start.
Oh yeah, Braden Baker. That one is everyone was talking about him. Like normally he's up there, pushing hard. But number 2, he's gonna have to fight now the dust of Deegan.
Yes, and looking at the flags there at the start, it does look like they do have a good amount of wind, so that is going to play into Braden's favor.
The racer's favor, exactly.
Yeah. Braden is insanely fast when he wants to be, and when he can keep a car under him, he's going to be there at the end. So
that's what's funny whenever you say that, like keep the car under him. So we always say some drivers, it's wreckers or checkers.
Yep. I don't think Braden's going out there to get 5th. He's going out there to win or put on the trailer and go home.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly what you just said is that wreckers or checkers mentality, I should say, that some racers have. And, and then you have the ones that are coming out here just to finish, and then they end up finishing well, usually, because it's, smooth and steady. Sometimes, that's consistency.
Yep.
What is it? The other one, it's Smooth and steady wins the race is, one of the sayings. Lots of sayings out there.
Smooth is fast.
Smooth is
There's
fast.
a million of them. Yep.
Can't say slow is fast because obviously that contradicts itself, but
Looks
all
like,
right.
Looks like Deegan might have just snuck off there. There we go.
Great shot right there. Right off the line, it's a fast, start, which is awesome to see. But this is the 1807 of Braden Baker, 22 years old, out of Anaheim, California. He is a Polaris Racing, Upfit UTV, Queen Racing, 20th Century Air, Geyser, Shock Therapy, Fox Shocks, CBR, Esslinger, RMG, ZMAX, BFG, Method, Stilo, and Simpson. So lots of sponsors behind Braden Baker.
Yep. And he built that car himself with a couple of friends in their shop in California. And it's neat to see, kind of grassroots, but doing it at the front of the field.
Yeah, he was looking really good out on course too yesterday during qualifying. Got out there to actually be on course and watch these guys go at it, and it was really cool to see. But Braden Baker with his co-driver Connor Albin, 22 years old, also out of Anaheim, California.
This is another one. You can hear it. It has a mean motor in it. if he's got that Esslinger in there, he can touch triple-digit speeds in that car whenever he feels like it on the straightaways. So it's pretty insane the technology of these new Pro Rs and Mav Rs and even some of these old turbo cars.
What's really cool too about this is this race. We're going to have some in-car audio at some point today as well.
That'll be really neat.
Yeah, hopefully the drivers are aware of that too, because sometimes things can get heated in a car.
Yeah, I know. I don't want mine ever.
Oh, definitely
public.
not.
Looks like we got our first 10 car up on there.
Yes, and that is the 1077 of Brody Adkins, 17 years old, out of Peoria, Arizona. He's in a Lumincraft with Raceline wheels, Rigid Industries, Rugged Radios, Torco Fuels, Adkin Distribution, Kevin McMullen Fab, and Transaxle behind his race program. And as he now just took the green flag.
Getting ready to start his assault on this 120-mile course out here in Parker, Arizona.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, it's 120 miles, 3 laps. I mean, they're going roughly about 360 miles.
Yep, give or take.
Yeah, give or take, exactly. And it's rough. If you've ever raced Parker, and if you know, that's all I have to say. So Parker is very well known for being rough. They have gone through and done a little bit of grading of some of the roads and everything. But next off the line here, as we are looking, that should be the 814 of Shane Hale. Shane Hale is a T814. I'll get his information here. Shane's 43 years old, out of Yuma, Arizona. He is in a Can-Am with Astrid Gilbert riding shotgun with him. And look at that, is a very awesome shot that we were watching Martin go through. All right, and here we do see Shane making his way around off of the start there. All right, next up we do have, that says, should be, I'm sorry, here I can't see that number, but that should be the 830 of Jacob Larson.
Yep, this should be the 1830. He is one of our unlimited entries.
Want to always make sure it's the right car we're talking about, but like you just said, that is 1830 of Jacob Larson out of Parker, Arizona.
Looks like we are currently following the 814 of Hale.
All right.
Got the Legacy Racing Bronco in the background there.
Oh, look at that little tiny bicycle there.
Getting it up.
Yes.
Giving them a show out there.
Exactly. Give those spectators a good show. But Jacob Larson now taking the green flag, again out of Parker, Arizona, running in a Polaris. Looks like we have RJ Merritt and Jorge Trevino as his co-drivers. So some people keep their only co-driver in with them, and sometimes they change them out.
Ooh.
Oh, and look at this. Who do we have here?
I think we're ready for a show.
We have the T977 of Mr. Max Gordon. Mr. Max Gordon, a very well-seasoned racer at a young age of 16 years old.
A lot of miles out here in Havasu, too.
A lot of miles, exactly. I mean, he has what, I mean, he's been racing since he was like, what, 2? Or not racing, but driving since he was like 2.
I think he was driving before he could walk.
I think he was, yeah, I have to say, but he is in that Speed UTV. Cole is his co-driver normally. I believe he's in there with him.
Off the line here.
And I like it because this angle right here, you can actually see the speed that they're going to. Sometimes it's hard to read that low rance, and it kind of like the screen is blown out just a little bit.
Yeah,
but
this is a perfect shot right here.
That is a very good shot.
Got that Starstream system working pretty dang good in these cars.
And you can see exactly how rough it is out there. Those guys and gals that are out there racing, they are super tight in these seats. I mean, you are as tight as you can get your seat belts. And as we're watching them bounce around just a little bit, that's how rough it is out here at Parker.
For 120 miles.
Exactly. Exactly. Max Gordon actually just raced a couple weeks ago at King of the Hammers in our 4400 class, and they came in 3rd place, but there was different kind of penalties that were assessed this year, so unfortunately they didn't end up in that 33rd position overall, but it was a great race for him and Robbie. As taking off the line, that is the 1074 of Bronson Sharamonte, 19 years old, out of El Cajon, California, racing in an Alumacraft. He is a AM Ortega Construction, RTL, Traffic Control, Maxima Oils, Spec 9 eyewear, PDR Development, Rugged Radios, HPR Rugged, and Alumacraft race cars. Braden Colley out of El Cajon, also a co-driver for him, and Carl Potts out of Scottsdale, Arizona.
Ooh, here's one I'm pretty familiar with. This is the 1861 of Nathan Hale.
Oh, there we go.
They are based out of Salt Lake City, I can tell you that much.
Awesome. Yeah, Nate Hale, like you just said, Salt Lake City, running in a Polaris, Swirl Woodcraft Polaris, Factory UTV, Vital Motion, UTV Pros, OMF Performance, Animal Installations, BFG Tires, RCV, and Southpaw Motorsports.
He's going to be one of our guys. He's not at the front like he wants. I'll rephrase that. He likes starting 4 or 5 back and sneaking up on him.
Okay. You know, it's funny that some drivers do prefer that.
Nate's one of them. And he is not afraid of dust. I have a feeling when we cut to his in-car, he will be in dust wide open. More times than we can count. He is one of our faster guys out here in this Pro Open class. And he's got some competition in front of him to chase, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. And he's gonna have a lot of competition behind him too. So.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely going to be a finish, all about the finishing positions and like getting out of that dust.
Yep, and he's sandwiched between after a 10 car and one behind him.
Right.
So the side by sides are really quick in the tight sections, and the 10 cars are gonna have them in the rough and the wide open stuff. So Nate's gonna be pushing in the tight stuff to try and get around and be making the dust to keep him behind him.
All right, and that is Todd Jackson in the number 1030 that just now was taking off, getting that green flag. The 1030 Todd Jackson out of Orange, California, Jake's Fab. Jake's Fab Works, Tensor, Sparco, Baja Designs, King Shocks, Ebco, and Pro-Am. Todd has Mike Slater out of Gilbert, Arizona, and Ty Jackson, I believe, it says NB, California. So must be Newport Beach, California, where
Yep.
Ty would be from, as his co-drivers. So Todd Jackson in that Jake's Fab Work.
That is a beautiful car.
It is. That's a very, that car,
And it's
fast. Exactly.
And Todd's not afraid to drive it. Yeah.
I have to say, you're talking about the difference just now between the 10 cars and the UTVs.
Yes.
And I don't talk about my own personal stuff. I used to race in Class 10, and then I went into UTVs. And I have to be honest, the UTVs, I felt like they were just as fast, if not faster.
And that was how long ago?
Last time I raced was 19, I believe.
So imagine 6 years of progress.
Right, exactly. I mean, especially with like the new Mav-Rs and the Pro-Rs, and
Yep.
yes. But as we're hovering over Todd Jackson, making his way through the start area, that is our main pits that you guys are looking at up there to the top.
Looked like he thought he was supposed to keep hooking left.
It did, didn't it? All right, the T851 taking off the line here. That is Herman Johnson.
Another beautiful Mavar build out there. In fact, I think that is our first Mavar off the line.
Okay, so Herman Johnson out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, I believe. Yes, in a Can-Am, like you were saying. Metal Center, Lone Star Racing, PMP, ZRP, Vision Wheels, Quicksaw Racing, Outlaw Desert Racing, Baja Designs, and Rugged Radios. So he has 3 different people registered here that can be his co-driver. He has Austin Johnson, also out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Chris Weichel out of Bell, Arizona, and Jeremy Pohl out of Los Lunas, New Mexico.
Looks like Luke Matthews snuck off the start there when we weren't looking. Another team out of California. He races with his dad, Gabe. They have 2 different cars.
And when you were saying that too, I was wondering, I'm keeping check here. I was wondering why I didn't see that, but
He snuck off somehow. We missed him.
well, whenever we are on those drone footage, in car of other racers, sometimes we get extra footage out there, not every single car off the line. But the 88 Luke Matthews out of Lakeside, California with Christian Brothers Racing. He rides in a Polaris with Daniel Finley out of Santee, California as his navigator.
Beautiful Connery Motorsports built Pro R.
All right, so that is Herman Johnson that we were just looking at, I believe.
Pulling up next is Gurries.
And Kyle Standridge. Did we miss Kyle Standridge going off? The T899.
We caught him, but you were talking.
I was talking. All right, Kyle Standridge out of Blythe, California, out here in a Can-Am. And right now we are looking at the 1883.
Gurries Racing.
Gurries Racing.
That is a new Mavar build, and he's fast. Very, very fast. He's one of our front runners all of last year.
Go ahead, sorry.
Nope, I think he had some issues that held him back, but sorted it out.
Have you been in the new Mavars?
I have not.
They're pretty cool.
They just sound wicked.
They drive wicked, I have to say that.
There's Standage there.
All right. Standage out of Blythe, California, running in that Can-Am with the Standage tire, Mallet, Suns Trucking, Raceline Wheels, UD Lubricants, CMI, and Maxis tires. And speaking of Maxis tires, today's live show is brought to you by Maxis.
There we go. Good segue.
Yeah.
Looks like we're popping into some in-car from Kyle Standage.
You can hear his pit crew talking to him.
Yep. Sounds like there's some people on his race radio.
Yeah, that is never fun. I mean, you work recovery and stuff, so you guys have your own channels, but it's really difficult when somebody actually finds out your channel or are on your channel, especially when you're in a race car and you need to communicate to your pits or to your driver to let him know, because I think some radios nowadays, though, you can actually turn off to where the driver's not hearing the pit crew and everybody, so...
You can isolate it to where only the passenger's hearing, but...
All right, we're going off the line quick here.
Which one just snuck off?
Well, it should be. We should have Jackson Dawson that took off the line. Gabe Matthews should have taken off the line. And we should be coming up pretty soon. We should have our next Class 10 car. So, I mean, let's talk about this too really fast. Your Class 10s and your UTVs. And obviously, we're looking at the qualifying. The top, the top 2 were UTVs. Only 3 Class 10s actually qualified in the top 10 yesterday.
Yep. And that has to be frustrating for those guys knowing that they're going into the rough stuff right off the rip.
Exactly.
They're going to get held up a tiny bit.
All right,
Sorry.
We have a guest in here. I'm gonna go grab him and step away for just a moment as we are starting the race. So I will be right back, and you can introduce who you're gonna have in here.
Sounds like a plan. So we have our Unlimited Truck Champion from last year coming in studio with us to give us a quick couple words about the course and tell us about his plans for tomorrow. As we are currently watching on board with... Can't tell who this is. Gabe Matthews. Welcome, Jack. How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, doing good.
You excited for tomorrow?
Super excited. Should be a good day. Everyone that I've talked to said the course is a blast, so ready to get after it.
Did you get to pre-run it?
No, I didn't get to go pre-run. My dad did, and he was walking me through the course and told me how much fun it was. He said they graded a lot of sections, so it should be a fast course.
Heck yeah. So you're coming in as last year's champion.
Yep.
You excited for that? You going to try and keep it going?
Yeah, I think it's always like your dream to run a #1 plate, right? So to do that in the unlimited class is a dream come true.
Let's say first year in it, and you get it the first year.
Yeah, it was awesome. And then to come out this year racing with my dad is definitely awesome, and super stoked to be doing that.
So I heard he's starting and you're jumping in second.
Yep, so he's going to do the first lap, I'm going to do the second and third lap, and so he's going to make sure the truck gets to me, and from there we're just going to go send it.
Awesome. And who's riding with you?
I got Dustin North riding with him and my dad, or me and my dad.
So he's going to know what to do when you jump in, okay?
Yep.
I'm excited. You got any game plans for it, or you're just going to play it by ear as you get in?
Yeah, we're going to play it by ear, see how the field's shaping up. I know we got Harley out there, and a lot of fast trophy truck dudes entered, so we're going to see where everyone's at, if we're having problems or what's going on. Hopefully if the day is going as planned, we'll be right up there, and we're just going to get in the truck and go for it. We got nothing to worry about. It's the first race of the season, so lay it all on the line, right?
Yep. Just make sure you cross the finish line.
yeah, no,
So
for sure. But
you start right, or he starts right behind Kevin. So, or no, hold on. Were you guys with McGilvery?
no, we're 11th. So.
Okay, so you guys are 11th. So you're going to be sneaking up then.
Yeah. I think if you look at the list and you just look at previous races, I think quite a few of those top guys are gonna maybe have some issues or something's gonna happen.
Attrition plays
Yeah,
into
I think attrition's gonna play out. Everyone knows third lap of Parker takes out a lot of people, you know.
Yep.
So I think we'll hold it steady for the first lap for sure. Probably second lap we'll hold it pretty steady, and then third lap's gonna be wide open, getting after it.
Heck yeah, man. Well, I'm excited for you guys. I know you are one of my favorite drivers to watch out there, and always putting on a show for everybody. You got anybody you want to thank, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously my whole family. My dad, he's been around the sport forever.
Legend of the sport.
That's what people say, you know. So he's taught me so much, and everything I know comes from him for the most part. And also my team, can't do it without them. Everyone knows that this is a team sport. Just because there's a driver doesn't mean anything if you don't have a good team behind you. So have a good team. Dustin North, he's a great co-driver. So excited to have him in the truck, and all the sponsors, everyone that helps me out. Just it takes so many people to make this.
Takes an army, man.
It takes an army. For
you have
sure.
any idea how many people you have with you this weekend?
This weekend probably about 15, 20. Nothing crazy, but still, I mean, 20 guys that all come together for the same purpose, and just trying to go out there and win this thing.
One common goal, man.
Yep.
Run up front. Well, Jack, thank you guys for stopping in, my friend. I wish you good luck this weekend.
All right. Thank you.
If you guys want to touch base with us throughout the race, have your pit guys send us some messages, or you can let us know. That'd
Perfect.
be awesome.
Yeah, I'll keep you updated after the first lap, and then I'll get in the truck and cheer me on from here.
Sounds good, my friend. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you guys for stopping by.
Of course.
Looks like we are on board with one of our Class 10 car entries. Sounds like we got some awesome in-car audio. Cade Martin is Class 10 Git Performance. Looks like we are watching the Hale entry from overhead here. Up next, it looks like the 1848. Should be, I'm not sure if it's Corey or her husband.
It is actually, driver of record is Corey Weller, with Jason riding shotgun for her.
Oh, really?
That's what it says on this entry list here.
That's got to be an interesting dynamic.
Well, and I believe they did King of the Hammers together too, in Matt Burrows' car. So yeah, super cool to see them. And as we can see right there, that is Corey driving.
It is awesome to have Jack stop by for a couple minutes and kind of touch base with his plans for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool to see the young drivers that are, obviously raised in the sport and doing stuff, but 17 years old and driving an unlimited truck to me is like,
And
I don't know if I
last year's
could.
champion.
And last year, exactly, last year's champion. Like, I don't know how I would feel about my 16-year-old getting in a unlimited truck.
So I've been watching Jack since he was racing side by sides, and his dad started him right. He started him in, I don't want to call it slow, but an older, slow XP Turbo Polaris. And he kind of came from the stock classes, worked his way into a Can-Am, and then started going racing in the trucks.
Oh, that's such a sweet sound in my ears right there.
Yeah,
I love the Class 10 cars.
Them four bangers sound neat.
Yeah, they've got my soul, just a little bit.
It's one of my favorite classes to watch. For
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, here's Michael Mack.
All right, 1821 of Michael Mack. Michael Mack is out of Peoria, Arizona in a Can-Am with Lone Star Racing, Method, Tenzer, Evo, SDHQ, Baja Designs, Can-Am, Torco, Hostile, and Sun State Plumbing. And look at this awesome aerial footage right there.
That would be Braden.
Yeah.
This is a little bit into the race now.
Yeah, so we need to bring up, that's what we have not done yet. We haven't brought up our trackers to see exactly where they are running so far out on course.
It's because we still got them coming off the line.
I know. All right, so this GSP, that must be
Michael Mack.
Michael Mack, okay.
And he is one of our front runners from last year also.
Okay.
Almost any race you can count on him being in the top 3 towards the end.
I thought he had already taken off the line by that time. That's why.
Yep. It looks like that shot we had with Braden was about roughly race mile 15. From the overhead. Michael Mack is in a new Mavar build.
Yeah, you're going to have to eventually get in one of those and check it out because it's absolutely insane.
Ooh,
This is Schultz.
This is a very unique car here. It depends which Schultz is driving it, but it is a stretched Pro R from Lone Star Racing, so that's why it looks long, because it is.
Okay.
Like compared to that 10 car behind it, they're the same length.
So
They're not the same width, but the same length.
Okay.
With the same horsepower, but all-wheel drive.
All right, so Clayton Schultz is who the driver of record is, with John Hiding as the navigator out of Buckeye, Arizona in that Polaris, like you were saying, with Lone Star, Method Wheels, BFG Tires, J-Tech Motorsports, Bill Stein, BG Oil Products, 3825 Gear, 518 Designs, Queen Racing, Weddle, Schultz Ag, Transport, and Hayden Motorsports. But back on board now here with the 1821 of Michael Mack.
Looks like we're about 30 minutes or 20 so minutes into this race, and the leaders are just passing about race mile 20. So,
okay,
so far holding the 60 mile an hour average.
Yeah, that's what that actually saying that the average. That's what a lot of people were saying. It would probably be roughly around 60 miles per hour.
So that 2-hour guess that you had is probably going to be pretty dang close.
We shall find out. We shall find out. That is for sure.
Corey Goen about to go next.
All right. Corey going out of Madera, California. Runs in an Alumacraft with Helena. Fibercare bathtubs are their sponsors. Corey also has Robbie Supernet out of Lake Havasu as a navigator. Greg Pearson and Diego Robles out of Fresno, California.
He's one of the ones that will definitely sneak up as long as the car holds together. Mason Howard sitting here on the starting line. Another cool story. Built it in his garage. Kind of small 2-car garage. Father-son program.
That's awesome to hear whenever they do that. And Mason is out of Big River, California, running in a Polaris. Howard Motorsports, Vertical Construction, King Shocks, Sparco, TPR, Method, Evolution Power, PCI, Baja Designs, Car One, DRT, Hostile, SSR, LMI, LMS, Agency 133, and Associated Appraisers Incorporated. So lots of people behind him as well. Sean Howard out of Laguna Niguel. Obviously Dad, Michael Kelly, and Race Steinberger as the navigators.
Michael Kelly might be a backup driver too.
Well, that's another thing too. You have your registered, co-drivers and stuff, but that doesn't
they all
mean...
mingle together.
Exactly. Exactly.
Michael Kelly's actually a really sneaky fast driver too, or Mikey Kelly.
Mikey Kelly. Mikey's been racing for a long time.
Yep, since he was a kid.
I mean, I remember him from short course.
Yep.
And he was 170s, I believe.
170s where you could barely see over the steering wheel.
Yeah, that's when those seat modifications were pretty crazy for those 170s for the kids. And to still see them and see the progression of these kids, like Cade Martin, for instance, watching him race in Lucas Oil, and now he's up in Class 10. And it's just such a cool thing to see these kids moving on up into these larger classes, like we were saying earlier with Jack. I mean, he's 17 years old and driving an unlimited truck.
This makes me feel like I'm getting old.
Yeah. Yeah, you're young. That was the 1876 that we were just seeing of Mason Howard that was moving right along. And now off the line, the 1065 is who that should have been.
Yep.
So the 1065 of Don
Angel?
Yeah.
I see the 90% in on the side of it too, which he must be tied in with a McGilvery.
Yeah, so that is a Jimco built Class 10 car out of Mesa, Arizona. Like you just said, the 90% in BFG tires, Fox shocks, Method race wheels, and Baja Designs. Has Jake Indris out of Agua de Luz, California, or Dulce, California, and Clayton Gardner out of Acton, California as registered co-drivers.
Looks like I just saw the 1867 of Phillips sitting up there on the start.
Okay.
That is a Risk Racing built Pro R out of Hurricane, Utah. That is Caden Wells' machine that he raced for, I think, about a year.
Okay. And Dan Phelps, like you said, out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Paul Phelps, also registered co-driver. Anthony Busquio, Preston Stauble, and Mark Busquio. Ready Made Concrete Incorporated is their sponsor. All right, so we have another guest that came in here. So I'm going to bring her on in here for just a few minutes, if you don't mind, as we have our 10s and our UTVs taken off the line. So we'll see you back here in just a minute, Robert.
Yep.
All right, so I have Miss Renee Hudson in here as a guest this afternoon. Renee Hudson, welcome into the booth with me. I mean, we're usually in race cars together.
Yes, we are. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here with you guys.
Well, and I wanted to bring you in here, and we talked, obviously because you're Parker Oil, you're here local, and normally you're out on the racetrack, but you've been quite busy, so taking the break on this one. But Renee, yeah. Parker, this course, running it backwards and everything, I mean, it's a tough course out there for these guys and gals.
It's an extremely tough course. We just did it a couple weeks ago, and it's one of my favorite courses because it's fast, it's technical, all the things I love. But it definitely has some challenges. Gotta love that goat trail. That's all I gotta say with that one.
Yeah, I think the goat trail is the only thing that they were saying they didn't grade for this race. They actually graded the course. I know, right? Let's make it a highway.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they did that a couple weeks ago as well. And, of course, you can't grade the goat trail.
Right.
I kind of wish they wouldn't in some fashion, but obviously they can't. And people, actually, I remember my very first race that I ever did with my other co-driver, Denise Hall, and she says, "Why? I don't even think a goat would want to go on this."
Well, my first race with you in your UTV back in, what was it, 2011 or 2012, something like that?
Something like that. Yeah,
I mean,
I think 2010 maybe.
It was a long time ago, but I remember that goat trail very, very well. It was completely different in your UTV than it was our Class 10 car, right?
Absolutely. And I've done it in your Class 10 car as well. With
exactly.
You. So, I mean, definitely the UTVs have come an extremely long way from when I originally started to what I'm running now, the Pro R. It's night and day.
Yes.
I love it. I don't even come out beat up. It's almost like not fair.
Exactly. I know. It's completely the evolution. We were talking about it earlier. It's like the evolution of the vehicles just in the past few years. Like now, like the Pro Rs, the Mav Rs, like all of them is just completely different. And the rides, it's basically a four-wheel drive Class 10 car.
Oh, absolutely. And in some cases, we can race with the Class 10. I mean, they will allow it in some series.
Like this one.
Like this one. Yes. We qualify with them and everything as well. So, they go hand in hand. I mean, ours is just as long as a 10 car. Actually, it's as long as my Raptor.
Exactly, right?
Yes.
I know. I saw your car the other day when I was over at your house. I was just like, man, this thing looks like a 10 car. Like, and then there's
They're
one right
huge.
here behind us that's being built, a full tube chassis. Like, I mean, it's a stretched Pro R, and it's insane to see how big they are. I'm like, this does not look like a UTV.
No, not
At
even
all.
a little bit.
But so Renee, give us a little history of Parker, like the history, like your background between Parker Oil and always helping the racers and providing fuel for the racers. Like, give us a little rundown of that.
So in 1989, my family purchased Parker Oil and moved our family out here. And we've always been just very involved in anything in the community, whether it's boat racing, off-road racing, anything like that. I mean, we sponsor racers, several of them actually, mostly local ones. Love to sponsor the kids. That's one of my favorite things. If a kid comes in and they have their cute little resume and they actually talk to me, I'm always going to sponsor them. And we definitely pride ourselves in working with individuals and promoting our name, promoting them as much as we can as well, with our stickers on the car, and talking about them and encouraging them. So, I mean, we definitely love it, and we have a variety of fuels and, just...
Well, and you guys are one of them. You're not just somebody that owns Parker Oil. You actually get out on course, and you race against these people, too. So it's a relationship on the course and off the course for you guys and your company and your whole entire business.
Absolutely.
So-
Absolutely. And even just down to our vendors too, that, that supply me with my fuels, and the backing we get from each of them that we can push on to the participants. And like I said, and me being a participant with my husband, and for years it was an all-girl team, and we've been back racing together again. Not so much in the car together anymore. We've kind of decided that's not a good idea.
Right. Yeah, we've all discussed that before, for sure.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, husband and wife. I mean, not that it's a bad relationship in the car. What happens if something happens is what it is. If something happens, you have multiple businesses that you have to worry about. He's got, his business too. So it's like, really, there's too much at risk.
Absolutely.
But here's Max Gordon. You've seen him grow up racing out here.
I
and
absolutely have.
been around the family. But look at the in-car. How cool is it to have an in-car camera now of this?
Love it.
And live.
It's great for the families. It's great for people who want to watch and can't get out there ever. And it's something that I would want to get involved in as well, to get in my car. I'll be coming up on the Mint 400 here soon, and definitely would love to be able to have that in the car, but you just never know how that works out. I mean, I have my GoPro, but it's not the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, we might know somebody, Mr. George can.
Yeah, I need to talk, George.
He's actually out at the start line right now.
Okay.
But yeah, no, another lady that's been racing forever started in short course, and here's Miss Corey Weller. I know you know her as well too, and it's great seeing the women out here competing. And you and I started long time ago. Goodness.
Oh heck! I mean, in 2009, kind of when we started, we were like 1%.
Yeah,
I think we're up to 3% now, maybe.
Yeah.
But still, I love seeing the girls out there, and I mean, women drive so different than men. I mean, we are more methodical. We finesse. I always say we finesse. We don't go bashing into things like guys do.
Yeah,
And
right.
So, and a lot of times, sometimes being a little slower and picking our way through things, and like I said, finessing our way, we end up, podiuming, getting on the podium, and that's amazing.
Well, and what we were talking about earlier, Robert and I, is like, smooth is fast, right? We, like you're saying, finesse, same thing as the smooth. So it's
Be consistent, and
consistency is key for sure in this off-road racing, because especially like multiple laps, like you want to be consistent with your lines usually, because if you've already pre-ran it or taken those lines, unless somebody comes and knocks a rock into the middle of the race course, it's like, why change it up?
exactly.
Lap 1 to lap 2, like, why try a new line? Like, that might be a line that's so horrible and take you out of the race. So
Exactly.
that's a whole consistent thing.
Definitely. Yes,
For sure.
definitely. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely gets in my blood. I wanted to get out there all day today and go watch. I was hoping the car might have been ready, and
Yeah.
it's still in pieces in the garage.
Well, I mean, like you just said, though, you just raced out here a few weeks ago. You have the Mint 400 coming up in, 2 weeks? So it's like, you guys, sometimes people have to pick and choose. You can't always do all of them.
Right.
Some try to, but a good prep on a car, especially in the terrain like out here at Parker, oof,
Yes.
you got to have a good prep on your car.
You absolutely do.
And that's where you guys do it yourself. I mean, it's
If Richie didn't have his hand on every single bolt in that car, I don't think he would be as confident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're human.
Right.
Things do happen, but he's very meticulous and, double checks, triple checks, everything. So
That's why he was always good with us, too. You guys were good with us.
And we just I always feel really safe in my car. I know it's the best it can be when I go out in it. And of course, like I said, we don't drive together anymore.
Right.
Because and it
I mean, sometimes it's a relationship thing.
Yeah,
But
it kind of became a relationship thing towards the end, just because,
Hey, Aunt, it's Ben.
I drive so differently than he does,
Uh-huh.
and
Just
vice
entered
versa,
pit
and
one since
it was
the
just
last comp,
it
so it's
became.
about
And he was more
35
concerned, like you said, about the
minutes.
safety thing. Like if something both happened to us,
Right.
the speeds we're
Started
going,
coming
things that are
down.
happening, but I got to tell you, I'd really much rather listen to lead nav than him yelling at me the whole time.
oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Or
And
the
we-
moans and the groans,
And you know what? You can talk about this because it's openly talked about. So.
Oh yes, it is, and I love the husband and wife aspect of it. I remember
I
we
do
would
too.
finish Nora a few times, and Sean's many would be like, how's it going?
Yeah.
And I go, to be announced. Sometimes it'd be to be announced, or sometimes it would be, no, it was great.
Oh, my
Everything's
goodness.
good, and all smiles. And sometimes it was like, get me out of this
Give me
car.
out. Give me away. I need quiet time, please. So we were just watching Cade Martin. Cade Martin is a young gentleman that started racing short course a long time ago. Actually, when Hank was racing short course, but Ashton Perfect is in that navigation seat. Two young kids right here, teenagers
love it.
in these cars. It's so cool to see them out in Class 10.
Yes, it is.
And Cade Martin just actually started racing Class 10 last year. King of the Hammers was his first race in Class 10, and Ashton has been riding with him ever since. But yeah, it's so cool to see the kids in these larger classes and everything. And you're saying, you guys are an advocate of the kids. But really quick too, before I let you go, so Parker, not Parker, but your race program, you guys do such an amazing job raising money for breast cancer awareness. How you guys do the fundraiser with your rugged radios and everything, a very big advocate of that here in the Lake Havasu area. So tell us about that.
Yeah, in 2009 when we started, we decided that we were going to do just one race a year, and then we kind of blossomed into a lot more because I got hooked. And I think the first year we raised $1,000, and then it just kept moving forward every year. And then Rugged Radios came in and asked me to partner up with them with the Pink Radio campaign, and I think we're going on this will be our 8th year, I believe,
Wow, it's been
coming
that
up.
long.
Yes, yes. So I think we've raised $270,000 combined over the years, with the backing of Rugged Radios these last 7-8 years, and all of it goes to our local mammogram program and all of the support groups. It's called Breast Friends.
Breast Friends.
Yes, super cute. But we also, this year, we brought on Michael Allen Furniture, decided to put it's a mobile mammogram van or trailer that comes out on the first Friday of every month.
Okay.
And so all of our monies are going to that.
Okay.
So you don't have to have a doctor's order, you don't have to have insurance, you can make your appointment and go. And we write the check.
That's so awesome.
And it's saving lives. Early detection is key, and that's why we're so passionate about it. There's too many people I have known in my lifetime that did not get that early detection, and they're no longer with us. So I'm a major advocate for that.
I know it's been something that a journey to do, and you guys are doing awesome at it.
And I love it. I think I love racing so much, but the philanthropy side of it and giving back to our community is so rewarding, and I absolutely love it.
Well, that's awesome. I love it. I definitely wanted to ask you, to talk about that, just because I know that you guys promote that very well and what you guys do. And again, there's some women that can't afford to do it, or, like you're saying, that early detection is key. And so
It is
for
key.
you guys to do what you do.
And I do love it. And like I said, the Cancer Care Resource in Havasu, the organization that I donate the money to, is a fabulous group of women. They're just passionate. We do fundraisers constantly throughout the year, which I'm usually try to be a part of as well in the community. And, we always am trying to do something different, and racing every mile for breast cancer
Right.
is pretty not too bad.
Yeah.
I like it.
I do. I do too. I love it. But yeah, so we still have cars going off the start line,
I know,
as we
I
can
see
see
that.
here. Lots of cars starting today. We have a whole nother day of racing tomorrow. You guys just going to be hanging out in Havasu tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to maybe try to come down. Depends on how far he gets on the race car tonight.
Yeah, then there's that.
Yeah, there's that. And I've been gone all week at a convention, so I'm trying to get back on track and get my head wrapped around everything. And,
get back into work mode.
Yeah, that's tough.
Office mode, I should say.
Office mode. Oh, and what's cool too is Parker Oil, being local, we supply all the fuel out to Legacy for them when they were doing all their grading and everything. We have a big tank out there for them.
Oh,
and,
nice. I did not know that.
Yeah, and we support, all of their vehicles and stuff while they are here in town. And
awesome.
We definitely love, doing that and working with them and discounting their fuel to them and
nice
everything. So we appreciate the business. And like I said, we're always here to support. And be here for everybody.
I like it.
So if you need fuel or propane, come see me.
I'm going to be making my stop when I'm getting ready to head back to North Carolina. So
well, good. Our prices are great.
Yes, they are. Actually, that's what I said to you. I'm like, your prices are cheaper than everybody else, but
we try.
Exactly. But I'll see you guys on Sunday if I don't see you out here tomorrow because I got to come to your house. But thank you, Renee, for coming over and taking the time to chit chat with us. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
I loved it. Yeah.
It's good to have the local knowledge too of Parker in here and the business and everything.
It's neat. And what I love too, really quick, I've been noticing like these younger girls are coming and they started in just the kids classes and now they're branching into the bigger classes. And we do, like I said, we sponsor a lot of the little girls and stuff in town, and it just warms my heart to see them in their cute little outfits and how articulate they are when they're up on that podium. It's so cute.
I love it.
Yeah, they're so excited. I absolutely love it.
It is very good that you guys do that.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Makes me happy.
Makes your heart happy.
It does. It makes me very happy.
Well, again, thank you so much for coming in. And I bet you probably got to get back to your office. So.
I do. I have a pile. And my dog.
And your dog. Aw.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
so,
Renee, thank you.
Thank you so much. And good luck to all the racers.
Yes.
And maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay,
all right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so welcome back into the booth with me, Robert. I took a little longer probably than we were expecting, but here we are.
All good.
It's always good to get good information and chit-chat with the locals around here. I know that we're eventually going to be bringing Brian in, who owns Master Fabrication.
Yep, here shortly.
Yeah, but we've had all kinds of stuff going on. I, for some reason, can't bring up my tracker, so I'm not very computer.
Our leaders are about race mile 45, give or take, currently.
Okay.
And it's still Deegan out front.
Wow.
So Deegan's running away with it as we're watching some of our pre-run classes sitting on the starting line.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing that there's still so many cars taken off the line.
Yeah, I did not expect them to still be starting, but I guess they are giving them a good gap for the dust. Mm-hmm. So there's a 1 minute gap between each car starting.
And that's good to have too. I mean, sometimes some races they'll give them a 2 minute gap.
Yes. Ooh, there's Nate.
There we go.
Looks like going into the remote pit already.
All right, so remote
that should
pit.
be pit 1, which is midway.
Okay.
Roughly race mile 34, give or take.
Okay, and then they come back to that same area as well, it looks like on here.
Yep.
So we have 3 remote pits and 1 main pit that we have out on race course today.
Ooh.
Oh, there we have this is Lake Adler, isn't it?
Yep, the 1965 of Lake Adler.
All right, taken off the line here. I didn't find out who was co-driving for Lake. So the 1965, because we kind of bumped into them at dinner last night, and I didn't get any information like I should have, so fell on my part.
I wasn't there.
All right, and there we have in-car. That is not Greg in there with him, but we will find out here on my paperwork who that is riding with him. So Lake Adler, actually it doesn't say who his co-driver is, but he is running in a Polaris with off-road warehouse, as we saw on the side of the vehicle. as a sponsor with 4 Wheel Parts, Raceline, BFG, Odyssey, Liquid Molly, and Nacho. Lake Adler is only 15 years old.
He's got a heck of a lot of good mentors around him.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
I'm sure he's going to be fast. And I believe he is our first Pro NA side-by-side off the line today, or UTV, however you refer to it. So he's got Ian Torfey behind him, who's got a ton of experience. There it is, the 1912.
All right.
Ian's another one that usually is running top 3 in the class unless he has a bad day.
Yeah, and Ian is out of Apple Valley, California, running in that Polaris with Lone Star Racing, Walker Evans, Rugged Radios, Sandcraft, Sparco, and Polaris. Has a few different co-drivers that will be riding shotgun with him or possibly driving. Got Daxton Rune, Jason Rune, Jeremy Gray, and Eamon Torif. And those names challenge me.
Well, I was going to say, the next one is all you, 1969 of
McLachlan.
Doug.
McLachlan.
This one has always kicked my butt.
Did I say it right?
I am not positive. It's the Jim Racing guys. I've talked to him 100 times in person. I guess I should ask him how to say his last name next time.
That's one of those things that drive me completely bonkers is when I can't pronounce their name. If I haven't met them, but a little trick of the trade that, over the years of doing this and learning, it's you write it on your paper as how you think it should sound.
Yep.
And it's like, I don't know all of these guys and gals that are out here, but it's just one of those things that I personally drives myself bonkers when I don't know how to pronounce their name, and I work so hard at trying to do that. But I apologize to anybody at home if I did pronounce those names wrong. But that looked like that was the 1912 right there of Ian taking off.
Yep. Working his way back through. This is a cool shot here because you could get him going out and then coming back in after that first initial loop there.
Yeah, this is a really cool start line right here, seeing them. All right, the next one that should be taking off the line.
Looks like one of the Gonzalez's. It's not. That is Mason Cotter.
Oh, Mason. I should have recognized that car. I just interviewed him yesterday. Mason Cotter actually just finished racing King of the Hammers in the Desert Challenge. He also last year was a 170 racer and got first place in it, but this is his first full season in the 1000. So okay. Mason Cotter out of Norco, California.
Looks like we're watching Dan Phillips with an awesome drone footage here. Oh,
now we got, that is the T?
1969.
1969. I couldn't tell if it was a T or not. Oh, that's your name.
That's the name I can't ever get right.
I wonder if that's a 360 camera on the front. You see it sticking out?
I was just about to ask you if that was a stick or if that was a camera. It does look like a camera now.
Yeah, I think it's one of those 360s, which are really cool. So 1969, Doug McLachlan, I hope I'm saying that right, 37 years old, out of Lakeside, California, with Jim Industries, Method Race Wheels, Tinser Tires, Down South Motorsports, ORW, KWT, Baja Designs are backing him.
Looks like the 1925 of John Gordon getting ready to take off next.
John Gordon out of Yorkville, Illinois, running in that Polaris. So I'm wondering if he's the farthest away racer that we have right now. Yorkville, Illinois, with Scott Samsa out of Lake Genevieve, Wisconsin. So that they're all in that same area up there. I bet they're really happy to be here right now.
Yes.
Because the warm weather.
I would agree with you. I have a feeling that the weather down here is a lot nicer than up there right now.
Oh, I have to tell you, I'm not looking forward to my when I get home. It's going to be super cold. It was like 29 at my house yesterday.
Holy moly.
Uh-huh.
And how long's your drive?
About 4 days.
Holy.
3.5, 4 days.
2.
Yep, I'm crazy.
So you're leaving where all the snowbirds are to go back to where the snow is.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit chilly, but it's okay. It's okay. I actually drive home, turn around and go to Georgia for another race for my kid. So I don't even go home, really.
It never stops.
Never stops. Never stops.
You're what, a month into this so far this year?
January 10th was when I left North Carolina.
So over a month.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Straight to King of the Hammers. But right now, that is the 1957 of Joe Bolton taken off the line out of Corona, California. Running in that Polaris with Ayrson, Polaris Razor, Walker Evans, Baja Designs, Next gen, Jamar, Trinity Exhaust, PCI, Maxima Racing Fluids.
And he is actually in a master fabrication build car, which is the studios we're doing this from right
Oh,
now.
nice. Oh, that's what he just showed you, a great photo of that.
The exact car.
Exactly. Well,
Like we got a class 5 on the line now.
and that's what's pretty cool about being in this shop. Like the other day, we came here to set the studio up and everything, and behind us, eventually, when the cameras are back on us, this is what I was talking to Renee about. It looks like a full-blown class 10, but we're gonna get Brian on here shortly, and I'll let him talk all about it. But yeah, is this our first class 10 taking off the line, or
Class
5? Class 5.
Yes, ma'am.
So Greg Sullivan out of Lake Havasu City. That is a pinhole fabrication, rugged radio sponsored Baja Design Checkers method race wheels. Again, pinhole fabrication, and Morgan Motorsports. Looks like Mike McClintock out of Yucaipa, California, and Mike Sullivan out of Helena, Montana are also co-drivers as well.
And they're always from home.
Yes, they are. Well, except Greg. Greg's driver record, he's just, 35 minutes south of here or north of here.
It's like Ken Knudsen is up next. Oh, nope, that's not Ken. Ken must not have made it. Or we missed him.
We missed him. We could have missed him.
That is our first, would be our first trophy light.
Yeah.
Class 6,000. Sean Runyon.
Oh, yeah, Sean. I just had breakfast with him and his co-driver, Jeremy Dickinson, this morning. This is, he's also the champion from last year in this class as well. But Sean, I can't remember where he said he was from. Got to pull that up here for myself.
He just snuck off the line on us. The 6001 of Sean Runyon. As we're watching the 5008 of Greg Sullivan.
All right, so Sean Runyon is out of Hillard, Ohio. Jeremy Dickinson's out of Johnson City, Tennessee. And Sean with All Crane, Columbus Steel Erectors, R&M Management, TL Speed Shop, Trophy Light, Yokohama, Rugged Radios, PRP Seats, Vision X, RF Photos, and Vision Wheels in that Trophy Light.
I think up next is the 6075 of Daniel Daly, but I cannot tell for sure with the shadows there.
Well, it does say Daly on the side of the car there on that logo, so you are correct. So out of Washington, Utah, in that Trophy Light with Daly Builders. Mike Daly, Gwendolyn Daly, Van Daly, and Ryan Langford are the co-drivers of record as we are watching Sean make his way through. Fun fact about his co-driver was with him last season as well, coming back into this season. His co-driver also co-drives for Von Gittin Jr. and Brian Deegan.
Oh, so he's
a well-seasoned co-driver.
And he just got done getting beat up a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Went for some fun rides.
Yeah, with the fun havers.
For sure.
As Sean making his way down, going... It's kind of interesting right there to see, like, the cars that are starting, because they must go up and they do that, like, horseshoe loop around, so they're kind of, like, cross-graining each other a little bit. Not cross-graining, but...
Couple mile section, then loop back around.
All right, now we're on board with the 1965 of Lake Adler, 15 years old. Look at the focus in his eyes. Having this in-car is so cool.
Straight. Long
Looks
right.
like they just got past and weren't happy about it.
Easy right. Easy right. Long right. Long easy right.
The emotions run deep sometimes in the race cars.
Exactly.
You're off.
Look how rough that is.
There he goes. Pass.
This is, man, why am I spacing the name of this right now? There's a name for this section, but this is what I was talking about. We're right off the start, we're going into the roughest section
left
of
over
the
this
course.
crest. Easy left over this crest. There you go. Stay right. Same thing. Straight. Same thing. There you go. Easy left. There you go.
We're letting them hearing the onboard. That's really cool because you can actually see like what they're going through, what they're talking about, and all of that good stuff. Next off the line.
You can put words to the hand signals,
Right?
finally.
Right, exactly.
Man, is this another one that...
It's another Trophy Light.
It looked like that Daniel Daly's car, but it like a twin.
Yeah. I have to be honest, like this one here, I've gotten We have lists in front of us, and I haven't been paying attention to that. I've been going toward by the numbers, and when we're chatting with our guests in here, I just kind of get off a little bit there. So, Daly, it might be Larry.
People need better forward-facing numbers.
So
I'm
now,
guilty of it too.
on board with the 1882, though, of Gabe Matthews out of Lakeside, California. He's in the Pro UTV class.
Looks like the dust isn't hanging too bad today. It's kind of getting out of the way.
Yeah, I bet they are very thankful. When I woke up this morning, I actually could hear the wind howling outside. Staying down at Branson's, down a little bit south or north of town here, but you could hear the wind blowing. I was like, oh, it's a racer's friend right now.
Yes, it is. And I see Crandall Racing on the side, so I'm assuming this is the 6031 of Jeremy Crandall that just left the starting line.
And Jeremy Crandall is out of San Dimas, California, with Caden Crandall and Dakota Crandall as passengers, or co-drivers, I should say, with that Trailers Unlimited sponsorship.
After them will be the 6079 of Daniel Sullivan.
All right, and Daniel's sitting there waiting for that check or green flag to fly. Maybe already waiting for the checkered flag, as I almost misspoke there. But Evans, Utah, with Trayson Revis out of St. George, Utah. Chad Woodruff, Flagstaff, Arizona. And Dell Burns out of Clarksdale, Arizona, riding in that 6079. As you can see, Donald looking at his watch because there is a little green and yellow-red light that they actually... Once that green flag drops, that's it. So on board with the 1077 of Brody Akins, I should say.
And who was riding with him?
Brody Akins, let me see here.
That Ashton?
No, that's with Cade Martin.
Okay.
Connor McMullen and Jenka Jenkins. So Connor McMullen, I believe his dad, Kevin, more than likely preps that car as well.
So Connor drives it, and Jenna will co-drive with both of them.
Okay.
So that will be a split.
Okay. So Brody, obviously, whoever qualifies has to start the race too, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So usually you can tell by their fire suit which one's driving,
Okay.
but I can't right now.
All right.
Here is the Theobald. So this is the 6071 of Dallas Theobald.
Dallas is out of St. George, Utah, running in Theobald Motorsports with Brett Theobald out of Washington, Utah, and Blake Mao out of Hurricane, Utah. And I say hurricane, it's not hurricane, it's hurricane.
It depends who you're talking to.
The people that live there, I believe they say hurricane, right?
They do, and they'll beat you up if you say the wrong thing.
Right. I mean, I live in North Carolina, so I got to tell you, there's some things like it's not the 26 or the 40, it's I-40, I-26, and I got schooled real quick, let me tell you. So the 3705 getting ready to take the green flag here.
Harley Coughlin, one of our first Jeeps off the line.
Harley Coughlin out of Gilbert, Arizona with Fast Motorsports Black Star Off-Road, Hellion Industries, the Jeep Farm Custom Tees, CT Autosports, and Raceline. Has Brandon Miller, Tyler Davis, and Eliezer Renteria all out of Arizona as co-drivers. Not obviously at the same time, but that's who we have as registered co-drivers. As we are looking at Dallas Thoroughboard right now in the 6071, making their way through this. You can see this is pretty silty area. Can you imagine what this is going to be like tomorrow when the unlimited cars go?
It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, after 3 laps of this for these guys and gals, and
But
then the unlimiteds tomorrow.
This shot right here shows you the course cleanup that was done after the last race that was held here recently.
Yes.
So it's gonna. I have a feeling that it's gonna be an awesome first and second lap, or it'll probably start getting beat up on the second lap, but the third lap is gonna be brutal.
Yeah, definitely. You know, once that course gets really burned in, it's not fun.
Up next is the U931 of Maddie Dunlap. I know. She has Angie Mitchell riding with her, who used to
Oh.
race herself.
Okay.
Those
I know Angie.
2 ladies in that car.
All right, she's 19 years old out of Parker, Arizona with Scott's AC, DNA Power Sports, JB15, Unique Garage Doors, Robert Gorey Realty, Vision Wheels, Impact, Rigid Industries, and Wilson's Designs.
Looks like the U926 of Luis Herrera just pulled up.
Luis Herrera is also out of Parker, Arizona, running in that Polaris with Leos After Hours, Terrian Roofing, MRT tires, and PCI race radios.
Here's a shot from one of the fun power line roads out there.
The 1821.
That should be...
I've got lots of papers here. So 1821 of Michael Mack out of Peoria, Arizona, running in that Can-Am.
Poland, and that's right as they're going into pit 1 that we're on board with now. That is the midway pit.
So the ones... So do you... pit strategy. This is something I didn't talk to with some of the racers I was talking with yesterday about pit strategy, because with it being a 120-mile loop, I mean... These UTVs, as long as they have an actual fuel cell, not still running stock, because obviously the stock class runs stock fuel cells, you got to stop a lot for fuel.
Yes, so there's some of the cars where it's almost when you sit in them, you are sandwiched by fuel now. There's a tunnel of fuel. The co-driver is saddling it in between his knees in some of these Can-Ams. The Mavars, I've heard some horror stories of getting below 4 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
So to make a 120-mile lap, you are packing some serious fuel in that car, or you are stopping just to make the loop.
But, you know, they're still getting more gas mileage in those unlimited cars. They're usually, 2 or 3 miles per gallon?
I'll go over that when we get Bean in here next,
Yeah.
but there's some trucks that are under 2.
Yeah.
Like, I would guarantee you Jack, when he gets in that truck, it's going to get like 1.8.
That's something we should have asked him when he was in here. That's pretty cool that he came and took his time to come over and chat with you, but yeah. All right, that is the UT. That was
926.
926, yeah.
Luis Herrera.
Lewis again out of Parker, Arizona. This is a clean-looking car right now.
That thing looks brand new.
It does look brand new. Throw a roll cage on it and go. Some seats, harnesses.
All the safety gear.
Can't quite make out the number. Not quite yet.
Once it gets off the line here, I can catch it for you. Maybe the 978? No. We'll see. Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Jumping back over to the end of the loop here.
Now look at him drifting around that corner. Such a cool view to see. I love the drone footages.
And that's right off the start still, too.
Yeah, with the start being right there, and then also the main pits.
Start main pit. Looks like up next is the 915 of Craig McIntosh. So this is a car that it's its first race, and they just got done building it.
Oh, did they really? Those are always fun ones to. Hopefully, they got the bugs worked out of them somehow or another.
Just got confirmation that is Connor McMullen in the Aikens car right now.
Okay, perfect. So he is actually driving right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool.
And the 1846 of Schultz going into midway. Shaking it as they're driving down the straightaway there so the crew members can see if there's any loose wheels, anything weird happening on the car.
Yeah, that's what sometimes you'll see them like go through and they'll be like, okay, just kind of wiggle the wheel just a little bit.
Ooh, he's got somebody. Oh, that's Mason. That's Howard right on him.
1876, yeah, Mason Howard out of Big River, California.
So he's following right behind that dust cloud, waiting for the Schultz to get a flat tire and make a mistake that he can sneak by.
That's where, the dust can mess with you big time. Like you can see right there, the co-driver is wiping off the GoPro because obviously you want to get good footage, and obviously the in-car that we're doing here with Starstream stuff. So Gabe Matthews, co-driver, that's something that they talk about. It's actually like you have to make sure you wipe the GoPros, especially when we get out of the dust.
Yep, we actually put it in our notes in the GPS.
Yeah.
So like if it looks
it.
like a long straightaway or we're out pre-running, we will actually write wipe GoPros.
That's awesome.
Just so that it's burned in your brain to keep doing it.
That's where it's good to have the co-drivers with longer arms. Like I know I would not personally be able to wipe the GoPros because I'm so short.
Same. my co-driver is 6'4", so he damn near drives the car for me sometimes when I'm trying to get a drink or something.
Oh goodness.
Off the line next is hard to tell. I want to say this is the... Oh, there's another one that I'm going to let you try and figure out. The S919.
Helenia Hindman.
You made that seem way easier.
Helenia.
Something like that. I see this must be our last couple, and they're kind of out of order because I see Ken Knudsen sneaking up in there.
Okay.
His slot was, man, half hour ago.
Well, and that's something too. If you think about this, sometimes they have issues after qualifying or whatever, and they need to fix them up or whatnot, or they might have hurt their car when they were pre-running, and so they don't start in the order they should be, and that's something that you go to the race director and you get that approved about starting later on.
Yep. Donald will always try and sneak you in.
Well, and that's the thing too. Usually also there's a time that you can go off the line until.
Yes.
You have this long before. If you don't go off the line but before this time, then you are not going off the line.
I'm on board with Corey Weller. Sounded like we could hear him there for a little bit.
Yeah. The other camera view was obviously sounded like it was wired in, but the 1848, like you just said, Corey Weller with again.
Kind of cool to hear the in-car interactions.
Yeah, it is very cool. I love hearing that.
Hard left. Straight. Easy left, long, easy left. Hard right, out of this one. 300 feet, 150 feet, long, hard right. There you go. Straight. Easy right. Medium left. Same eyesight, there you go. Right, split it, good job.
Got the hand signals coming out here.
Oh yeah.
1870 of Tom Wilson. It's so funny how some co-drivers will do the hand signals the entire race.
Yeah.
Like, I'm used to... Oh, they're limping something.
He just put his hand up too.
Oh, they're coming into the pit, so 25 miles an hour. They're coming into the speed zone. That makes sense. There's the outside shot of it.
All right. That is the 12-12. 12-12 taken off the line here.
Another... Oh, 1282. Gunnar
1282.
Kennedy.
I can't read, I guess, today. Gunnar Kennedy, 23 years, out of Santa Ana, California, in a custom-built car with Gabriel Shubin, Doug Imhoff, Brent Mitchell, Blake Mitchell, and Scott Molarney.
Uh-oh.
He's got lots of co-drivers here, so that's the
That
number
would be
14.
Ken Knudsen, 1435. Looks
He
like
just took off.
They didn't make it very far.
That's a bummer.
Yep. Oh, here's the next car that just started. So they're maybe half a mile in.
So 1435, and that right there. Oh, look at that. Definitely don't want to, blow that corner because you got those wood fencing right there. Oh,
Nope.
look, here's another one.
last minute.
Is this Mia Chapman? Mia Chapman's on the entry list here.
Is she on there?
She is.
Then this would be her, because that definitely looks like her car.
All right, so Mia Chapman out of Florence, Arizona, with Red Bull Kicker Performance Audio, Vision Wheels, Rigid Industries, Surecan, Sparco, Rugged Radios, R&R Still Racing. Mia Chapman's been racing herself since I think she was 6 years old when she started actually racing in Lucas Oil in the trophy carts.
She's an impressive driver.
Yes, she's very, very impressive. Shane Till looks like is a co-driver, and her brother, Ryder Chapman, who is another one that's been racing for quite a while, as a co-driver as well. Totally. And there we are, Corey Weller once again on board with her. And again, Corey Weller and her husband Jason just finished up racing King of the Hammers as well with Matt Burrows in the Desert Challenge. They all had a very good finish. I think it was second place in their class, which was awesome for them. But I'm going to step out because you're going to have a guest come in. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Pam. looks like we got Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graff sneaking in here. Which one of you wants to come interview first? Who's driving the truck first? Okay, well then let's bring Tracy in. Watching Max Gordon cruising down one of the faster sections. All right, I'm here with Tracy Graff. He is one of our 6,100 entries for the weekend. Looks like you qualified about 19th. How you feeling about that?
Yeah, pretty good. 19th overall and 9th in the 6,100 class. So pretty happy with our starting position. Should be a good place to start the race from.
Did you guys get the pre-run?
We did. We did the pre-run on Wednesday. I've raced in Parker a lot of years. I love it racing out here, but this is the first time ever I'm doing it backwards. So that was a whole new track.
Different feeling for
It
sure?
is. Yeah, I recognize all the spots, but it's a whole different track going backwards. But it should be fun.
I assumed as much.
Yeah.
So starting into the rough, do you feel like people are going to be pushing too hard through there and you're going to get a couple passes with the flats?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. Off the start, going into the Jeep Trail, we're going to have to take it cool for sure. Starting that direction.
I always find it kind of funny because it's the point where there's the most adrenaline. People are pushing the hardest, and I don't want to say it this way, but doing the dumbest things are usually the first 30 minutes to an hour of a race.
I've been there, done that. And starting in Parker one year out here, I was in dust, not far off the start line, and hit a rock and double flatted in dust. And I knew I had to stay patient, but I didn't listen to myself.
It's one of those things where the co-driver's like, "Hey, let's calm down teeny bit.
Yeah, exactly.
We got 2 more, 3 more of these."
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Based on the pre-run, how do you feel you're going to take your first lap? You just going to play it by ear?
Once we get it's tough. I like to say that, for the first lap I'm going to be cautious and see how the race progresses, but in all honesty, once we get out of the rocks in a Jeep Trail, it'll probably be go time.
Is it? So I didn't get to see it myself. I was told it's actually kind of incredibly smooth this year.
Yeah, it's not super rough, so things today will get burned in a little bit,
for sure,
and in the washes and stuff, but it wasn't that rough on the pre-run for sure.
So it's one of those things where lap 1 may be good.
Yeah,
but once it's dug back out, it almost digs in twice as hard.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you start with the smoother course, it's almost twice as rough as it would have been if it started just rough.
Yeah, exactly. And then by the third lap here, it's usually a pretty rough course.
Just beating you up.
Yeah.
So what's your strategy, and how different is it driving the 6100 versus the unlimited truck?
Yeah, we're racing the 6100 here, and it's quite a bit different, especially now that our trophy truck is an all-wheel drive.
Yep.
They're 2 different machines between the horsepower and the all-wheel drive, but I have a blast driving the 6100 truck. I love racing that truck.
For sure. So
we raced it here last year, sorry.
Gotcha.
And we came in 3rd in 6100, so we had a good day.
Heck,
yeah.
You're always fast, always one of my favorite to watch.
Oh, thank you.
One of the smoothest styles, but you definitely hang it out there when you feel like it, I feel like. And I feel the 6100 truck for you, is it just foot on the floor then most of the day?
Most of the day it's foot on the floor, yeah. It's really about keeping up the momentum.
Yep.
Versus the trophy truck, you can make a little mistake and get yourself corrected and get on the gas right away again and you're gone. But with the 6100, it's really about keeping the momentum. For me anyways, it's all about keeping the momentum up.
So that's going into the turns, holding speed, because you can't power out of it with the horsepower.
Exactly. So you try and keep it as fast as possible.
Is that 500, 600, 700 horsepower difference super big for you then?
It's huge. That horsepower difference is huge, yeah.
So Bean's backup driver, who's riding with you?
Raul Ramirez,
Okay.
Joe. He works in the shop with Bean and helps prep all the trucks, so he's great to have in the truck.
So he knows if you guys have some kind of issue, he's well versed in the truck. Probably a hell of a tire changer.
Yeah.
and that's a big thing. So for you guys, what's a fast tire change? In the States where you have to take the tire.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Knock on wood, I'm going to say just over a minute-ish time frame, but knock on wood, we haven't changed a tire in the States in a long time. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm hoping, as we're watching Michael Mack here, that this isn't what you're dealing with tomorrow.
I hope not. Yeah.
Let's hope for a little bit more wind tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Michael Mack's one of those guys.
There we go. This is what I want to see.
Yes. Ooh, on board with Braden. But so, thank you, Tracy, for stopping in. Bean, did you want to jump on for a little bit? Or are you all good, my friend? Okay. Let's have
Thanks so
Bean go.
much.
Tracy, thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you.
I
Good
hope
seeing
you
ya.
have a safe race tomorrow, and I want to see you on that podium at the end, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Drive safe. All right, we're going to have Justin Bean Smith jump in here real quick with me for a second. So we're watching on board with Michael Mack.
Left.
All right, Bean, I got to ask the real question.
There you go. Straight ahead. Straight.
What's that?
How's he going to do tomorrow?
I think he's going to do pretty good. I think
Yep.
so. Yeah. He does good in the 6100. It's even if he hasn't raced for a while, right? Like the power is not too aggressive, too much, and he really adapts really good. He spends a lot of time in this truck for running Baja too, so he's really, really comfortable in the 6100, right? He probably has 3 to 4 times more seat time in the 6100 than the trophy truck, honestly.
So the 6100's dialed. Knows it front to back, top to bottom.
Yep. Maybe not always at race pace, but pretty good. So it should be good. Hopefully the truck holds up good. There's a lot of fast guys out there, and we'll see what those leaders do. I think it's Householder and Johnson out front, so those guys are going to be setting the pace, and I think they're not going to be slacking, so it should be pretty good.
Yeah, Jay, and we know Jake ain't going to be playing around.
No.
Especially chasing Householder. That'll be a fun one to watch.
Yep.
So Householder, Johnson, there's a swarm of 6100s all tied together with you guys. How do you feel like tires and attrition's going to be something that plays big time this weekend, or?
Yeah, I think the pace is going to be quick. You're definitely going to have to watch those tires for sure. This course isn't as brutal on tires as it can be usually. We cut off a little bit of the rock sections this time, it looks like. So I don't think you'll see as many tire issues as usual, but there definitely will be some. The pace is going to be quick. There's not a lot of places to pass, so track position is going to be huge tomorrow.
For sure.
You're seeing on some of the live feed here, a lot of these guys are dealing with dust, and it's pretty breezy today, but the weather says none tomorrow, really light, so it's going to be even more dusty.
I did not see that. Last I looked, it was going to be kind of breezy tomorrow, too. So
Yep.
no breeze tomorrow is going to make for some interesting racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 to 6 miles an hour, but that ain't much.
No,
that ain't
in
much.
the scheme of things, like 10 to 15 is where I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's going on? Fill me in. I haven't watched anything. Who's doing what?
So currently, I haven't even got to see who's out front right now. Give me 1 second here. I know off the start, we had Deacon Gonzalez, and he was still leading it last I saw. It looks like somebody had snuck around Deegan at one point, or it's a chase truck. Oh, it's an old quad out there. So Deegan is still our current leader in his brand new mid-tag car.
Nice.
Behind him, we have Braden Baker, which is good. So when he keeps a car together, he's always fast.
Yep. We had I think he was on live, right, in car a little bit ago?
Yes. Then after him is our first 10 car, Brody Akins, which has Connor driving right now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Which not to jinx anything, but I expected him to have passed the 2 side-by-sides in front of him.
Yeah.
So they're running a hell of a pace to keep him back there 85 miles into this thing.
Yeah, Parker's quick. It's but it's one line a lot of the way around. There's not many options, and especially off the start going backwards this way, there's not a lot of options yet. So I think you won't see too much track position unless there's some flat tires or mechanical issues, and, maybe down towards the Osborne Wash or something like that. So
what did you guys do different for setup for this race versus other ones?
We've really, the 6100, we've been really fine tuning the details on the truck, the gearing, the shocks, and stuff like that. Recently went to a bigger cell, so we have a little bit more flexibility on fuel mileage and stuff like that. And we've been playing with some gearing and stuff like that. I feel like we're getting this thing more dialed. I had to do some shock changes as well once we went to that bigger fuel cell. So,
Okay.
you know, a little bit of changes like that on the truck. But overall, this truck's really forgiving. This truck actually started out as Sean Kroll's trophy truck.
Okay.
And then
So it's a racer.
It's a racer chassis, yep.
Okay, awesome.
So it's actually the side-by-side for Tracy's trophy truck. His trophy truck was originally Steve Kroll's two-wheel drive trophy truck.
Gotcha.
And then along the way, somehow we basically Tracy's acquired both of them now. So they're sister trucks, give or take, before we made his trophy truck four-wheel drive. So
And you did that all in-house yourself?
Yep. Me and the guys in the shop, you know, the end of 23 after the Baja 400, we basically lopped the front of the trophy truck off and started making it four-wheel drive. Used a lot of racer parts, a lot of Fortin parts and stuff like that, and put our own touches on it. And it's we had a good year in score last year. You know, all three of the first score races we finished in the top 10. So looking forward to this year down there and stuff like that. So
hard to complain about that.
Yep.
And the qualifying results and finishing results show that you guys must have done a hell of a job.
Yep. So pretty good, but it's always a work in progress. So there's always room to make it better, and we're working on that and battling those Masons and those other four-wheel drive trucks. But I think we got a good platform and pretty excited for the future in it. So we'll see what we can do and keep progressing it. So
it's awesome, man.
Yep.
I love seeing what you guys have coming out of your shop out there with the JBS and putting trucks on top of the box, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
It's not you, it's Tracy or one of your other guys. So
yeah. So it's good. We got a lot of good customers. You know, Tracy, Cowboy Cerrone. Later this year, we'll see a newer customer, Corey Finley of ours, and the newer 6100 from Racer. Was a roller that we finished in house, and so it should be pretty good. 6100 field's always stacked, so it should be some good competition for him. So, but
my next question, which a lot of people are going to keep secret, what's pit strategy tomorrow? Can you guys make 2 laps?
Well, we definitely could do it in one stop. We're going to see if there's an option of maybe doing it a couple different ways with one stop. So we'll know after the first lap and see what we're going to do. We have a couple options set up. So really, there's going to be a little bit of on-the-fly changes. So
I like it. Keeping it fluid.
Yep.
Keeping them guessing.
Yep, exactly. So, but it should be good. You know, there's 4 different pits out there where you can fuel and do stuff. So we have a couple different options lined up, and we'll see how it goes. You know, everyone's saying the course is pretty smooth out there from pre-running, but I'm thinking today with all these guys, it's going to be a little more chewed up come tomorrow morning.
For sure. So roughly, unlimited truck mileage for fuel is 1.5 to 2.5, give or take, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, for the unlimiteds, the trophy.
So what's a 6100?
6100, you're really looking at give or take 2.25 to 3 miles of the gallon. You know, here in lower elevation, you're going to definitely get some of the worst fuel mileage. So you're probably in that 2.25, 2.5, depending on the driving style. But you will see guys tomorrow, depending on their truck setup and how they drive, you could see 3, 3.25, 3.5 maybe tomorrow for fuel mileage per gallon.
Wow.
There could be quite a difference. But like anything, you know, with a rear cell, you start burning off a lot of that fuel. Trying to go a long distance, you're going to lose traction. So
more tire spin,
more tire
RPM,
spin, yep.
less gas.
Yep. So there's going to be some strategies here, and you know, starting 9th out of 34 trucks, I think it is. We're going to have to kind of play it by ear a little bit and see how the tire wear is, see how the fuel consumption is, and then see what we can do and see how the pace is really and what everybody else is doing.
Sure. Well, Justin, thank you again for stopping by and talking to us. Wish you guys all the luck tomorrow. Hope you guys don't have to stop for anything but fuel and tires. And if something comes up, let us know in the studio so we can let everybody know.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having us. And
thank you, Bean.
And good luck to all the guys out there tomorrow, and everybody be safe.
Sounds good. You guys be safe. Looks like we are back on board with Ian Torfey. Looks like Ian is currently chasing some dust here. Get a rough race mile where he's at. Looks like he's kind of around the aqueduct range there. Yep. So Ian Torfey's roughly race mile 30, and he's touching 85 miles an hour in an A car, which is, this is Max Gordon actually. Like Pam was talking about earlier, where it's pretty awesome when you could see the GPS nice and clear like that. And Pam is actually joining back with me again here now that Bean and Tracy are gone.
Yes, it's awesome to get these guys in here and the gals in here to talk to us and give us their insights and everything. Oh, there's some game car.
Yeah, we end with audio.
Yes.
Looks like the 1019 of Josh Burns. You hear him calling the turn, so I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit so we can watch this.
Straight. Easy right. Stay in it, easy right. Easy left. Straight.
I like that. He's calling easy right, stay in it. Reminding the driver, hey man, push that gas pedal down.
That's when it's a no lift, don't lift.
Yep, the car will take it. And then they just got a nice little buck there.
Having some fun in there.
Medium left.
Once again, I want to thank Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith for stopping by the Master Fabrication Studio with us here for a couple minutes, kind of talk about their game plan for tomorrow's race.
So let's talk about our tracker here as we're on board with Kyle Standage with the awesome sound. I love hearing the horsepower, but Deegan is out in front still at race mile 95, so should be coming around for lap number 1 here fairly soon.
Yeah, about 25 miles, give or take. And I'm impressed. He's first time in the Pro R, and he's out there leading it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see these lap times as we keep talking about it.
So we are at currently about, give or take, 2 hours. Or no, hour and a half.
Hour and a half. So, and as we're looking here at the 1861 of Nate Hill, if you are at home watching this, you can watch at the racingtracks.com. You can go on and find our Parker Dam 500, and you can actually track your racers yourself as well.
And if you guys are fellow racers and wanted to have a live stream set up, most of these are coming from Starstream Pro.
Yes, it's an awesome. I'm going to just say it. It's a game changer in the sport.
It is.
100%.
So now that I've been racing a lot lately too, I don't think I'll race without it.
Yeah.
It's just your crews, your teams, everybody can watch, your friends and family can watch. It's good for exposure, kind of getting your name out there. Here is the Racing Tracks map.
Yeah, so this is what you can see at home on your own laptop or put it on your TV as well. And you can click on it. It'll tell you at the time how fast those racers are going, what race mile they are at. It gives you the updated time as well because they don't update. They're not live update. It updates every so many. I think it's... Is it every minute?
It's every 2 minutes, but if they're in canyons or there's goofy little anomalies, sometimes it can be 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. That's one of the benefits of Starstream and having Starlink on your car is your crew will never be reliant on that gap.
Yep, and never question it.
Yeah. I mean,
is my driver still going?
Knock on wood, the only time it usually doesn't work is when the car's upside down.
All right, there's Mason Cotter right there in the number 1910.
Seems to be going into midway right now, so making good time.
There you go. Left, medium right.
Back again on board with the 1861 of Nate Hill out of Salt Lake City, Utah.
Left, right out of it.
Nate's in also a mid-tag car like the leader Deegan.
Left, straight.
I know that mid-tag's liking that.
He's got to be stoked.
Left.
1880 of Luke Matthews. Looks like camera's cutting out, so we went to Gabe.
I can't remember, but I think that we were having 70-plus cameras on board this weekend, I believe, is what I was told.
That's an impressive amount.
It definitely is.
Of live cameras that
Right.
were able to pipe into this show so everybody can watch from home.
Exactly.
As we're watching Gabe Matthews. Brian Connery of Connery Motorsports in California built this car and his dad's car. Back on board with Max Gordon.
Look at that, 81.2 1 miles per hour. So
I love that
obviously,
so much.
Yeah, that's definitely a very fast section that you can see that it's a very smooth road that he is on. And again, like we were saying earlier, and you were saying earlier, this is his backyard.
Yeah, and they've done all the development and testing of that brand of car that that his father has created, all in this area.
Yeah.
So no better way to beat on these things and figure it out than at race pace,
Right, exactly.
80.
This seems to be a going speed for him.
Yeah.
All right, the 1077 of Brody Adkins, or Akins, I keep saying Adkins. There's no D in that, or T.
Yep.
But look at the rear view. That's what you don't like to be in. That's not fun to be in, that dust.
That's a lot of dust.
What's really awesome, though, is when you see the drivers that, you know this being a racer as well. The farther back you get, the worse it is. So you try to keep close until you have that opening to pass.
Yep. Get close, and if they don't give you the opening to pass, go up and give them a little bump and say, "Hey, I'm here. Can I please go by?"
Yeah, exactly.
And if they,
Hello.
if they're not polite about it, you might give them a second bump that might not be as nice.
Right. And then again, back on board with Mr. Max Gordon, 16 years old. Now we're back with 1861 of Nate Hell. But once again, welcome to the 2025 Legacy Racing Association FX Construction Parker Dam 500, brought to you by Maxis. Thank you guys all for tuning in to our live stream. It's been an awesome day so far of racing as we just got started. Lap 1's not even done yet, but I can't wait to see the lap times. Like, that's just something that usually, this is our first time actually working together, but at the beginning of a race, usually the people that I work with, which we should have done this, we kind of talked about it, the lap time. Like, what's your guesstimate? Who's going to be closer? Like,
Do you want to guess now, even though we're only 20 minutes out?
I think it's going to be like 2 hours and 12 minutes.
I'm going to go with 2:05.
2:05. So that's just for today.
Yep.
Tomorrow,
Yep.
so let's write this down. We got to write this down. So you say 2:05.
Already ahead of you.
I'm 2:12.
Perfect.
Okay. Tomorrow is going to be a
with-
whole nother ball game.
So that's my big question. For tomorrow, we have a couple of unlimited trucks that are all-wheel drive. Well, one that I can read off, or two that I know of. I'm not sure they're going to be a whole ton faster. I think unlimited truck 150.
We have,
hour
sorry.
50.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you very really quick. Tom Wilson, obviously
Pulled over. Looks like he's got one of the retrievals or rescues there with him.
So such a bummer. But yeah, I'm guessing tomorrow is going to be like 150, like 155-ish.
Yeah, I think maybe a little faster just because of the top speed.
Yeah.
Parker, this course does have a lot of wide open sections where they'll out mile an hour the side-by-sides or the UTVs from today. But I think in all the super tight technical sections, the all-wheel drive UTVs are going to be pretty damn competitive compared to the two-wheel drive unlimited trucks and 6100s. And talking with Tracy and Bean, it sounds like the course is almost going to be wide open most of the way around.
Yeah.
For the guys in the 6100 class at least. We are back on board with the 1077 of Brody Akins with Connor McMullen driving.
And Connor has been racing quite a long time as well. Started out in those trophy carts as the majority of all these kids. I say kids. I mean, well, they are kids.
They're adults now, but
well, some of them. I mean, you got the 17 and 18-year-olds, but there's it's interesting though. Like, again, I keep saying this, but starting out when they were young kids in those trophy cars, and now they're out here desert racing, and dads are building the cars, and Connor's dad, has a prep shop and preps the cars as well. But now we hear again Michael Mack in that number 1821. We're getting great footage from his car.
he just passed that resume race speed sign, so I'm assuming coming out of remote pit 3. Oh no, he was coming back out of midway, I think.
Let's see here. Again, you can go.
Oh, what is he doing? Oh, we have something going on here. That is Goyne and Michael Mack are both stopped right now.
Oh, goodness. I wonder if that's another thing, too. You know, you got
Looks
some...
like they might have missed a turn.
Got some dust. Where are they at?
That is the big question. Where are they at right now?
So he's 1881. Is that correct?
Yes. 1821.
1821.
They were just leaving pit 2.
Huh.
So it looks like there's a pretty sharp right-hand turn after it, and they must have missed it.
Oh, yeah, because if you look at the map, it looks like there's like this little road that could have possibly... Well, and Corey Weller's right in that area, too. She's just now at remote pit 2.
It looks like Corey Goins right there, so that must have been it.
All right, and there is Corey Weller.
Corey Goins, last year's Class 10 champion, so. Corey and her husband having some in-car audio that we can actually listen to.
Yeah, Corey and Jason Weller. Used to be real big in those SR1s.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a long time ago.
10 plus years? Because SR1s were early Rhino days, the early days of the UTV and side-by-side, so Rhinos came out in 05 or 06, I think.
That's what when Renee Hudson that was in here, like, that's what we were, well, I was actually in a T-Rex? T-Rex?
Kawasaki.
Yeah, T-Rex, a T-Rex. I believe is what we were in, but the SR1 days definitely were 10 plus years ago for short course.
Sounds like I got a little update from Nate Hale's crew. Sounds like he is 3 minutes behind first and 1 minute behind second currently.
Oh, wow.
Thank you to Garrett and his crew out there.
You can hear them, but very faint.
Very, very faint. Back on board with Corey Weller.
Yeah, I can't stress enough about the in-car cameras and how we can see like what they're going through and everything. But Robert, let's talk about what's going on with VP Racing Fuels and Gilbert Racing. They've came in and they have donated 3 pails, 5-gallon pails of fuel.
The UTV 96.
Yes, for the finishers for in 5th, 6th, and 7th position, not 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But that's awesome to have VP Fuels and Gilbert Racing come in and do that as well with Starstream doing that. 1, 2, 5th, 6th, and 7th position, 5-gallon pills. That UTV 96, it's not cheap fuel. So to get donated a pail of that,
no,
I would
it's
take
almost
it.
$100 a pail nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's cool to kind of give something back to the people farther back in the class, not always having to get the win or be on the podium and get to take something home.
Right.
It must be nice.
Exactly.
It takes the edge off of not being on the podium, I guess, a little bit.
100%. All right, so here, Michael Mack is actually off the side right now. Well, it says he's going 26 miles per hour, but I'm not sure because Corey Weller has now surpassed him.
So they've been tight. I actually did just get a text that Michael Mack and Corey Weller have been kind of
back and forth,
back and forth in each other's dust.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, Mack's still going at race pace here.
Well, Corey going, who was, let's see, he's at...
They got around him, I think, in that
70.
incident after the pit. I think he...
So they're 5 miles apart now, though.
Yep, I think they snuck around him and...
well, remember we saw them crossed up on the race course, too.
Yep. Because I do believe Goen qualified in front of him.
I think so.
So
well,
he
Michael
was...
Mack...
Oh, no, Goen was behind.
Goen was in the 24th position.
So he must have got around. Or he was following him in his dust, and they both made the mistake, and Michael got out.
That actually happens, and hopefully the driver the co-driver that I want to come in here, which is actually out on course right now, Hopefully he comes in here tomorrow and talks with us because we can bring that up.
Let him air his dirty laundry out a little bit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm here for it. So Michael's definitely in some heavy dust. So I'm assuming he's behind Weller.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be behind her. Of course, obviously, like we keep talking about racingtracks.com, you can go on and look at the tracker for yourself for the race. But, yeah, that would definitely be Weller.
Michael Mack is flying.
Again, Brody Akins, the 1077.
Sounds like we have an interview lined up from Pam Hall with the Race to a Race people from Tech and Contingency yesterday in downtown Parker. We're going to cue that up here and play it for everybody.
I am here with Debbie Burgos with Race to Race 22. The organization has been around for 10 years. Debbie, can you please give everybody at home a rundown of what your organization is all about?
Absolutely. We are a nonprofit out of Las Vegas, Nevada. We raise awareness about military and first responder suicide. We also connect those in need to resources available locally and nationally, because we find that's the biggest disconnect in the world, is they're not getting the information or what they need to help. We also provide recreational off-road opportunities. For instance, at the Parker 500, we're providing an Army veteran with a chance of a lifetime to race in a real professional off-road vehicle as a navigator for veteran Greg McIntosh in S915. We call it dirt therapy or adrenaline therapy. In addition to that, we also ask all the racers here to carry a photograph like this. It's a memorial poster of someone we've lost to suicide. It's to acknowledge their service, how they serve their community and their country, and make sure they're never forgotten. In hopes that, that's the biggest fear of our families and our loved ones, is that they won't be talked about and they won't be remembered, and we need to talk about it. We also need to talk about suicide. There's so much stigma. We're trying to erase that, not just in the military and the warrior world, but humanity itself. Because if we talk about it, we can make a difference.
Exactly.
And so that's kind of what we do in a nutshell. We have art therapy, creative dance therapy for our women veterans. We do all kinds of UTV rides. We do a Jeep adventure event in Winter Jamboree with 15 Jeeps. We have 40 warriors across the country come and join us. So there's all kinds of off-road outdoor opportunities that we try to connect those to them.
Well, it's an amazing organization. Personally, knowing you guys as well when you started this up is just something that gives me goosebumps when I think about it. And it's very, very thankful from a lot of people around that you do what you guys do.
Well, thank you. If you follow us on Facebook and Instagram, you'll see the pictures I'll be posting, and I tag those families that provided the information and let them know, hey, this racer is making sure your loved ones are forgotten. And Pam's son Hank, from 5 years old, racing in his round cars and the dirt cars, has carried our warriors ever since. So we really appreciate you.
Well, we appreciate you guys, and you guys working so hard for this, and thank you so much for taking the time. And we'll see all of the warriors that you're putting in all the vehicles.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are back on board with Brody Akins with, Connor McMullen driving right now. And we did a sneak on you guys. Pam Hall stepped out for a second, and Rob Mack has taken her place. We're going to bring him in now. So, Rob, you are now live. How's your day going, sir?
It's been good. Just kind of been cruising. We looked at the river this morning, went out, watched the start of this race, and then went down Shea Road and watched, we were hoping to watch them come down the wash, but they're not there yet. They're coming still. So, no, it's been a great day. Weather's been great. We've been playing with the dogs and just getting ready for tomorrow's race.
So, how are you feeling about tomorrow's race? Did you get a chance to go pre-run?
No, I didn't. I was actually I was back east in Tuscaloosa, Alabama at BF Goodrich doing a seminar for them with a bunch of the other drivers and influencers. So I flew in back to Vegas late Wednesday night and drove here, got here about 2:30 in the morning Thursday, and then woke up in the morning, went qualified, and glad to be here. I haven't raced Parker in quite a few years, and earlier this year, Kevin McGilvery reached out, asked what I was doing this year, and I'm focused on score stuff with the Fastball Jimco all-wheel drive truck, and I love racing in Parker in the U.S. And since I haven't been able to do it much, I said, yeah, I'm in. So I'm here, I'm happy, and Weather's great. It's a little bit warm. I've been hearing all about the course. I've been watching the show. And yeah, I hear it's, you know, some parts, there's a little bit conflicting stories, but it sounds like it's pretty fast, pretty smooth. And, you know, as you guys say, and everyone knows, it's going to get torn up today. And as the race goes on tomorrow, it'll get rougher and rougher. So super excited to be here again.
How do you feel about starting into the goat trail? Is that something they've done in the past, or is this relatively new?
Yeah, well, actually, so my first Parker race, I was thinking about that on the way here, for sure was 1986. It might have been 1984. I'm pretty sure. And we used to start on the California side, and we used to do about 20-mile loop over there, and then we'd load up on the trailers and trailer them across over to Shea Road where the start is today, and unload there and do 2 laps. And then I can't even remember which direction we went on the Arizona side, but I do know when I first started racing the score races that we started at Blue Water Hotel, and we did go straight into the rocks. And I think my recollection is when Casey Folks started running here with Best in the Desert, that's when we started going the counterclockwise. Yeah, the other direction. So ever since then, it's been going counterclockwise, and you know, I've been around it a lot. You know, again, I said I didn't get to pre-run, but you know, I can once I see it, I kind of, you know, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to be thinking about it in reverse, so I'm going to remember where I'm at, and then I'm going to try to process that corner going backwards. But yeah, I've raced backward. I raced both directions, so I think we'll be good. We'll see.
For sure. It sounded like I was talking to a couple different drivers, and they were making it sound like when you run this direction, there'll be a lot of people blowing turns because the turns tighten.
Yeah.
Instead of sweep open, they tighten this way.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of truth to that. And, you know, like I said, not being here to be on the pre-run, I actually dug through to see if I had old notes. And actually my son raced a few years ago in a UTV, and he had notes from the other direction. So I scammed those from him, and I've been studying them. And I know, you know, as I'm looking at his notes, I'm seeing, you know, hard left tightens and stuff like that, and I'm putting myself in that place. But yeah, I think this way the course flows. It's like more of it's downhill. I know it's a really weird thing to say, but I think it's faster this direction. Some of it's more downhill, and then I know, you know, in my mind, there's 3 or 4 corners that the corner gets increasingly tighter as you go through it. So. I think it will catch some people, and by the time, I'm sure it's happening today already, they're blowing the corners, getting off in the weeds. Yeah,
we're watching it live.
Yeah, it's you know, what an amazing thing with Starstream and, you know, all that, and what you guys are doing. It's just incredible. You know, I've had it on driving around all day on the iPad and sitting in the center console listening to the whole show. It's just amazing what's happening, and you know, even this shot, you know, from looks like up on a mountaintop with a stationary camera, but. You know, it's incredible, and I'm so happy to be part of the sport. I'm glad this is happening, and, you know, get it exposed, you know, to more and more people. This is, I recognize that section just like that, but that's after Midway. Okay. Headed out probably, I don't know the mile marker of Midway, but yeah, it's a lot of graded roads as you see there. It's a lot of fun. You know, a lot of 90 mile an hour, 100 mile an hour roads out on the far end. You know, the furthest part here. You know, I think you'll probably see speeds. The fastest trucks here will probably be doing, you know, over 130, I think, in that section. There's a power line road, and you go down it for a lot of miles, and it's super fast. So, yeah, and I think, you know, again, you guys are commenting, we'll see where they come in for the finish. But these UTVs looks like they're averaging 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, so far. We're getting really close to a finish also, if not already had one.
Yep, looks like.
There we go. That's Deegan in main pit right now. So it is 2:17. Give or take, we started at, it's 3:17.
3:17.
So we started at 1:30 to 3:18. That's not bad.
So like 2:15, right around there?
Yep, give or take.
Did you guys bet on that, I think?
Yeah.
Who won?
She beat me. I guessed 2:05. She guessed 2:12. Well. So she was way closer. I thought they'd get that last 20 miles way quicker going this way than they did.
Yeah.
So that was going to be my next question for you. You're starting behind Kevin. So all-wheel drive versus two-wheel drive. Is the McGilvery truck a big block?
Yeah, it's an ID design truck. Kevin's owned it for quite some time. I don't know the exact timeline, but he
this is the ID, not the Geyser?
No. So Jack and his dad are in the Geyser.
Okay.
That Jack and Kevin raced last year.
Okay.
And then Kevin had his ID design truck getting revamped. So yeah, it has a big block in it now. It got a lot of updates. earlier this year, he reached out to me, asked if I was interested in going to test with him, trying to get it sorted out. So I went and did that, and that turned into, hey, what are you doing at the Nevada 1000? And I'm going, I don't know, let me look at my schedule. We made some changes. We went away from that first test session, and they made some changes on the Fox shocks, and the ID Design guys did some changes, and we went back and tested a couple weeks ago to see how that came out, and then it turned into, hey, are you available to race Parker? And it's like, let me just make sure my calendar's clear, and it was. And I told him that I'd be gone at BF Goodrich seminar, and that I couldn't make the pre-run, and he was up for it, and so it just kind of barrel rolled into this, and now I'm here, and he let me qualify. We qualified second behind Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson. And he beat us by, the results say he beat us by half a second, but he actually they hit a cone or something, and so he got a 10-second penalty, so he only beat us by half a second. But, him being an all-wheel drive truck, it's definitely, having that all four wheels pulling, it's definitely a pretty big help. There's a lot of high-speed stuff here. I guess the best analogy I can give you, every time you slow down and then you go again, slow down and go again, the all-wheel drive has an advantage. You're not spinning the tires as much when you get off the corners. Top speed's very similar. They do have a Gibbs motor, so I think their truck can go just about as fast as the McGillivray truck, with the big block two-wheel drive. But typically two-wheel drive trucks probably can have more top speed.
Yeah.
But I would say both of our trucks could probably do 145 to 150 is what I would say. Will we do that here? No. But I definitely see the mid 130s for sure.
Just not enough space to sneak up to the 140s.
Yeah. It's and wheel spin. The two-wheel drive, we've done, collected data from the trucks before in the past and seeing, the actual mileage that you covered compared to the amount of mileage that the rear tires turned. So because they're spinning, you only went 10 miles, as an example, you only went 10 miles on the ground, but the rear tires went 12 or 13 miles because that's how much spin is happening compared to the four-wheel drive. So the four-wheel drive, the wheel spin is, much less, and I don't have any data on that, but I know, from driving all-wheel drive trucks and stuff that, they get a lot better tire wear. They can go farther on that. And, I imagine, and I don't know their strategy. I'll have to start working on that to see what Kevin and Harley, their strategy is. They'll probably go one lap. Well, they can probably go a lap and a half, so they could probably do a one pit. We'll pay attention to that. I mean, a lot of people want to share, so they'll do one lap gas and rear tires. That's probably what we'll do, one lap gas, rear tires, then one more lap gas, rear tires. I'm supposed to do the first two laps, then Kevin will jump in and finish out the last lap.
So if it's tight, will you possibly drive the whole thing?
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to be here driving. I'll do whatever it takes. It's Kevin's truck. It's his program, his plan. I'm putting input in when asked. And, I think last year Jack stayed in the truck. So we'll see. Yep. The co-rider that's going to ride with me, he told me this morning, he goes, just be prepared. We were going over the truck, and I was going through the tool bags and just, making sure I knew where stuff was. And as we were doing that and trying to go through the details, he said, be prepared to go 3, and because Kevin did not get in last year. So
and that's the constant professional that you are, Rob. Like, you want to know everything in the truck before you get in.
Yeah, for sure.
Tool bags, placements of stuff, what's where. Is that something so that if something goes wrong, you're ready, or is that so you know how the truck's going to work before you even get in it?
No, all of that. I mean, I've raced for over 40 years, and when I started racing, my dad basically, I was 16. He said, hey, and he raced for about 5 or 6, 7 years when I was a little kid. And then about 10 years later, he gave me the opportunity to do it. And I said, sure, I'd love to. And he said, one thing, though, you have to work on the car. And of course, at that time, I'm going racing, I'll work on the car. And then we got into it, and the first thing he had me doing was out in the yard sandblasting the chassis. And, about 2 hours in, I'm like, what did I sign up for? But, in hindsight, after all that happened, I realized, the benefit of that and learning the car and knowing, when you hear noises and of the car, and then later after the race, you're taking it apart and you go, oh, I know about that. You understand. So, this morning I knew I needed to go through the truck. I needed to know where stuff was in the tool bags. I needed to know where tools were. And, at this time of my career, I want to win. So,
of course.
yeah, exactly. So I wanted to, I'm learning, how, if we change the flat, we're going through that practice. I'm learning through, something happens, where are the tools, where are the parts, anything that can happen. I'm trying to learn and try to be as quick as we can for anything. Because, a lot of times, you can have issues, and if you can deal with them quickly, you can still win these races.
Of course.
They are very competitive. A lot of times you say, one or two flat tires could take you out of a win, and yes, that happens. But if you're not able to deal with that stuff in a timely fashion, then that you could be bummed, lose the race because of that. So
Yeah, and these races lately have been seconds. Like 10 years ago, races were won by 5-10 minutes sometimes. Now it's almost every race is within a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. I mean, I've won races by seconds. I've lost them by seconds. And when you look back, those seconds in either direction can be found many places. That's the great thing about off-road racing is, I have an analogy: go as slow as you possibly can to win, to keep it together. When I started, the vehicles were nowhere near as capable as they are today, and we had to take care of them. We had to save the tires, save the brakes, save the transmission, and just really, really take care of the vehicle. But over time, the technology's advanced, and I like to say, when these young kids come in, they go crazy. They're just wide open, and I'm like trying to tell them, I'm thinking, like, chill out. Like, we got a long race to go. But again, the technology today, it's so amazing. Like, you have to go, and if you don't, somebody will make it. So
Looks like Corey Weller just watched one of the cars on course. Sorry to interrupt you here, Rob.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah,
she was chasing Michael Mack, and it looks like they are stopped to help another racer that has had an issue.
Yeah.
I am not wanting to say this, but that does look like Michael Mack is currently the one sitting in front of her. Her car. Oh.
It looks like, they're getting out of that other car, and then it looks like if Corey's husband's still in there, he's going to check on him.
Checking on him, make sure everybody's okay. Yep, that's Michael Mack on his side. What a bummer for them. Looks like they're getting the navigator out. So here's a question that's appropriate timed. Obviously, practicing getting out as fast as you can.
Yeah, no, I got a great analogy of a true one that happened to me. It was in short course racing, but I got hit and rolled over, and I was laying upside down, and at that I just wanted to roll me back over because I want to still go win this race. And so when they came over, they rolled the truck back over, and when that happened, I saw the truck was upside down. The fuel had puddled in the air cleaner lid. When they flipped the truck back over on its wheels, everything started to go slow motion. I saw fuel in the air in front of me, and I saw it. I'm like, okay, let's see what happens. And all of a sudden, it lit.
It hit the headers and lit.
It hit the headers and lit, and I was in the fire. But I didn't feel I was on fire, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'm in the fire, and I need to get out. And I practice. I always think about that. Like, if I'm in the fire or upside down, whichever direction, how am I going to get out? So I'd already pretty much had it all down, and I wasn't worried. I wasn't panicked at all. So I just had to get out of the fire, and I wasn't on fire. So I got out, and when I got out of the truck, and I got out quickly, and I, jumped out and landed on my shoulder, on my side, and then I started to stand up, and I realized I was on fire. The reason why I was on fire is because that fuel hit my driver's suit, saturated it, and caught on fire.
Yep.
So that was a lesson for me that I didn't think about. So, to everyone, I can't, preach enough to, practice, have all the different scenarios about if you are upside down, how do you get out? If the car catches on fire, get all your exit routes. You may be laying on the driver's side or the passenger side, and you can't get out that window net, or, it may be laying in a way that you can't get out the front window. But you always have at least two ways to get out of the vehicle. And if you don't, you need to work on it, because your one exit point may not be available to you when you need it.
Yeah, given the situation of how you ended up there. I've worked in rescue at the races. I've seen cars in some of the worst spots you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Not to bring up bad memories, but I watched a 16 car go into a ravine, and there was no exit.
Yeah.
Roof, window nets, everything blocked.
Yeah.
So unless he could physically go past his back seat. I wonder if they hit each other.
They might have. I mean, they've stayed a long time. The other people, I think there's been thumbs up.
Are they flipping him back over?
Yeah, yep, looks that way. And there's rescue there as well.
Yep, that looks like Justin Pendley. Yep, they're getting out of the way. That is just outside of pit 3, Rob.
Yeah.
Like, they're right off Swansea Road.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of... So right after pit 3, you're parallel in the access road into pit 2. there's a lot of sand whoops in there, so in corners in there. I see, on the tracker where about they're at, but there's some pretty big sand whoops in there and some corners, and they might have been charging a little bit too hard. I'm not sure what happened, but they were definitely on their side. It's good to see them.
Here comes Nate Hale coming through main pit here. So, I know everybody keeps it kind of a close secret, but what do you factor on fuel mileage in them big ID designs, unlimited trucks?
Yeah, so these trucks, and I'll go give the broad scope of it now, but I would say anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5, 2.7 is the all-wheel drive, two-wheel drive fuel mileage. It depends. There's a lot more. This course has both. It has a lot of hard-packed graded roads, but it also has a lot of soft sand washes. A lot of times when you're running high mile per hour, some vehicles do better fuel mileage when they're held wide open.
Yep.
And others, and what I mean by that, if you hold it wide open, you're constant throttle. If you're in and out of the gas, you're like pumping gas into the motor, and you're using up more fuel. So I know I've been in vehicles that have got 1.5, and I've been in them that have got almost 3 miles a gallon, the same motor.
Same motor.
Yeah, so it really depends on the terrain you're in and how hard you're pushing. But yeah, Parker, I would think this is not a good fuel mileage race for everyone, honestly, because of the soft sand and the high speeds.
Soft sand, high speeds. And then so factoring that in, we're roughly 100-gallon cells in most of the unlimited trucks nowadays?
Yeah, I think a good average, 100, 115 some. My Geyser Trophy truck, we actually got it up to 125 gallons, and I didn't run too many races with that because I realized, we don't need to be going that far. I really did it for a Peninsula Run Baja 1000, but mine, I'm about 110 right now. So yeah, 100, 110 I think is the right place to be for an unlimited trophy truck. The 6100s, I think those guys are around there kind of the same too. I guess you kind of want to look at, there's obviously so many different strategies, but, kind of looking at how far your tires can go. All-wheel drives get better tire mileage. So in some races, I know they can go, 3 to 350 miles on tires. So you would want that fuel to try to get that far, which means you can't even carry that much fuel. I do hear, different people trying to add more fuel tanks and stuff like that, but.
So you think tires every lap here is going to be a given? Just for two-wheel drive, you're going to have to. Yeah,
the two-wheel drive, I think we can go 180 on tires, which we could do a strategy to go out to either, one of the remote pits and do that. Yeah. But I think we would still, I didn't look into that, but I think would have to still, because of the mileage of where those pits are, we'd still have to pit twice.
Yeah.
So, just doing it this way, it's probably a little bit easier. Just come into main. That's our strategy this race. The two-wheel drives will definitely use the tires up more. On the graded roads, you have all that wheel spin. It'll just be like, sandpaper across the tire, just wearing them out. And again, somebody mentioned earlier, they did take out a 5-mile section on the far west end of the track near start line. That was probably the most rockiest part of the track. So I think tire wear won't be too bad. And, us doing 120, when we dump fuel, we're going to, probably get less than 2 miles to the gallon. If it holds 100 gallons, 120 miles, we'll be 60 gallons we'll have to put in it. In that time it takes to put 60 gallons in, it'll probably be 30 seconds. So in that time, you can change the 2 rear tires. So you might as well just do it, play it safe. Exactly. So
you don't know if you got a little cut or something that's hiding.
Yeah, for sure. It's better to be safe than sorry, and they can change it a lot quicker at the pit than we can out on the course.
So onboard jacks on this truck?
Yeah, yep. There's onboard jacks, and I operate those from inside the cab, and we use a electric impact gun. So we talked through how we're going to do that, and so I think both the co-rider of this race, Keith Mila, who's going to ride with me. Normally Jake Endress is Kevin's co-rider, but he broke his foot, but he's also in the Class 10 race today, I think number 1065. He's the normal co-rider, but because he's got a broken foot, might say Don Angel.
Yep.
But yeah, Jake is normally the co-rider for Kevin, but since his foot is broke and Kevin wants to win this unlimited race, they're putting another co-rider in. So Keith is, I've known him for some time, and he'll be the co-rider, and he knows the truck too. That's the other benefit is I haven't been around the truck that much. I've never worked on it or done anything like that. I've taken video and camera photos of where parts are and pieces are and tried to memorize though, but to have someone in the vehicle riding with any of us that are driving that knows, has actually worked on the vehicle, when something happens, they can tend to it and fix it way quicker.
Night and day better.
Yeah.
As we're back on board with Gabe, and I'm hoping this isn't your guys' view tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope not either. I hear these are all rumors, but I'm hearing, and I don't know what they started. I thought they started 1 minute apart, but I'm hearing tomorrow we might start a minute and a half apart.
Okay.
So that'd be great. I mean,
that would be great.
That's also when you're a minute and a half, you're like, where is that guy? Is he still there? And until you get in a valley, if you're in some of the tighter sections with mountains, you'll see no dust and you'll think he's checking out on you. So I think it'll be a little bit of game of patience, not get worked up saying that guy's pulling away from me. I need to go chase after him.
It's funny how a minute 30 makes that big of a difference over like 30 or even a minute. Because at 30, you can almost always see the dust trail.
Yeah. I like
a minute, it's sporadic.
Yeah, trophy trucks and unlimited trucks and when they start a minute apart, it really makes the race different. I like to say we're hardly ever in the dust. You got to be within 45 seconds or less to be able to get into that dust. So when they have qualifying, typically the fastest guys qualify up front. So it's kind of like a little bit of an accordion effect. Those guys are supposed to be pulling away a little bit because they qualified faster. So compared to starting further back at 30-second gaps, like as soon as you leave the line, you're in the dust. So I'm a bit spoiled starting up front, and I have to remind myself, and my son Caden, he reminds me when we're doing notes together or something, about how it is 30 seconds apart. So I keep trying to remember that. And I'm happy to not have to deal with that stuff so often anymore.
I wouldn't say spoiled. You earned that spot. Thank
you. Yeah.
You went out there and laid it down. So I have a funny question for you. I've heard it 9 different ways. What does the 90% in on the side mean?
I got to go ask him because I do not know. And I think I've been told years ago. So Kevin and I think he's raced longer than me, honestly. Yeah. So we used to race against each other in the early 80s, mid 80s in Class 10. And I guess I'm a bit embarrassed. Hopefully he's not listening to not know that. Here
so
I am.
It's not a sponsor.
No, it's him. It's his.
So I've been told it means he's 90% Neanderthal.
Oh, maybe.
That's his claim to fame.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, he's a great guy, and he's very meticulous, and the things on the truck. Just some of the how deep dive he gets into the truck, and he wants to these things that he's telling about, these envisions that he has of stuff that's nobody's doing, and a few things like I've never heard anybody think of this either, but he's like that. He's been in the industry for a long time. His vehicles that he's always done are super meticulous, very simple yet very fundamental, sound. They're neat, and I remember, like I said, I raced against him in the 80s, and I remember going to look at his cars. We both had Cheneth Magnums back in the day, and I really admired all of his fabrication work and stuff like that on the truck. So, yeah, it's...
Kevin's been around a long time.
Yeah.
And I remember him from the old days of out here with Best in the Desert, and just... That truck you're in now used to be the blue one that said spec on the side. Okay.
Yep. I think it's
updated.
I think it's definitely like a 2000s truck. I don't know how early in the 2000s, but again, though, everything, like I said, everything on that truck except the chassis, and maybe some of that's been changed too, but all that has been updated. It's all new. He just did a major deep dive into upgrading the truck. I mean, the dashes, the wiring, fuel cell, just everything, a big block. It's got up-to-date parts, underdrive. It's got everything you need. It does. He did not want to upgrade the body, so it still has that original body that's been on it
forever.
Forever. Which it's got a really good sun visor. The roof, the visor that's connected to that is down pretty low. So I said, oh, he doesn't have sun visors in here, and then as I was saying that to Dave Peral at ID Designs, he goes, yeah, but it's pretty low. You might not need them. And I think you're right. And anyway,
does that ever mess with you for visibility going up?
Yeah, it can. I mean, and that's why, with a sun visor, you can raise and lower it, and the roof that's bolted on that front visor that comes down, I mean, it's there. It's there to stay. So, yeah, you could lose vision, going up the hill at times with that. But this body that he has on there has very good vision, and I also think these older bodies are pretty aerodynamic as well. They're kind of rounded, and some of the newer bodies have gotten a little bit more square. So
pushing the block through the air.
Yeah.
I was talking with some people at a race a while back, and what you were bringing up earlier, wheel speed versus actual speed. I was actually told one of the Herbst trucks going across the lake bed in Jean will have like 170 mile an hour wheel speed and 150 mile an hour actual speed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't doubt that one bit. And that's, you have a lot of horsepower, and then you're going across the dry lake, and then you have the wind resistance. So the horsepower is able to overpower the tire grip that's available, and it'll start spinning those tires. So a lot of times you actually, you can feel it too. It's kind of weird. It's kind of sketchy too. But as you're going, you're hooked up really good, and then just say you're going 140 or 130, and you all of a sudden you feel the rear tires slip they'll break traction and they'll slip. So the truck will, the back end of the truck will move around.
That has to be an unnerving.
No, it really is. And then also the aerodynamics. I mean, these trucks, they have over 20 inches of wheel travel in the front, over 30 in the back, and they're kind of not very aerodynamic.
No.
So you get a lot of buffeting, especially in the cab, depending on the dash in front of you or how the fiberglass in the hood is. I've had the air hitting me in the helmet, having to reach up and grab my helmet to hold it because it's shuddering so much. Last year, San Felipe, we were on a dry lake for about 20 plus miles, and for almost that whole way we were doing 138, 140 miles an hour, and the back window of that Gemco truck is pretty filled. It's got radiators and all that stuff in the back. It's a front engine, but I've never had the wind trying to pull my head out the side window as bad as I did that one.
Just
so
the
that,
airflow?
Yeah, the airflow. The air wasn't being able to go through the back of the cab, so it started building up and then was going out the driver and the passenger window. So I was going along about 10 miles in. I'm like, my neck's getting tight. I'm like, what's going on? And then I realized I was fighting my helmet, from being sucked out, my helmet head from being sucked out the window.
Neck's working a lot harder than normal.
Yeah.
That's funny because it's just not able to go through the radiator that fast and the stuff behind you. So it's got to find the slipperiest way out of the cab. But I'm excited for tomorrow. I really think it's going to be a pretty good battle between you guys up front, and I think we're going to see a lot of strategy and stuff come into play. I know you're consistent, fast, consistent, and you're going to be there no matter what. So I'm excited to watch you guys go. Any kind of plans on lap 1, lap 2, pushing, just seeing where we're at?
Yeah, I kind of, an analogy I have is when the green flag drops, they deal cards to us.
Yep.
And now you play the game and you take what you can get and you don't try to push it or force it. And you want to be there at the end. A lot of people push hard at the beginning, and I've already gone through strategy, who's in the class, who entered, where did they qualify, who do I think I'm going to be racing on the last lap. So I've already played all those scenarios in my head, and it'll keep happening through the rest of the day, the night, the morning when I wake up. I'll be playing that all. So I'm going to make sure I don't have any mistakes. I don't want to get a flat tire early or lose any track position. So I'm basically going to take what the course gives me tomorrow and be smooth and consistent. Plan on getting the truck to Kevin on lap 3 to get in hopefully the lead or in a very good spot, and then let him go from there. So you never know, though. I mean, Harley's the only one, or Kevin Thompson. I'm pretty sure Harley qualified, so he'll be starting. He's super fast, and we'll see what he does. He could go out and run super hard. Maybe he's trying to get a gap. I don't know what his strategy will be, but he's one of the fastest guys in the desert, so we'll see what he does, and we'll try to keep touch with him and, again, play that card game and hopefully come out on top.
I know the cards he's playing are run away from Rob.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And then behind him is a actual Class 1 car.
Yeah, Joe David, it's a 2-seat Gemco car that's been around just a little bit, but very fast. I talked to him before qualifying, and he's capable. I think first lap, if the track is as smooth as everyone says it is, that buggy has horsepower and weight, advantage. So
and a cutting brake.
And a cutting brake. So I think he can definitely, hang with us at, first lap, second lap. But if the track, which I'm sure it will, first lap, my analogy would be the course is going to be like a freeway. Second lap, you're going to, wow, there's a race here today. And third lap, it's going to be like a bomb went off. All the ruts are going to develop and the square edges and everything. So, and that's where, honestly, the trucks will have the advantage. Lap 1, I think buggy can stay with us. Lap 2, it'll start struggling a little bit. We'll probably start putting time on him. And then lap 3, I think that's where the trucks will excel and pull away from the buggies.
That'll be cool. I'm excited to watch that play out tomorrow, and I'll remember what you said today, and we'll touch back on it if we get the chance.
Absolutely. And we don't have a star stream. I'm really bummed about that. But in the future, I think it's something. I run one in the Score Series. But what an amazing thing. Again, I mentioned it earlier, George Hamill and all you guys doing the stuff, the streaming, and great show. Amazing.
It's really kind of changed the way everybody's viewed the sport the last year or so, and all the different races that have been doing this. It brings it to people that never knew about it.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm in the UTV world, just like your son. There's a lot of new people that did not know about this 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see fresh blood coming in, people from outside seeing it, and they're like, I want to race, and they build a race truck,
Yeah.
or a race car of some sort. So other than that, do you got anything you want to touch on before you get out of here, Rob?
No, I just, I want to thank, everyone at Legacy, Donald, Liz, the whole crew, everyone that's out there on the track, all the volunteers that help put this stuff on. I've been racing a long time, and I appreciate them for putting all the hard work in to allow me to do what I love doing, and it's awesome. And then, you and Pam doing a great job today. Keep it up, and tomorrow I hope you talk a lot about me, and hopefully I have a lot of this clear view all day long. No dust.
I'm bummed we don't have a live on your truck, because it's going to be a show. Yes, I hope for clear air for you, and I want to say your name a lot tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I plan to make you say it a lot tomorrow.
Well, Rob, thank you for stopping by, sir. I wish you and Kevin all the luck in the world, the whole team. Give us a show.
Yep,
That's all I can
absolutely.
say.
Thank you very much
again, sir, and have a great afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You guys be safe out there.
All right, I am back in the booth, and I have Wes Leffler here. You are racing tomorrow, and you're co-driving. But Wes, give us a rundown of the race course.
Oh, it's Parker's the course. It's the year. It always starts off the year, no matter which race you race. And excited to be out here, running it backwards this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've ran it both directions, so it's just backwards what we're normally used to. So it's pretty exciting. It's fast. It's got some technical stuff. The go trail's rocky, and there's a lot of gotchas, especially on that high-speed stuff. So
yeah, we were actually watching earlier, and it's those big roller sections that you really have to watch out for too, especially with the drop-offs like they have by the aqueduct and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some gotchas there, especially for the big trucks. You don't realize how fast you're going sometimes. You can see some of the more horsepower trucks like Harley and those guys out there, and they send it on some of those, and most of the time I know it's by accident.
So you guys, I overheard you guys are running a 6100 engine in yours?
Yeah, correct. We're running the Miller's Motorsports 6188.
Okay.
Miles Miller is my driver. Been riding with him for a couple years now. And so, yeah, we're excited to be here. Our plan is to race the full Legacy Series this year. Looks like Donald and them guys over there have put on a bunch of good races that are going to be really good this year. Some exciting stuff. So
Yeah, it's definitely. This is actually my first Legacy race. I personally have raced, but like I work Ultra 4, I work
Right.
King of the Hammers, all that kind of stuff. So being here for the first time for Legacy is like really awesome because desert's my background and everything. But I've never got to meet you, and here I get to meet you live on television.
yeah, it's funny. We're watching the UTVs here on the
Yeah.
screen, and that's where I came from. I raced in the UTV class in the Pro Turbo class with the Romo Motorsports team for several years, 4.5 years. So we've raced Parker several times. I've raced it in the trucks now, and moving up to a spec truck, it's a big step, but it's really fun. It's really different, but it's really fun.
And I want to touch base with you on that because I personally have never been in a truck. So I was class 10, then into the UTVs and all that stuff. And I hear drivers and co-drivers that transition from UTVs or buggies into trucks, and it's just a completely different kind of driving style.
Yeah, so it's like the trucks, they're built so tough, and it's different because you can smash stuff really hard. You be in a truck, and the things that they hit, even if you were able to get a ride with one, you'd be like, oh my gosh, this guy's probably going to break this thing in half, or whoever's driving. And in the UTVs, you do hit stuff hard, but if you were to hit the stuff as hard as a truck, it's not going to last. You're going to break something. The UTVs are getting a lot stronger, but at the same time, the UTVs are almost as fast in a lot of these sections. You get in some of these washes, and UTVs are faster than the trucks because you can just rail the corners,
Exactly. Having
like
that
short
all-wheel
course.
drive and stuff.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly, and it pulls you through. So, they're similar, they're different, but if a UTV hit the stuff that a truck hits at the same speed, it probably wouldn't last as long. So.
Yeah, they're getting stronger, but they're never going to be as strong as these trucks.
Absolutely, absolutely, and they're going to be faster in some sections. In other courses where it's tight and technical, they're going to be faster in those sections just because trucks aren't as nimble.
Right.
But when you get out into those all-wheel drive trucks, when people are running the all-wheel drive Masons, they're pretty much faster everywhere now.
Right,
So,
exactly.
So.
Well, and with you saying that too, like we were talking about like lap times and stuff, like how long is it going to take to do a lap? And honestly, I was thinking, I think I said 2:12 for today, and I think it was very close, but like tomorrow for you guys in the trucks, like obviously you're faster, like you're saying, in certain sections you're going to have more speed and everything, but what do you think your lap time will be? I guess like a 1:57.
Yeah, I would think the top guy's probably going to run right around 2 hours, maybe a couple minutes slower than that. And then I would think the top 6100 maybe be a few minutes slower than that. There are some sections that are still really rough to where a truck can just hammer through them. Plus, racing after the smaller classes and the UTVs and the Class 10s and stuff like that is they create a lot of like little chatter, a lot of stuff that's not, the trucks don't really make that stuff. So that'll play a little bit of a role. But I would be the fastest guy probably, like you said, 157, and I would think, lap 2, lap 3, they're probably getting the 2-hour marks and maybe 2:05.
Yeah, just
like
because
that.
the rutting out and everything. We
Yeah.
actually were noticing this morning while we were watching it, even off the start line, some of the areas, like when you guys start and you do that, like the horseshoe thing,
Oh, yeah.
it was already kind of getting a little soft right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing is it's soft. So there's a wash right around mile like 70-ish, and we start going up that wash. It's super soft, and it's uphill. Usually we're running it downhill so you can carry a lot of speed, but it's uphill.
Yeah.
So the truck's bogged down a little bit there. With the spec motor, we're running, 500-600 horsepower in those big trucks, but they're 6,000 pounds.
Right.
Whereas, a UTV, all-wheel drive, they're running 200 to 250 horsepower, and they're 2,500 pounds. So they can accelerate and get on top of that stuff. But that chatter that they create, I used to laugh because I used to race in side-by-sides, and they would be like, oh, stupid side-by-sides are making all this chatter. But now I'm one of those guys that's like, oh, God, this stuff it's really not fun. So.
Well, let's touch base on that too. You're saying, now you're going uphill on this wash and it's sandy and everything, so that also plays a different game for fuel mileage.
Yeah, correct. So, they make it pretty easy. They let you strategize, pretty good. Donald and them setting up the 4 different pits. So there'll probably be some strategizing out there, whether or not you stop sooner or push it to later. Obviously, tires also play a role in that because unlike side-by-sides, trucks eat up tires. especially your trophy truck, your full trophy trucks. Spec trucks usually last a little longer, but still chew them up. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to let anybody know what our strategy is, but I know that a lot of the fast guys that are here, it's exciting. You know, having 34 trucks in a spec class, it's fun. And I think Donald puts on such a good event that he gets these trucks and he makes it fun for them. Other organizations, you're not going to get that many trucks, so
yeah.
I don't know. We got our work cut out for us, you know, but there's some fast guys, and luckily they're in front of us, so they can set the pace. Hopefully they choose a worse pit strategy than us, and we're able to, you know, capitalize on that. So,
well, and those pit strategies too. I mean, we see it all the time. You know, you calculate your fuel mileage and everything, and then you're like, wait a minute. Sometimes you second guess yourself. Like, we actually just saw this at King of the Hammers. Like, people are like, can we make it to the next pit or not? Like, it's the same way with all of this desert racing, and you calculate it. But then if you're using more than you should be, and then it changes everything.
Yeah, and there's a lot of parameters, whether it's the terrain, I mean, whether or not you have a fresh motor or a motor that's got some hours on it, you could take away the gas mileage. Poor Phil Blurton, as we saw, you know, I watched that live. You know, such a good guy, and I just felt for him there. But yeah, you got to be on top of your game. We actually had a little bit of hiccup in the last Legacy race where we started sputtering about 2 miles from the finish, and luckily it was downhill and it was hard packed, and we were able to make it to the finish. But yeah, you got to be on top of your game. Your pit crew's got to be on top of the game. They got to know, and then they got to be really fast. I mean, you can't sit in these pits for a minute anymore and still capitalize. You got to have a pit crew that can get you in and out of there with fuel and tires in 30 seconds or under.
It's so cool. I always call it NASCAR style, right?
It is. It really is. You know, NASCAR is super fast, and Formula One's super fast. But I mean, these tires are 150 pounds a piece, and they're hot. And then we're pumping, 3 gallons a second with these Pressure Pros. But when you have a 10-gallon fuel cell, if you're real low, it's going to take longer. So
is that how big your guys' fuel cell is?
Yeah, most trucks are about 100 to 110. Some go even bigger than that. And then those Pressure Pro systems can put about 3 gallons a second. So, but if you're doing 90 gallons, that's 30 seconds of straight fuel.
Yeah.
So.
And then you have some associations, like Robert and I were talking about earlier, like some associations you can't do certain things to the car or the truck whenever you're in the pit stop while the fuel's going on. So that plays a whole nother ball game a whole nother wrench into the game, I should say.
Yeah, we definitely preach that. Number one is safety over anything. We get us out fast, but we don't want you to get hurt.
Right.
And it's important to, when you're running those fuel systems like that, is to have somebody that understands it and knows it. And it's not just, hey, go fuel. I mean, they need to know, they need to understand the safeties of it, because it can go really bad really fast with that stuff. So
definitely. And that's also too, all the safety equipment and all that stuff. Do you guys practice your pit stops?
So we're like a little bit of a smaller team. So depending on the race, we hire out. Mahila Motorsports is going to pit us this time, and Mo and his team, they've been doing it for years and years and years. And so these longer races, we usually bring them in so that we can have a different pit strategy.
Okay.
But all the guys that we have been doing it for a long time. So if we ever get a new guy in, they usually start with an extinguisher or rolling a tire to a tire changer. And, at that point, usually people get the bug and they want to practice and become something else. So when I'm not doing this, I actually help pit a team in Mexico, Menzies Motorsports, and my job is fueling. So, so we understand. I understand what goes into it and the safety and stuff like that. But it's really important for the people to be confident in what they're doing. Everybody wants to do a tire until that truck comes rumbling in, and you're fumbling and you don't know. So So, but
talking about that too, because you just said that things can happen really quick, and it's happened. I was actually just showing Brian, who owns Master Fabrication. I was showing him a picture of my husband in our race car, and it was on fire. Like, it just happens so quick, and you don't know. And another race that I was working, there was a UTV and fueling, and the whole thing just went poof up. And it's like, if you don't have your crew ready with those fire extinguishers, it can get really bad really quick. And I mean, it was a 12-hour race for this guy that it was like 2 hours into the race, and he caught fire, but he ended up finishing because the crew was so on it, and he ended up winning. But it's just one of those things where you have to, you said you preach it. We preach it too. It's something that we always talk about: safety first, and make sure that you're prepared. I always say be prepared for the worst.
Absolutely. We had a hiccup last year at King of the Hammers actually when Bryce was racing the side-by-side, and the vent just didn't vent very well, and I was fueling him with just the dump cans. And it was funny because Robert, he called me out on it later because he knew I was the one fueling it, and it the vent overflowed real quick and ignited real fast. But we had our guy with the extinguisher. Before I yelled fire and Bryce was getting out, Bryce didn't even have to get out of the car.
Oh, wow.
We got it out, fixed what we needed to do, and he took off.
That's good.
And that's so important because it can happen like that.
Right, exactly. I just glanced as you and I were talking, and I saw Max Gordon in the pit.
I saw him. It looked like he was changing a belt there in the pit.
Yeah.
Max is such a smart kid. He knows so much about that car. People don't give him a lot of credit. Like, yeah, Robbie is his dad, and they built that company. But Max is very smart. You can see him there on the
He's
there.
Down there.
Yeah, he is the one working on that car. He's probably telling everybody exactly what's wrong and what needs to be fixed. And if anybody's going to fix it, it's going to be him.
I have to say, so I work Nora also, and when they were coming in, I think it was the 1,000 last year. As Robbie was coming in, Max was already in, and he's already looking over Robbie's car. Like, Max knows every single little thing about that, and that's what's so good about him. He's 16 years old, and he can probably go build that car by himself.
Absolutely. I had a really good friend that had one of the first speeds, and he's having issues here with this and that, and Max was the go-to.
Yeah.
We called Max,
Yeah.
and Max would tell us, or Max would bring us what we needed, or Max would tell us how to in order to get the problem fixed. He's very smart. He's taken it upon, kind of following his dad's footsteps. But if you have a speed car and you have questions about anything, Max Gordon is the guy you need to get a hold of.
Well, and when you talk, and in reality too, like when you sat and you were talking to Robbie, like you can see Robbie's brain is, I swear you can see it always going. And Max is a lot like that. So you're talking to Max about the race or this or that, and he's like pretty much just exactly like
I think
Robbie.
I think their car, they're still working on it and stuff like that. Max has obviously shown some speed. Some really fast speed. He's a great driver.
He is.
He's been driving since he could walk.
We were saying before he walked earlier.
Yeah. So and he's such a good kid. Like if you go talk to him, he's really down to earth, and he'll really help you with whatever you need help with.
Oh yeah, and he's good. He's like you're saying, he'll help you with whatever, but he knows his stuff. But 16 years old, and speaking of 16, you got Cade Martin right here. I think he's 16 or 17 years old. These kids are out here racing with you guys basically, right? And look at Jack Oligas. He's 17 years old and he won the championship last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Jack personally really well, and he's stepped it up. I can remember when I was racing side by sides in the pro class, and he was in the juniors class at the time, and I'd always go up to him for the race, and I swear he was like 13 years old, and I'd be like, "Hey, bud, you got this, you got this." And I remember when he moved out to Pro Turbo, he just seemed so nervous, and now he's racing trophy trucks and winning championships. So it's like, oh, what can you teach me, Jack, type of thing. So.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he was in here earlier on and came in up and interviewed and stuff, and he rode with Steve yesterday in qualifying, and so it's just kind of cool to get his perspective about riding with his dad and seeing the father-son team go out there and do that. But
I spoke to them after that, and Steve's like, "Yeah, it used to be I wanted to ride with Jack so I could give him pointers, and now he's riding with me and giving me pointers because he's like I took about a year off, and so Jack's now the one that's teaching me." So
well, and with you working with Bryce Menzies and stuff, I know that you guys, that team is huge, and then all these other teams that you are with. But mentoring all these kids too. Yes, Jack has his program with Steve and everything, but these kids still look up to the other teams like you guys.
They absolutely do. And you're talking about Gonzalez, who I think is out leading the race right now. I can remember that kid was 8 years old and was racing a 150.
Yeah.
And his brother also, who's super fast.
Dallas.
Dallas is super fast. Same thing. And now these kids are, Dallas is planning to race the whole Score Series this year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like what?
I think he's, I have all their stuff down here.
Yeah.
Dallas, I'll have to find it while we're talking. But yeah, I think Deegan's 13 or 14 years old?
I think he's 14 or 15
I'll have to
most.
find it
At
here.
the most, yeah. And he's got that brand new Matag chassis car. It's brand new.
So good.
Yeah, and that's the big dog class. That's the Pro R class. And then Dallas at King of the Hammers coming in third place. That was one of the most stacked UTV classes I've ever seen, and it was rough. I did a lap of the truck, and I'm like, oh. So
I heard I didn't get out on course this year very much, but man, what you guys all go through when you get out there on that course. Just like this though, Parker's not easy at all. You were talking about earlier, the goat trail. That's probably my least favorite part about Parker.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you can take the chance and burn through that as fast as you can and get lucky. Mm-hmm. Or you can take it easy and still get a flat.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
and then a flat's going to put you down a couple minutes, and then more dust, and Yeah, so.
All right, so yeah, Deegan's 14.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then Dallas is 18.
Yeah.
So super cool though. But no, the young kids in the sport and everything, and watching them out here racing again. Here we're on board again with Cade Martin, and Ashton Perfect is his co-driver, and they've been racing together for a year. But they used to race against each other.
And this is a class 10, right?
This is a class 10, yeah.
Yeah. So that takes a lot of skill because you're shifting a ton. You got to keep those cars moving.
Yes.
But then, this is a class that I always wanted to own a car and drive, just because it's, you can have fast cars, but it's not as expensive as others, and it's just open wheel, just powerful. But then, players with their 4-cylinder motors, similar. So.
Yeah, it's a fun class. That's actually, I came from class 10, so it's a really, really fun class, to be honest with you. So if you ever get a chance, you should get one.
I've rode one time, and it was the wildest ride I've ever ridden with. I rode with a team out of down south, the Gutierrez family.
Oh, yeah.
Arnaldo, and that guy is a wheel man. And,
Right.
I enjoyed it, but I was pretty excited when it was over. But it opened my eyes. So
Yeah. No, it's a fun class. I mean, it's a competitive class, and it's kind of like if you think about like the people that start in 1600, like that's a driver's class, right? That's going to teach you to drive a race car. And class 10 is similar in a way. I mean, except for the suspension obviously is way better, but class 10 is one of those driver's classes.
Absolutely, and that's really why I love 6100 is because it's similar. We all have similar platforms, the motors, the power, everything's there. We have different technologies and stuff, but the power is there, and you got to drive. I mean, for instance, just had this guy walk past me on my right, Brent Fox, who, he races more than anybody I know, and I'm hoping that we can chase him tomorrow, and he keeps us, going fast.
Yeah.
And
you don't want
that's
to chase
what's
him,
fun.
be in front of him.
Well,
Let him
he's
chase you.
starting in front of us, so yeah, I'm hoping we can get in front of him, but then I have to worry about him being behind me. But
Okay, so I got to ask you, like the dust. Does the dust get to you?
so
Are afraid of the dust?
So it just depends. It depends on where you're at. You got to know as a co-driver, you got to know a lot of things. You got to know about wind. You got to know about different soils. It sounds really weird, but in my head, I'm thinking about different sections. So if we're stuck behind somebody in the dust, I'm already thinking 5 miles ahead, and I'm thinking of when the soil's going to change, or if we're going to get the breeze that I know is there, to I can either slow my driver down or I can push my driver faster. There's a lot that goes into it. I always tell everybody, I'm really driving the truck, because I can say whatever I want, and you're going to listen, and you're either going to push the brake or the gas. But you want to be safe, number one, but you're not going to do yourself, your team, any favors if you push too hard just because you're upset at being in the dust. So you got to be really smart. So you got to know that. You got to know if the soil is going to be dry or wet, what kind of soil you're dealing with. Because once you get to a silt patch, there's no point.
No, that
There's
baby
no
powder.
point. Yeah, there's no point of pushing through a silt patch because, you can't pass anybody. You're not going to get around them, And another thing is you have a chance of getting stuck, so you can't stop.
Right.
So yeah, the dust doesn't bother me too much. It does get intense.
Yes,
and
it does.
you get, I get tensed up because you just think your brain's like, I can't see anything, but I know that there's somebody who's just going to be stopped right in front of us. You know, but that's kind of the sport that we're in. And I always tell my drivers to look at your veggies, and what that means is look on your right and your left and look for bushes, because we know there's going to be bushes on the right, there's going to be bushes on the left. I can tell you the corners that are coming up, but that's how you're going to be able to keep it on track, is by looking, because most of the time there's not a bush in the middle of the course. So I'll tell them, look for your vegetation, look for your veggies on the side, or keep a center, and I'll tell them, in about a mile we're going to have a wind change, we're going to be turning right, or you see like a corner right here, like if we were following this car right here and that dust, I know that there's going to be another hard left. So if we're right on him, he's going to brake for that hard left. And if we can close that dust gap to where we can see the car, we're not getting it in our face. So there's that dead man zone.
Right.
And once you cross that, you're good. Because then I can just be like, turn the siren on, push the pass, get out of the way, or
if they're listening to you.
If they can't hear us and the push to pass is broken, then we just kind of let them know that we're there, and usually they move out of the way.
Well, and I have to be honest with you, we were literally talking about that earlier on. Like when you're driving in the dust, once you get what you call the dead man zone, once you get past that and you can see that car, you stay on there. You don't want to lose that tail end, because if you lose it, then you're backing off the gas again until you can get back up there, and it's really honestly the truth. Like, you have to stick on that because
Yeah.
now you're telling your driver there's going to be another lane coming up or whatever where you guys can actually get it passed around.
Yeah.
But in another thing, what you were just saying too is the co-driver really is driving the car. Like, you're not in the steering wheel, you're not on the gas pedal or the brake, but you're telling your driver everywhere to go. And this is something that we always talk about, that the co-driver is key. As long as you get along with that driver and that driver listens to everything you say, because there's sometimes people start butting heads.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
if you have a good co-driver, you're going to do great.
And I mean, obviously, as a co-driver, and I don't want to like toot my horn or say that because Miles, my driver, he's a great driver, and everybody that I've ridden with, have been great drivers. But you're right. There's so much that I always say there's so much that a driver doesn't know that we do in the right seat. And one thing I didn't mention in the dust is it's really hard, but you got to push yourself through it. At least this is what I do is I'll focus on the GPS and be like, there's no point in me looking at the dust.
Right.
I'm not seeing anything. You're not seeing anything. So I'll just say, hey, my head's down. Just drive what you can see. And I'll zoom in because as we zoom in, you get more detail. And I think that's another important thing because automatically when it gets dust, you get scared. You want to see that car that you're about to run into, and you got to teach yourself that you're safe, you're harnessed, chrome molly cages.
Oh, Max is going again.
Oh, here we go. Car screaming.
Yeah. Looks like they might have been changing an axle or something.
Yeah, it could have been an axle or a belt or something, but you notice it didn't slow him down much. I mean,
I don't know.
This section right here, this is right off the start, so.
I think his buddy Cole is riding shotgun with him. They
Okay.
ride together
Yep.
At Nora and stuff too, and all the races actually.
Yeah, so.
And Cole rode shotgun at King of the Hammers for Max and Robbie in the 4400 class.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In the Gomez truck?
In the Gomez truck, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So he's got a lot of seat time with both of them.
Yeah, that's the thing is Max, he'll fix something, get back in it, and he's going to make up time.
Yes, he will. He's, again, just like his dad, he can drive.
I'm trying to listen to the language because we all have different languages and then what we call out. But
yeah. Oh, now we got another one. 1874. Looks like maybe it's just a tire, but both of them are out of the car. It looks like as well.
that being up on a jack, I would assume that's an axle. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's coming out now.
Yep.
So looks like the inner boot. Yeah, you can see the inner boot's toasted.
Looks like an axle game right now.
Yeah.
Then.
So a lot of times what happens is those axle boots are a little bit of thicker plastic. They're not like that spongy material, and they'll balloon out. And when they balloon out, it seeps just a little bit. Once that seal's popped, you might as well stop and change it because rocks and everything are getting in there. You're going to smoke it.
Yeah.
It's done.
So there's also those kind, I don't know who makes them, the kind that are kind of like that cloth. Have you ever seen those kind?
Yeah. So a lot of those are like, they call, Seal Saver makes it, it protects the boot.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see a lot of these top teams, what they do is they vent the axles. So basically you take a zip tie or a straw, or everybody does different stuff, and you put it in the seal so that when that pressure builds up, it has a way to seep out the air so it doesn't balloon and burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want that to happen.
So
for
whoever
sure.
this team is, maybe you guys should do that next time, and hopefully that'll help you.
They're probably going to be maybe going back and watching this, so we'll see. So the
Yeah.
1874 that was. I have so many notes right here. Got to find the right classes, but that was the Steve Luley. They're out of Montana.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So this is a section right here that's got a lot of gotchas. This is right along the canal, probably like mile 20-ish, I think.
Okay.
So
899. Let's see where they're at. Yeah, that area we were talking about that earlier too. Like it's super fast, but also like you're saying, the gotchas.
that's one thing I was, because with difference between side-by-sides and trucks is that side-by-side you might be able to hit something a little bit different than the truck. And in that section, there's a lot of things that I had to adjust, like my mindset on when I went to the trucks, because if you pancake a truck and then there's another lip, you're just gonna go for a ride.
Ooh, I'm looking at the tracker really quick. 1881 of Deegan Dodge is actually, Deegan is, I don't know why it says Deegan Dodge because it's not Deegan Dodge. Gonzalez.
He stopped.
He stopped. 0 miles per hour at race mile 40.
Oh, I hope he's okay. So right there, there's a hard left, hard right. Yeah.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, you're coming downhill. It's super fast coming across that valley.
Well, hopefully hopefully he's all okay. But yeah, 1074, Bronson Chiramonte is coming up behind him right now. But he was the leader.
Yeah, we did some pre-running with Deegan.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he's a fun kid to be around.
I've never actually met him. So Dallas, my kids raced against Dallas before whenever they were younger, but I've never met Deegan.
Yeah,
Like, actually talk to him.
Yeah, they're good kids, both those guys and their crew, everybody.
And they have the GSP. I can't remember his name. GSP does all their engines and stuff. They've been with him forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1861. Nate is running right now third on course. But 1880, Luke Matthews also.
Okay.
Let's see, and Todd Jackson. So we have 5 cars right now.
Those are the front 5 cars on lap 2.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what he could have broken there unless he popped a belt. But
Or maybe a tire. Maybe they're just changing a tire. But
Maybe.
I don't know what the time frame is. What from the time that they stop and it turns red. Like I know there's like a certain time frame on it.
yeah.
I'll have to find that out from racing tracks.
I think they actually have to stop. I just know there's a jog in the road there that's it's dangerous.
Well,
It's dangerous. So I'm hoping he didn't just forget
Yeah.
about it.
yeah, because I mean he obviously has been up front. So
Yeah.
oh, you know what? There's somebody up here already. Who is this?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's up at the top of that wash.
Who is that? I think that's Brody Akins. So it looks like Brody Akins.
And he was a #1 qualifier for Class
Mm-hmm.
10. He can't be that old either, I would assume.
Let's see, Brody Akins. Let's look at that. 17 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're young and they're
Look,
fearless.
it just updated, and now he's even farther down.
Young and fearless.
Yeah.
So how long have you been in desert racing then?
So I started out at pit crew about 11 years ago. One of my best friends worked for BJ Baldwin and his team.
Okay.
They invited me to a Baja 1000 just to help out, and from then on, I think I've missed, I don't know, maybe 1-2 score races in the last 11 years.
Oh, wow.
And then a few years later, I got my opportunity to co-ride. First race I ever did was New Mexico Code 500, and I did it in a 7S. And we were talking about this earlier with some buddies. It was an experience. So 7S is, leaf spring rear, Ranger, like low horsepower. I didn't know anything, and I was with Valdez Racing, Willie Valdez, who was Bryce Menzies' crew chief.
Okay.
And they had their own truck, and we went race. I raced with his son, and I did 285 miles. Needless to say, the next morning I could not walk.
Oh my goodness.
And then a few months after that is when Sierra Romo.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm really quick. There's a female changing the tire right here. I love it.
She's getting the Ugga Duggas.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's tightening or taking off, but she's doing what she's got to do.
Yep, that's what happens whenever your crew might be a little bit smaller too.
In shorts and a tank top.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No. And so Sierra and her dad Randy ran one car the year before, and then she was getting her own car, and then I kind of did like a tryout with them, and then I raced with Romo Motorsports for about 4.5 years.
Okay.
With Sierra, I was with her every single race for 4.5 years, and she's a phenomenal driver and still racing. Jeff Powell's now her co-rider, and then it came time where I was just kind of like, I need to step up. I need to do something, and I had been asked to ride with Miles, but I'd already committed for the year with Sierra, and so the following year I decided, okay, it's time to go to trucks. It's kind of like the goal I always had was to race in trophy trucks and to do that, and so started racing with Miles. I did a section of Vegas Reno with Jack Olgas and his team, and rode with Jordan Dean and got that experience. The Householders, I've do a lot with them.
Yeah.
Trevor's one of my best friends, so I've been out testing. I help them with their pits sometimes, and I raced with them once. And then 2023, I got the opportunity to race with Terrible Herps at the Baja 1000. I rode with Riley Herps, and we ended up winning the Baja 1000. So after that, it was like I just wanted to go experience it. Your life goal, or not my life goal, but my goal in racing was just to go race the Baja 1000, and I got that opportunity to do it with such a great team and great driver, and then we ended up winning it. And so it was like, I don't know, it's
the bug that you can't get out of
and
you.
you can't get rid of it. And so my full-time riding job though is with Miles, and that's what the plan is for this year. And maybe there'll be some other races where somebody needs me to fill in and do stuff. I always try to look at like the best co-riders and things that they're doing. Oren, I get to pull his ear sometimes. Bryce is co-rider, and I mean, the guy is just an animal.
Right.
Just an animal. I mean, he gets out and changes the tire in 40 seconds.
Isn't that
40
insane?
seconds.
I know. By himself.
Yeah, 40 seconds. And, and then I always kind of like pick his ear about like, what do you say for this note and how do you call this? Because, people do rally notes and people do plain language notes. And so, yeah, that's how I got my start. That's where I'm at now. And, I'm just trying to do the best I can. I'm definitely learning every time. I think that if you don't continue to learn, you're doing yourself a justice.
Right.
So definitely not the greatest co-rider, would never claim that. I got a lot to learn, but I feel that I know enough to to win races and to help Miles, drive the best he can. So that's our goal.
So you're very well rounded in this racing world.
Yeah. And
You've done a lot.
I bring my wife around, and we go to all the races, and she's there. She's the timing queen. She's the one with the tablet, and she has all the stuff. And I've tried to do it a couple times. I just mess it up.
Love it.
So we're just living that off-road life and enjoying it. And when we're not racing, we're usually out in the side-by-sides, and we're doing stuff with my friend Nick Olson, who owns Chupacabra Off-Road. So we go on so many adventures with him all over the world and all over the country. So yeah, we're just moving on and doing our things, but we're excited to be here. We're excited for Parker, and just anxious to get out there.
Yeah.
Having this day off is not good for me.
No, definitely not. But here we are, Brody Aikens again. Like, this is another fast section for these guys. It looks like here. I know you probably know exactly where that's at.
Yeah, so he's headed back into pit 2.
Is that Powerline Road?
Yeah, so it's Powerline Road. So it's about 9 miles of just pinned. But right in the middle, there's a hard left. Like, I'm sure there's going to be tracks 30 yards past it, because if you're in the dust or you're just not paying attention, you're going to miss it.
We actually did see somebody. Ooh, Cade Martin slowing down. Oh, he's going into the pits. Okay.
Yeah, speed's on there.
I'm like, oh no, what's going on with Cade?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's definitely
I'm
one of
in.
those things. We saw somebody earlier on. I stop talking when I hear the co-drivers.
Yeah.
Because it's really cool.
Yeah,
that
you want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, there he goes, back up on it.
Yep.
Ashton looked like he pushed a button, so I know that like the trucks, you guys. I don't know if your truck has it or not, to where it's a
does,
speed
yeah.
control.
Yeah, so
For the pits?
yeah, in the spec truck we try not to use it very much because sometimes it can load up the fuel. But they've developed some other things now. It's basically like cruise control, so you don't have that issue.
Yeah.
So we have it, but these speed zones are so short. But if you're in a race where you have like 30 miles or something like that speed zone, or even a couple miles, it's keeping it perfect is very, very difficult. Oh, looks like they got the axle changed and they're heading out there in the Mavar.
That's really good to see them back going again. Oh, we have the 1055 has stopped also. Joey Ruffo.
Oh, I know.
Lap 101.
I know Joey really well. Yeah, he's a good guy.
He
Real good
stopped
guy.
at race mile 50 and only on lap 1. So
yeah, he's got some issues.
let's see. 1077 is now all the way over around to race mile 60. I mean, no, I'm saying 60 just because it's what it is.
Yeah,
and you've
yeah.
already done it. But yeah, out in front right there. I wonder if we have.
Is Deegan still?
Deegan is still stopped. So that would be awesome if somehow or another we could get some kind of update on Deegan. That's such a bummer.
Yeah.
Being stopped for now a while. I mean, now he's like 4th car.
Yeah. That's
Bummer.
too bad.
You know,
That's too
it's one of those things too where you can be leading the race and
Doesn't matter.
a $2 part can take you out.
Yeah, the desert doesn't care.
No, definitely not.
Doesn't care. I always say the best races are when you get to the finish and you get out and you look and you're like, oh, 2 more miles we were done.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? Look at that
Yes.
bubble in that tire, or oh wow, that Heim is not looking so good.
Yeah, so George with Starstream, we were talking about, I used to race UTV World Championship because I think I have a picture racing against you at UTV World Championship. And the year that I had my, I had a Razor that I was racing, it was a single seat, and I got hit right off the start. Like legit, somebody like hit me, and I thought I was done. Well, I kept going. I ended up finishing the race, but when I was done, my husband, I came in and he's like, I don't know how you finished. It's like, I don't know how it held on by
Was
2
that
bolts.
the mass start?
Yes, like
Yeah.
20 across.
Yep. I remember those days.
Ugh.
They were fun, but they were so nerve-wracking.
No, yeah, totally.
Those first 3 corners for sure.
Yeah.
And that's George had a bad get off there in
Yeah.
the short course.
Mhm.
Got his injuries back there. And,
Right.
But he was super fast in that Yamaha.
I think it was that year.
Yeah.
That I went off the start.
I was there that year when that happened, and
Yeah.
they got him out of there pretty quick. But well, not really quick, but they got him medical attention quick.
Right,
but
right. Okay, so the section right here, is that that's not
That's right off the
main?
start, yeah. So
Okay.
that's right off the start. So all that stuff you're seeing there, that's the camping on the other side of Shea. So this is like mile 2.
Okay.
So as he's coming through here, the holes are going to get a lot bigger, and then there's some big holes that he'll hit before he gets into the rocks.
Okay.
And then the rocks go from about mile 3 to mile, I don't know, 15 or so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those rocks are fun.
Yeah. As long as I don't get a flat, I don't care.
Yeah, right. Well, have you been practicing?
Because there's nowhere to pull over that's going to make it easy. So
yeah, unfortunately.
It is what it is. So.
Well, I'm going to let you step on out, but
Appreciate
thank you
it.
so much for coming in. Good luck tomorrow. Hopefully
Appreciate it.
we
Thank
see
you.
you at the finish line. And
yeah, that's the goal, and hopefully everything goes well, and hopefully everybody has a safe race.
Yes.
That makes it the best.
And
so.
smooth and steady wins the race, right?
That's right.
Or
That's
get
right.
you to the finish line.
That's right. All right, I
well,
appreciate it.
Thank you so much for stopping in, and again, good luck out there tomorrow.
All right, have a good
one.
one.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right. Good talks there. We do have quite a few people that are waiting to come on in here and chit chat, but we also want to make sure that we give some shout outs. But here we are back live now. That is the 1019 of Josh Burns right there. And really fast, we're going to bring Robert back in here. Robert, that was a great conversation with Wes.
Wes is a good one always.
Yeah, I've never
Been around
actually
the sport
talked
a
to
long
him.
time.
Yeah.
Ridden with a lot of fast people.
Exactly. I was asking him about his history and everything going through it. So that was really cool to get to chit chat. I love talking to drivers that I haven't actually met before. So
yeah, it's just all natural. You get to learn about them
exactly
with everybody.
Exactly. And that's something that's really cool to do about this. But I have to tell you, I don't know if you've been listening to
So
me.
I have an update.
Okay.
This is the second time he's been stopped for longer than like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so do you know what's going on with
No,
him?
we do not know what's going on. He has pressed the mechanical alert one time.
Okay, so he was, when I was talking to Wes just now, he was stopped for quite a while.
Yep.
But obviously he's now moving again, but I wonder what in the world. I mean, that sucks because he's been doing so good and obviously, stopped. But
So something's holding them up. It looked like I saw when I was away going to the restroom. It looked like Max was changing a belt.
Okay, so we were wondering if it was a belt or an axle.
So Max was changing a belt in Maine. Ooh,
that could have gone sideways
that was a good
real
one.
quick.
that was getting a little western there.
Yes.
So Max was changing a belt, the 1881, which I believe is for sure that's Deegan, right?
1881 is Deegan.
Yep.
Yes.
So Deegan had stopped twice and pressed the mechanical button.
Just
So
once or both times?
He pressed the mechanical button the second time he stopped, so they might be having an issue. Is he still stopped?
No, he's actually moving. He's right now going 70.8 miles per hour.
Okay, so
he might
whatever-
not be having that much of a mechanical issue.
Whatever he was stopped for, he got going again. There was something else that I spotted there. Braden Baker is stopped in Maine.
Okay.
I was told he has his helmet off and doesn't look like they're in too big of a hurry to fix whatever is going on.
Braden Baker was the second qualifier, right?
Yes, so he was second off the line today, and he was actually, I think, second or third going in on the first lap. I think that 10 car might have snuck in there. I wasn't positive.
Okay.
So Baker was stopped last I heard. Hopefully they could get it fixed and get going. Nate Hale has moved up due to some of this attrition. And I want to say he might have snuck his way into second overall now. Oh, him and Bronson are battling in that Class 10 car.
Yeah, so the 1077 of Brody Aikens is at race mile 65.
Yep.
Out front with a decently, roughly I would say it's about a 13-mile lead is what he's got right now on Bronson Charamonte.
Yep, so we have Brody, then we have Bronson, and then we have Nate Hale.
And then Todd Jackson is running in that fourth position. So.
And from what his pits told me, it sounds like Nate is going to be about 45 seconds behind Luke Matthews.
Okay. Yeah, and Luke Matthews is, what did I say? He's running fifth. Okay, so we just had.
So I think that's correct in time.
1969 just came into pit, and then that looks like that is Mason Cotter that was into pit too. But I love this. Again, we keep talking about this, but there we are back on board with Max Gordon, seeing his speeds.
A lot of people blew that turn.
Yeah, you could see the tire marks.
Those were fresh.
Well, and that's what Wes was talking about. Some of these areas, there's these gotchas that you are going super fast and then coming up. But here is the 1910. This one is Mason Cotter. This is his first, I think actually this is his third race in the 1000 class. I should ask his dad, but I'm pretty sure this is only his third race. But yeah, Mason Cotter, 15 years old, out of Norco, California.
Based out of Norco. Sounds like we have an interview with Mason Cotter that you might have done on Tech and Contingency, so we're going to throw that up on the screen here.
I am here with Mason Cotter. Mason, you are a young man out here racing, but you have, 5-6 years under your belt already. And now you've stepped up your game out of the 170s into the 1000cc class. So how is it stepping up horsepower for you from the 170s?
Oh, it's a huge difference, suspension-wise and horsepower-wise. The cars are so much faster, a lot more responsive too. You can hit bumps a lot bigger and not so much rocks, but still, it's a huge difference going from little cars to big cars.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a huge difference. But out here in the desert, you're going to actually be doing, what is it, 100 and so about 350 miles roughly, right?
Yeah, I think it's like 120-mile laps, and we're doing 3 laps, so about 300 and some.
So it's going to be a change of pace for you. I mean, you are normally racing smaller race courses and everything, obviously in the 170s. So have you mentally and physically prepared yourself to be in a car that long?
I think so. I just recently raced the King of the Hammers, and that was I think that was my biggest race I've raced yet, and it beat me up pretty bad. It was a super rough race and long race. So I think going into this, I'm a little bit more prepared than I was going into King of the Hammers.
Well, and that's a good thing too. Like you just said, more prepared and everything. But right now, you're in tech and contingency. Do you have a game plan going into the race this weekend?
I'm just gonna try to pace myself. I mean, it's a super long race. I think first couple laps, I'm just gonna take it easy. The last lap, I might step it up just a little more. I don't want to break the car. I just got to keep my car together.
So getting to the finish is your goal.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, and hopefully we see you at the finish line.
All right, thank you.
That was an awesome interview with Mason.
Yeah, such a young kid that started off in the 170 class, and he's been racing in that for a while, and then he's very successful in that class as well. And now stepping up, obviously, like we're seeing all of the young kids do. But now we're back on with 1821, who was on his side earlier as we were watching when Weller was out helping. So obviously he's moving all good again. I don't know if anything happened to the car or anything, but it's good to see that he's actually still moving along on race course.
Wish we could get some more information on what happened there. Like if they tangled together and that's what caused it, or what ended up to him being on his side and Weller stopping with him.
Well, and with that being said, we know that they were really close out on course together. So, my thought too was he was out in front of her, I believe. Yep. So, I'm playing the guessing game right now, but I'm wondering if she came by him, saw that he was flipped, and flipped back around because of the direction she was. But then
to
again,
help make sure they're okay.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and this is Lake Adler right here, taking some fuel in the pits here. And I believe that's Greg right there on the driver's side door. So
talking to his son.
Yes. Yeah, Lake Adler out of Manhattan Beach, and he's only 15 years old. He's racing in that NA class, getting himself some apple juice. Good sugar right there.
Back out on course we go.
All right, 1965 of Lake Adler moving back along here. It's really good to see. I mean, I remember him racing at Lucas Oil when he was, you had to be 6 to race Lucas Oil, but he had like a Lightning McQueen trophy cart is what it looked like.
Really?
Yeah, it was super cute.
A cool theme.
Yes.
I mean, just look at how short he is compared to his co-driver.
But he's actually really not that short though.
No?
No.
Just seat way down probably.
Yeah.
So I'm being told
short, though,
that it seems like Weller stopped with Michael Mack to help, and will be getting a 5-minute time credit for stopping to help.
Well, and that's something that we were talking about when they were on the side, right? Like with the star streams and everything, it gives a great the time right there, the time credit, because she stopped to help.
Yep. And
it gives you the time frame that they were stopped to get the time credits.
And it's all about making sure the people you're out there racing with are safe.
Right.
There's no life is worth driving by.
I'm going to tell you. Okay,
ever.
So when that was going on, I have to say that was sportsmanship at its finest, because she could have just kept on going and just whatever, but she stopped. She wasn't getting a thumbs up. It didn't look like she was going to.
They were still in the car. They were in the car on its side still.
Right, exactly. So she wasn't getting that thumbs up, and so Jason ended up getting out. I was also looking at YouTube comments earlier, and someone was saying that there's no way that Jason was riding with her, but he rode with her, or she rode with him at King of the Hammers. But
It
pretty
could be
positive.
someone else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive it's Jason in there with her though. But yeah, it's
Looks like Ian Torfey is stopped right now.
Easy left, 300 feet. Go, go, go.
Wonder what they got going on.
Well, it looks like he's strapping back in because
Yep,
driver's giving him his
Easy right,
pumper.
we're getting into
He's
it right
getting
here.
back in.
Long, easy right.
Look at his colorful.
That helmet's
Painted
pretty
helmet.
trick.
Yep, so putting that Parker pumper back on, get that fresh airflow.
So we go back into an overhead drone shot here. Sounds like the T814 is out of the race,
T814.
which would be the last name's Hale, but that was one of the.
Is it Nate?
No, it was a different car off of the start.
Oh, Shane.
Shane
Hell.
Yep. And that car is fast. Back. Bummer day for those guys.
Yeah,
but
such a bummer. Such a bummer. I was actually going to bring up our YouTube because, like I said, there were people that were chiming in on there, watching it. A lot of course, Rob Mack fans because that's when I was looking at it.
Sounds like the 1851 is out of the race also.
Oh, really?
Which would be Dawson. And one of the rescue guys just confirmed with me, Corey stopped to help. They were actually hooking up to pull them over when rescue got there to assist. So.
Yep, we were noticing that.
Was told a Class 10 nerfed them and caused them to roll.
Ooh.
So that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Getting info from David Nurbos with Race Safely. Motorsports Safety Solutions.
Yes, Dave. He's such a nice guy. Such a nice guy.
I almost say I don't want to race unless they are the team around.
All right, here we are. Oh, so people are also chiming in as well on here. 1435 stopped. Like all these people are chiming in. So thank you guys for bringing that up.
Looks like our class 5 entry is in main pit.
That is a good looking car. I like Class 5. It's a fun class.
They're just awesome cars. And it's super competitive when you have a bunch of them. Some of the early days of off-road racing that I remember is 5 or 6, 7, 8 Class 5 cars all on each other's bumper pushing through.
Right. All right, we have another guest that's in here. I'm going to step away and let Mr. Fox come on in here, and I'll be back on here in just a minute.
Sounds good. Gonna sneak Brent Fox up in here, get a quick interview with him, and talk about how he's gonna handle his race tomorrow. As we're watching the Class 5 guys get their car fueled up. Sounds like they're doing a tire change. All right, Brent, how are you doing today, sir?
Doing very good. It's nice to be down here in Parker. Legacy's first race of the year. Super excited for it. We're from Utah, so coming down here to Parker in this beautiful weather is it's always a treat in early late winter, early spring.
75 degrees outside. Can't ask for much more.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think it's 35 up home. The guys are up there busy working in the snow and the cold, so it's nice to be down here.
All right, so did you get to pre-run this week?
You know, I did not get to pre-run. I was busy with work, and we were down here racing about a month ago, and so I didn't make it down. My co-pilot, Cody, he made it down, made it around. We've been coming down to Parker for a number of years now. We did run it one time a couple years ago backwards, so I'm somewhat familiar with the course and just didn't feel like it was worth taking another day off work to come down and do that.
Yeah, you got to make the money to come out here and play.
Yeah, without the money, we're not here. So we stayed home and worked, and then come down late Wednesday and got here for qualifying on Thursday.
So I have a couple questions for you. How do you feel about the course going backwards this year? I know you've done it before, but coming off of the race earlier this year, going into it now, do you think it's going to be a war of attrition tomorrow? Feeding everybody into that go trail right off the start with all the adrenaline running?
You know what? You'll certainly have your flat tires right off the start there. I don't know if it's going to be a whole lot different. Parker, for some reason, as fun as it is and as fast as the course, it's always got a high attrition rate.
Yes.
It just gets so the soil out there and so many cars on that loop, it just gets so chewed up so fast that just with the roughness and everything like that, your high speeds, working your motors, working all that, there's always a high attrition rate down here at Parker.
So given the fact that everybody's commenting that it's smooth right now because the course had the remediation after the race earlier this year. I think that's going to play against us tomorrow because I feel like when it starts smooth, they end up twice as rough at the end.
Yes, if it just had been bladed over, without any moisture in that soil and getting compacted, even though it did run a blade over it, I don't know if it's going to make a difference, just like you say. I believe after that first lap, and especially after all these guys out there, all those cars out there today, it's going to be chewed up, it's going to be rutted, it's going to be mean and nasty.
Yeah.
Especially that last lap. It's going to be a challenge.
So what's your game plan going into tomorrow? Are you going to try and push off the start and go through the people that qualified in front of you, or are you going to hang back and play it by ear?
You know what? Legacy does a little bit different qualifying where you qualify on your overall position, not necessarily in your class.
Yep.
We are 18th off the line. We had a pretty mediocre, maybe a little bit too conservative qualifying run. We're going to be 8th in class. The guys in front of you are all accomplished racers. They've all got good speed. There's going to be so much dust out there. It's going to be a challenge to get around them. What we generally do is, we usually try to take the first lap pretty easy. I'm not a very good driver in the dust. I usually take it a little bit too conservative in the dust.
Yep.
Our goal is to get through that first lap. If we can get a guy here, get a guy there, kind of set us up for the second and third lap where we feel the race really starts. So our goal is to keep just kind of get that truck back to the pits after the first lap, and then start challenging after that. Push the second. Hopefully we can get in a position where you get some clean air. That's the biggest thing at these races is kind of getting in a pocket, getting in that window where you got some clean air where you can actually get out there and race.
And you do have a lot of minutes to work with where you're starting. So you don't even have to physically pass everybody to get this win. So if you're pushing through and you got that 1 minute gap and say you're behind Adam, who qualified first, you've got him by minutes. So that's a sneaky game you can play.
A lot of people choose to play it a lot of different ways. If I had my say, I would start up front and run it that way. It's always better. That means there's less cars in front of you, less dust. Last year, I think we started in the 8th position last year. By midway, we were leading the race and ended up winning it. So you can win from everywhere. And even though the guys are up front, you always got to kind of watch those guys back there behind you. Watch where they're sitting on time. You know what? Some of the guys up front might get caught behind a trophy truck that might be a little bit slower, a slow class 1. You just never know. So it's you kind of got to play it safe like that. Watch where you're at. And always, if you do start up front, you always got to kind of keep in mind who got a bad qualifying run, something like that, and who's got some clean air and can make up time on you.
Who's sneaking up from behind you.
Exactly, and that's something that we need to watch also.
So I'm assuming you have guys in place in the pits to take time splits and relay that info to you guys in the truck so you know when to push or not, or do you not want to know?
Yes and no. I don't want to know. My guys are real good at giving us splits. To tell you the truth, the first lap, I don't want to hear them because I'm going to give it everything I got, but generally those first laps, you're trapped in the dust and there's only so much you can do.
Gotcha.
I don't want to push too hard. I don't want them guys getting excited too much and saying, hey, you're down this far on time and push it that way and create an accident that you don't need to.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to hear splits until probably about halfway through the race when you can kind of start getting some clean air and push in that direction.
And just watching what's on screen, like the clip we just pulled from, it's dusty. And today at the start of this race, them flags were blowing. Now looking out of the studio here at Master Fabrication, I don't see any wind. So
No.
it's going to be a game of what the weather gods throw at us tomorrow too.
And that's exactly right. And you know what? Even though they bladed that course, there's only so much you can do. As we're watching this live stream right now.
Through the goat trail there.
Through the goat trail, there's only so much they can do, and it's going to be chewed up. So, yeah, you look at that stuff right there. It's already rutted out, real rough. and you see some pictures on that where the dust is just hanging.
Yep.
And you think a racer puts up a lot of dust, you get behind some of those big old trucks and big old cars.
Yeah.
It's
Two-wheel
crazy.
drive, just spinning.
Just spinning those wheels off, trying to get some momentum, and it's crazy how much dust they put up. And so that's always a factor in our sport. Yeah, there you
Prime
go, right
example.
there. Yep. You know, they just put off so much that, like I say, I'm not sure if it's my age, I'm not sure what it is, but I do not do good in the dust, and so we always try to take it easy.
You got to take the risk sometimes, but sometimes it's just not worth it.
Exactly. You know what? The price of the trucks and the safety and all that involved, it's not worth risking it for me. Some of the younger guys go with it, and you know what? Sometimes they get away with it, but more often than not, it'll jump out and bite you.
Yep. Work and rescue. I know there's a lot of times we're out there pulling vehicles with ripped corners off the truck, and they're only 20 miles into the race. They were out there giving it everything 30 minutes into a race and going home early.
Yeah.
We jump back on board with Gabe Matthews here. Looks like he's got a little bit of clean air. But the shot we were just watching, you step 8 inches out of the race line, and there's boulders that are 12 inches tall.
Yes.
So that's one of the risks of pushing in the dust is you can't see that. So if you slide that turn a little wide, or if you step out to make a pass and can't see exactly what's ahead of you, you could theoretically end your whole race right there.
Yes, and that's one thing I'd always be embarrassed to do is ruining your race in the first half hour. I mean, you work for months. Guys are prepping your trucks for months to come out here, and you know you get a little over anxious in the first lap, first 20 miles, whatever, tearing corners off, crashing a truck, hurting somebody. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
It's easier. But what is cool watching this, Robert, is it's amazing the technology with the Starstream and all that we got now. I mean, we're able to watch the inside of these cars, and it's literally like you're right in there with them. So technology is changing this game or sport for the better, and it's cool to see.
It is. And you guys were kind of early adopters of the technology, and I think it's awesome always working for your crew and your family and everybody back home too. Like you have your 3 daughters that all race class 11s, and you guys are always, it's a family sport.
It is a family sport, and it's what's cool about this technology. A lot of times you're down in Mexico, and not everybody can go. You know, your family, your friends, all that. You know, they can sit and watch that live stream, and it's like they're right there. In fact, a lot of times they'll have more information than the people out there on the course because they're able to sit and watch you. There's a little bit, 30, 45 seconds of a delay, but you're watching live action, and that's cool what that's bringing to this sport.
And I feel like it has changed a lot because they can see the driver's demeanor, how you guys are acting in the truck. If co-driver got out, changed the flat, they know without you guys even having to call it in, so they have a spare tire ready to get racked in the next pit. Like, it's just taken so much of the guessing game out of the sport and brought it to so many new people. And I think that's what's so awesome about it. And it's the Starstream technology and linked up with the Starlinks on the roof, going up to the satellites hundreds of miles up in the sky.
Yeah.
Down to your computer, your iPad, whatever you're watching on.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like I say, it brings it right there in person where everybody can sit and watch it. So it brings a whole new level to our sport, and hopefully it opens our sport up where we can get more sponsors in because there's more exposure and more visibility.
So what's it take to get you guys to bring the Class 11s out to this race?
Well, I got to do is I got to convince the girls, starting with my wife and my 2 daughters and daughter-in-law. You know what? They love going to the short courses. I haven't put them out on a real course like this. They love the Battle at Prims. They love the Laughlins because you go out there and race for an hour and then you're basically done for a day.
Yep.
As far as getting in a Class 11 and going out for 6, 8, 10 hours, whatever it's going to be, I haven't got them there yet. And you know what? If they choose to do it, I'll support them 100%. If they don't, it's something I'm not going to push.
Yeah.
We were able to take our whole family to a recent race this past winter where they had Class 11s, and my boy was in one truck, I was in another truck, and I had my wife and my 2 girls. My daughter-in-law wasn't able to make it. She was expecting, and she'd give me my second grandson. But you know what? That was one of the funnest times of my entire life, having the entire family there. Out there racing. I mean, that was as good as it got.
And didn't you jump in a Class 11 as a passenger?
I jumped in with my wife, and on the first lap, as we were coming in, just getting ready to come into the infield, her throttle stuck.
Oh,
and
man.
so it kind of went over a first roller, and it was pinned, and that second roller, we launched it. And we come down, and we went up, and I hate to say it, but yeah, she took out a fence, and people were running, and it was all caught on video. And it was,
I saw that video.
It was pretty crazy, but it scared the crap out of her, and it was something else.
Is she going to get back in?
I think she will. She ended up racing the second day, and all the girls done fantastic, and my wife done a phenomenal job driving. So I'd like to see more of that.
For sure.
I've got 3 Class 11s. I've got 3 daughters and a wife, so maybe I'm short one more Class 11. Maybe I need to get another race car, but
get a 6100. Start cycling them in that.
You know what? Them are serious race vehicles. So before they ever get into a class like that, they need to spend some more time in either a UTV, a Class 10, something like that, and that's all up to them. If they choose to do it, I'll support them 1,000%. If they don't, you know what? So be it. You know what? That's their choice.
For sure. So what's your game plan going into this weekend, fuel and tire strategy wise?
You know what? Hopefully we have a good day. Hopefully we can keep airing all the tires, and we don't have to do premature tire changes. We're going to play it straight up. We're going to halfway. We're going to Graham Wells, second lap. We're going to do it in one stop, and that's our strategy. We're not trying to secret anything or hide anything. We figured the best bets, do it in one stop, and that's our goal.
For sure. So on screen here, do you recognize this section by any chance?
Yeah.
So
you look out there, you're watching this, and I assume that's probably from a drone.
It is.
Look at that course. I mean, it's already all rutted up and all that.
That's what I'm looking at here. Like, we're only 2 laps into this one, and it's already getting pretty tore up.
Yeah, so even though they did go out there, and there's a shot of main pit, even though they did go blade that, it's going to be so chewed up. And, it takes not only hard mentally, because being out there and focusing for that long, it's hard physically. Even though those trucks are super plush, even though it gets jarring, it'll take its toll on people physically as well as mentally out there too.
Yep. Back on board with Corey Weller. So she actually stopped a little bit earlier and helped one of the other competitors that had been pushed over. So she's getting a 5-minute time credit unofficially. That's what we've heard for stopping and helping. And I feel like that's something that I could touch base with you on too, is kind of, if you come across a bad crash, a lot of people will blow by it, like thinking, oh man, we're on time, we need to go. And then there's others that will happily stop and check on them, knowing they're going to get their time back.
You know what, Robert? That touches on a touchy subject for racers. I've been in both positions. I've been upside down on the course. I've actually, and I hate to admit this, but there's been a race where I stopped and made sure they were okay. And you know what? There was an instance where a guy wasn't okay, and I left, and it's something, another car off the side. It's something I've regretted my whole life. You're out there racing, and your emotions are so high. You spend so much and take so much effort to get out there racing that sometimes you stop for a guy. If you don't get credited, you literally just lost a race.
You threw the race away.
But yes, and I've done. I want to do a better job in the future of stopping and helping out. There's been times where you kind of give them a half-ass thumbs up, and they kind of give you a half-ass thumbs up, and you don't want to stop, so you're kind of hoping to get that thumbs up. But
you're like, thumbs up, good.
Yes, and you kind of go and forget about it, and then later you'll hear somebody got hurt or something like that. And like I say, Robert, there was one instance in Utah where me and Cody was in the truck, and we stopped, and the driver's out, and we talked to him. We called help. We felt everything we could do, but we left that scene. And looking back, the right thing would have been to stay there. It was just a race, and I chose to go, and that's one of the mistakes something I really regret in my life.
For sure. Well, always the reflection, and don't think you'll do it again. That's for sure. Getting some word that it sounds like Deegan lost an alternator, so that's what took him out of the lead just a little bit ago. What do you guys think you're going to run for lap times tomorrow as we're on board here with Gabe Matthews?
You know what? I think we're going to average. The first one will be a little bit slower. You're going to be trapped in a little bit of dust. But you know what? I think we're going to average over 60. I think we'll average 61, 62 miles an hour. Running the course this way, Robert, some of your limited classes, some of your uphills where we're running the other way around, there's kind of a little bit soft. And so it'll slow you down a little bit. Going out there from Graham Wells, going up to that very east end is all just a little bit soft. And so I know in a spec truck, it sucks us down 4, 5, 6 miles an hour. So you're always kind of playing with that gearing. Well, this year it seems like all our uphills are a little bit harder packed. And so I think it's going to be even a little bit faster than the conventional way around this course.
Gotcha. So jumping on back board here, this is Brody Akins. It looks like Connor is now out of the car, so that means Brody's in. The helmet change is the only thing that clues me into that. So you did some Class 10 car racing back in the day.
You know what we did, Robert? We started out. I started out in about 2017. I got invited. I had a guy ask if he had just picked up a 10 car and asked if he'd come. He knew me from previous racing locally. Asked if I'd come race it and come down to Parker. Was the first race, and I'll never forget it. There was like 42 10 cars that year, and we started. He didn't put in for the draw or anything like that, so we started dead last. And now I see these 10 cars, and they're down to 5, 6, sometimes 10, 12 in a class, and it's kind of sad because it's such an awesome class. But yes, I got started out, and we had a very successful 10-car career. The only bad part was we had people like Brock Keeger, Connor McMullen that we were competing against. And so we had a very successful career, but we always had those guys like them that we were fighting for, and they were just a step above the rest of us.
For sure. So we jump back on board here with Corey Weller.
Yeah, look how clear that is. I mean, it's like you're right there in the car with them out there.
No dust. You couldn't ask for much better than that either. We're on board with Max Gordon. I like how we could see his GPS touching mid-60s here through the sand wash.
Yeah, look at that, just dropping it right in there in those ruts and, just railing those.
Kind of slot car racing through that stuff.
It gets that way. You get out there on the course, and you know what? Even in those trucks, you kind of get that back end stepped out, and it don't handle. So you're dropping it right in those ruts, and you're slotting it, keeping it around there, trying to keep it in there, and keeps you going the right direction.
So the scary thing about that is when rocks fall into them. Uh-oh, who's this stopped? It almost looks like, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, you got somebody stopped there, and I don't see anybody out of the car, so you kind of wonder what's going on. And
yep.
Kind of stepping back to Max, running down one of those washes. Just kind of the gradual left, gradual right.
Oh, that almost looks like... Okay, that is the Risk Racing car. Well, they built it.
Fellow Utah guys.
Yep. Phillips. Wonder what stopped. They're not out of it yet.
Yeah, you don't see anything, so you wonder what's going on there. And one thing you see right there on the screen, a little bit of a dust. So there's a little bit of a breeze blowing that little whirlwind around there. So shouldn't be too long. We should see another car coming here pretty quick.
I'm pretty excited for the start of our second lap, so we could get a second lap time. We jump back on board with Max here. They gave somebody a wave that was stopped over on the side there. So Max had a pretty long main pit stop, but it looks like he is back on the gas.
Yeah, nice young driver. Got the world in front of him with a ton of talent. Excited to see what his future holds for him.
Good kid, being raised in the sport since he was a kid.
Yeah.
A child.
Yeah, look at those ruts already running down there.
So, do you like the ruts on race day?
You know what?
You can lean into them?
Yeah, it's actually nice. It gives that truck something, those tires something to lean into, give you a little bit better corner speed. The bad part is when you get dropped in, you get locked into those ruts. If there's a rock or something like that happens to be in them, it kind of dictates where you're going to be going, and sometimes it funnels you right into them. It'll be interesting. You see, he's got a little visor on his helmet there. It's going to come in handy. A little bobble right there. Yeah, kind of got cross-rutted out of there. Yeah, a little cowboy right there. But, one thing they're going to be fighting here pretty quick is they kind of start coming in back off that second lap. They're going to be fighting that sun. That sun's going to be right in their face, and having them visors, they actually both got them on there, is going to work out good for them going into dark.
So they have them on their helmet and mounted on the car.
Yeah, and if you're watching, you can start seeing some of those shadows from the bushes, stuff like that will start playing an effect on that.
I figure here soon we're going to be seeing the drivers holding the hands up, trying to hide the sun. Because, like you said, going into the sun, especially here in Parker, it gets brutal.
Yes, it does. With not a lot of high mountains, that sun gets real low in the sky, and yes, it's always something you're fighting. You know, most of these race cars will have an adjustable visor. You spring loaded, you can get down in there. But still, it kind of gets hard to see and stuff like that with that sun coming in there. You get some dust, and you can wipe that dust off your goggles, but sooner or later you still get that film you can't quite get off there. You know, look at that. She's carrying some pretty good speed. My eyes aren't good enough to see that GPS, but she's kind of running down that wash. You see all the vegetation right off the side. And that's one thing that your front runners will be starting to worry about a little bit tomorrow as they get out there on course, is having some cattle. There's been, several instances in the past at some of these Parker races where cows come out and, unfortunately the racers got them, and at some of the speeds we're carrying, a cow does a lot of damage.
Yes, they do. Back with Daniel Phillips. Looks like he stopped just about race mile 15. And I'm not used to seeing a racer on the roof of the car, so this is new to me. What do you think he's doing up there?
Yeah, I don't know. My eyes aren't good enough, but he's up on his knees, up on the top. I'm not sure exactly what he's got going on there. Is somebody underneath it, or is that just a shadow of the car?
It looks like only one driver's out. That's the Daniel Phillips entry. They are Utah-based, up there by you guys.
Okay, yeah, and who knows? Maybe the guy in the car's on the phone with the pits or something like that and trying to relay information. Maybe things to look for. To get the car back going again.
So we pop back on?
Yeah, look at those ruts right there already. Just drops it in there and rails it.
I wonder, so this is Gabe. Back with Brody. Was your car in a Lumacraft?
Yes, it was. Had a Lumacraft. In fact, owned a Lumacraft and partnered up on another Lumacraft with a friend and run them for 3 or 4 years, and then got the truck and kind of sold one. Yeah, look at him going over some of those rollers right there, carrying some pretty good speed.
Yeah, he didn't lift for that one. Full send off of that.
No, it looks like he's in fifth, wide open in fifth.
Let's see where Brody's at right now, because that is a fast section. Can give you an idea how fast he's going too.
Oh, you know what? Looks like that might have been that power line road.
So Brody's about race mile 100, going 60 miles an hour.
Okay.
Well, at the last ping. Josh Burns from Waddell, Arizona.
Yeah, another 10 car out there. Got the green and blue. Looks like he's got, Connor's colors or what Connor runs.
I think every 10 car out here has some kind of iteration of that this weekend.
It seems like there's a few of them out there, and don't know if it's the McMullen fabrication cars. I always want to run that same color or whatever, but yeah, it certainly stands out.
So, with the 1 minute splits, you think you're going to be, if the wind plays nice tomorrow, you think you're going to be stuck in dust all right off the start, or you think you'll get a pretty good?
I think we'll be stuck within the first 5 miles of it. And if I remember right, I thought Donald said we might be 90-second splits tomorrow. I can't remember for sure. But to me, the further the splits, the better it is. That gives you a chance to kind of get going, have some clean air a little bit until you catch up onto that guy. That's running that stuff right there up kind of by the canal. But that dust will stay a factor, especially if we don't have the wind. It's going to start hanging, especially after all those vehicles today kind of get all that ground a little bit softer and a little bit more chewed up. So
they're definitely chewing it up for you.
That dust will be a factor.
They're tilling up all the bladed dirt for you, laying it on the sides. We're back on board with Nate Hale, who is currently running, at last check, 3rd overall. Let's see. He's still there. That car sounds mean. It is very loud. Oh, looks like we might be coming into the pits here shortly.
Pretty cloud-free day in Parker. Look at that blue sky up there.
Pretty blue sky. We're back on board with Nate. Can you tell what area this is roughly, Brent?
You know what? I can't. He's in a sand wash, but I'm not sure if he's coming in back off the second, kind of down there by the aqueduct, by the canal.
Yep, it looks like he's about pit 3.
Okay.
So, race mile 95. So only 20 miles out, 25 miles out.
You know what? Yeah, those shadows are getting big, but they still got a couple hours of daylight. They still got an hour and a half of daylight. So, you know, they keep going good. They're not going to have to run their lights for too long.
That'll be. We were kind of thinking they were going to go into the dark, but they might get lucky.
I think I think they still will be in the dark, but I think your top 2 or 3 guys are only going to be running it for, you know, half hour or so.
Sounds about right.
You know, well, following Lake Adler, looks like he's by that section by the canal that's kind of up and down.
Looks like Brody Aikens is still our physical leader on course out there. He's about race mile 104, give or take. So 15 miles to our start his 3rd lap. Back on board with Lake Adler. Well, switch to Brody Aikens. Ooh, Connor McMullen has jumped out, and Brody has now gotten back in, or gotten in. Assuming Brody's going to drive the final 2 then. But we'll see when they start their 3rd. And here's what you were talking about with the ruts kind of burning in. So it gives you something to lean into when you're in the cars instead of sliding around on the flat roads.
It does give you something. Those tires hook up and they lean against those berms, keep you a little bit more planted in the corners.
Did you see that trophy light stopped off to the side there?
I missed it. I caught it right as I glanced back.
It almost looked like there's a truck off in the ditch there as he went by. Lake Adler. See if I could pull up who just went by. Be able to know. Lake's about race mile 15 there that we're on board with right now. It looks like he just went past, well, the 47-14 of Scott Beal was pulled over there. As we're watching with Gabe Matthews. Oh, there goes Nate by the Staticam out there. So there's Salt Lake like you guys.
Yeah, Nate's from Salt Lake. Known him for a number of years, and you know what? Happy for him. Looks like he's running a really good race, and hopefully he can keep it up and get him a nice finish on that. There's a lot of competition in that class, and so to take home a trophy that'd be incredible in that class. Ooh, got a little Western right there on the side, kind of jumped out of the ruts.
Finding the edge of the course there.
Yeah.
As long as there's no rocks, you're good. Looks like the U974 is who just went by. Don't have that one on my list, so I must have read it wrong. Now what? So the unsung heroes of the sport kind of will be navigators. I mean, they're talked about, but feels like not enough some days. Kind of they call what you drive.
You know what they do? They are unsung. You know what? They go out there and they sit in that driver's seat or passenger seat, and, you know, they call it out for you. You know, if you crash, you miss something, it's always their fault. They're always everybody's giving them a hard time. You know what? You get a flat, you expect them guys to get out and change it in no time. So they're good. They're nice to have a good one.
So I heard you guys are kind of sponsoring a little bit of a navigation course up in the Caliente area.
You know what? We are helping Walsh Motorsports do a navigation school. It is going to be on March 20th, 21st, and 22nd. It's going to be run by Kellen Walsh. And if nobody's familiar with Kellen Walsh, they ought to check into him. One of the most accomplished navigators that's ever been out there. It's going to be a great time, and all the proceeds are going to go to Lincoln High School and the school that's Alamo. So that's where all the proceeds go. Nobody's making a dime on it, just trying to make the sport a better place, and all the proceeds will go help the kids.
I like that.
So
it'll be a good. Walsh is, like you said, probably one of the best in the business. He's been doing it as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
We're back on board with Max doing 76, and he can barely see past his hood.
Yeah, and you see that, and you see that navigator out there that had his hand out. And a lot of times your guy will just kind of stick the hand out, and, you know, a little bit left, a little bit right, and he was just, you know, sometimes they get tired of talking. They'll just kind of stick their hand up and say, "This is the direction we're going." and
Follow
this.
this.
You sit and listen to each other for, hours and hours on end out there. And yeah, they're going back to him there. He's just got his hand up there, kind of showing, look this and look that.
As his navigator's scrolling forward to, I'm assuming, figure out where the turn is, because they are going pretty fast.
Yeah, it gets pretty challenging. You look at his speedo. Yeah, he's in the 80s right there, and you can only see 100 feet in from him. That gets pretty sketchy when you're out there driving, and you're trying to give it all, going as fast as you dare, and you can't even see. So it takes a special navigator, a special person to be a navigator to be able to deal with that, to be able to look up and try to keep you going in the right direction, look down at his GPS. It takes a lot.
And they're working seamlessly here. Back on with Corey. No, this is Akins. Co-driver. How do you say her name properly? Jenica?
It's Jenica, yeah.
Jenica. She is a talented co-driver too.
Very, very much so. And the funny, not the funny thing, but Jenica actually grew up in Pleasant Grove, Utah, which is not that far from where I grew up.
Okay.
Didn't know her until we got involved in the off-road world. But it looks like they're going down. Osborne Wash, so they're probably getting fairly close to finishing their first loop. Maybe another 5-8 miles or so.
You're correct. Let's touch base on where they are. Yep, going down Osborne, about race mile 113. So about 7 miles out from a finish for them. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Outside shot. Drone shot. See if they can chase them.
So
these are my favorite shots. Looks like no dust for quite a ways, so smooth sailing for them as he's ripping around.
Yeah, and that's a nice sight. You get some good clean air out in front of you where you can hammer down and, flat out race. That's always good.
Looks like Max is out of the dust now.
Yeah, look at him, and just like you were talking about, Robert, look at him with their hands up there.
Yep.
I don't see any sun visors in that car, but both of them, navigator and driver, got their hand out there shading that sun. It's a factor.
Yep. No hard visors, no visors on the helmets. I know Wes Miller's who came up with those little visors that stick to your helmet screen, which I'm seeing an awful lot of today, and this is why.
Exactly. You look at that speedo; they're mid-80s right there, and they're both up there, one hand on the wheel, and the other hand trying to block that sun so they can see. And they're carrying a good speed right there.
Not seeming to slow them down at all. Down this wide open power line section here. It looks like Brody has actually pulled a pretty good gap on the rest of the field. The next closest car is about 13 miles behind him. Just updated, about 10 miles behind him. So Brody is out front with Nate Hale following behind him. And then in third is Luke Matthews, who we actually have some killer in-car shots from. And then Luke's got a pretty good gap back to Deegan, who must be going again. Last I knew he was down with an alternator, but he's cooking right along now. We're on board with Josh Burns in the number 1019. In roughly.
Yeah, he's heading down that straight road, and he's carrying some good speed on him.
Where do you think he's at right now?
To me it looked like he was out on that very east end of the course.
This is what I thought too. Racing Tracks isn't playing nice with me right now. Cade Martin. This is a cool looking car. Oh, Max is pulling over. After that wide open straightaway, I wonder if they popped a belt or something.
Yeah, got a little bit too much heat or something. You see the co-pilot just undoing, unbuckling, got his air off and getting out.
It's either going to be a belt or tire change, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see here shortly.
Want to see them keep going. So
yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those speeds get some good finishes with them.
Back. This is Nate's car. Yep, Nate Hale, and he is in some heavy dust. Oh, there you go. Just got around him.
Wonder if that was a lap or whatever, because I believe he's running right up front. It might have been
a lap
car.
He is in second, so I think he was just passing the S915 of Craig McIntosh.
Okay.
Which is the Race to a Race 22 car. They actually are kind of like a volunteer organization. He takes in veteran co-drivers and puts them in the passenger seat. I think it's a different one every race. I know sometimes a couple of them will ride multiple times, but Greg's a brave man. Always somebody new in the passenger seat to scare, and the veterans, I'm sure, get a heck of a thrill out of it.
Yeah, good for him for doing that for those guys.
Ooh, Josh Burns is pulled over now.
Another one.
He was just cruising last time we saw him a few minutes ago.
Yeah, you see those shadows. Sun's getting low in the sky, and you see those shadows hanging out there.
Yep. Ooh, we might be doing a tire change.
It might be. You see the driver there kind of hanging tight, and the co-dog's out.
Trying to listen here. Back on board with Nate. I'm pretty sure his dad is co-driving with. Oh, one of the rescue guys must have been close by.
Yeah. So I assume it'd be a flat or something simple like that, maybe a belt.
The co-pilot ain't hustling as hard as I thought he would be. Rescue guys walking over now. Oh, second one's coming in.
Yeah.
They're like, ooh, some action. They just asked for a tow strap, so that's not good.
Darn it.
Wonder if we can get a idea what's going on here. Getting U926 out of the pit here. That would be Luis Herrera. Heading out of main pit. Doing a cool drone shot coming into the main pit here. And Nate Hale. So I wonder if Nate can put a charge on the third lap and go after first place.
Yeah, there he is going over that canal crossing, getting to head back and jump in Osborne Wash again. He'll take a hard left right there.
Okay, okay.
Run it down there. He's got that straightaway for about...
So is this section pretty fast then? Like wide open to pretty much to Osborne?
It is. There's about a 3/4 of a mile. There's a couple big G outs in it. But he'll go up there and take a hard right and drop right in Osborne and then run it probably another 7-8 miles right back to main pit. Maybe even a little more, maybe 9 miles.
Okay. And Osborne Wash, usually pretty fast.
Osborne Wash is real fast. It's got some, most of them are pretty high speed flowing corners, but there's about 3 or 4 of them in there that'll jump out and get you. So you kind of got to watch for those steeper ones. Otherwise, you kind of blow those and you end up out in the bushes and maybe upside down.
So this is Josh Burns. In front of him there was Carl with Motorsports Safety Solutions. The only guy I know with a Raptor R working rescue. $100,000 truck beating it up, helping the racers.
Yeah, good for him. He's out there living his dream.
Yeah, Carl and Nancy.
You wonder if he was broke down or if he just maybe went off course and got stuck, couldn't back out of it.
That was a weird situation there. The co-driver was still out of the car, though. So I'm wondering if they're trying to get in a spot where they could get the jack to work, maybe, or... That is a goofy situation going on there, as we got a cool drone shot coming in. One thing I always preach to racers is give us good roof numbers. Like, give us half the roof.
You know what? It makes a difference when you're sitting in here trying to announce and trying to call out drivers. Yes, that bigger number would make a big difference to.
Yes, it does.
To be more recognizable.
Lets us call you guys out better.
Yeah. Looks like somebody's just leaving main pit, it looks like.
One of our sportsman classes or stock classes. Doing the loop around, and then they'll go back by the starting line and take a left and head on out into the desert. Back on board with Cade Martin. He is ripping. Pam was saying he had Ashton Perfect riding with him, I think. And so do you remember the Alpha Class 1 car?
Yes, I do.
So this is like a mini Alpha.
Okay.
It's built by Git Performance. It's got that same beautiful outside look like the Alphas did. This one just happens to be a little bit smaller with 4 less cylinders.
Yeah. When I come into the sport, Harley was driving that car and being very successful. So it was pretty cool to see that Class 1 up there challenging the trophy trucks and stuff like that. Because I kind of come into the sport right when Class 1s were kind of slowly starting to die out. So to see one every now and then and to see these Class 10s out there tearing it up, and especially leading this race, is pretty cool.
Yep. Man, they just found a pretty good G out, and that car soaked it up.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever his shot guy is. Doing a good job.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. He had his sun visor down, heading back into the sun, back to the west.
Let's see if we get a little update on the leaders, see how close they are. Looks like, our lead Class 10 car has pulled in. It looks like they are stopped and getting fueled up and getting ready to start their 3rd lap. That'd be Brody Akins. And then second overall on course is still about 10 miles out, so which is Nate Hale. So Brody has built himself quite a nice lead. And with all the racers turned on racing tracks here, Nate has clear air all the way to main pit. So Brody's going to leave and has a couple stock class cars and sportsman cars in front of him. I wonder if that's going to give Nate a chance to pull up on him.
What is the corrected time between the two of them, Robert?
I do not know until Nate gets across the line.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see if watch that, see if Nate with some clean air, see if he can reel in that nice Illumicraft up front.
And Nate's got corrected time playing on his side big time.
Yeah, I believe Nate was 8th or so off the line.
No, actually, yeah, you're right. Nate was 8th and Akins was 3rd.
Okay.
So he's got 4 or 5 minutes to play with there.
5 minutes difference there, so it'll be interesting to watch that battle, see how it plays out. Even though they're in different classes, you're always going for that overall win.
As
and it looks like that. Is that your lead 10 car heading out on the last lap? Looks like he's headed up towards the hills and up towards the goat trail.
That is our physical leader right now.
Got some good dust on that, but it looks like there might be a slight breeze out there. It looks like it's moving just a little bit.
Fish was telling me that the visors on the helmet are cool until about 70, then they try to rip your helmet off. And I didn't even think about that until he just mentioned that.
I've heard that also. I keep wanting to get one, but yeah.
Yeah, how fast can you get your truck up to? Depending on gearing.
Depending on gearing, the fastest I've ever seen a spec go with a legal motor is about 120, 122. Right now we're actually geared down a little bit from that.
So a little more torque out of the turns?
A little bit more torque out of the corners, some of these sandy washes, stuff like that. Just gives you a little bit more pull.
So do you get a lot of tire spin still, even with the smaller motor?
We do, actually, you do. Some of the things you get on that hard pack, we switched over to Toyo tires. With those tires, it gives us a whole lot better drive out of the corners, and so we're going that way. But even with the spec truck, you do get a lot of wheel spin with those.
Okay. And you guys doing tires every lap?
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take tires every time we take fuel.
And then, so you're thinking you're maybe putting about 80 gallons in each lap?
Yeah, we'll be a little bit more than 80. So
you guys are pressure proing it?
We will pressure pro it.
So you guys are quick.
Yeah.
What's an average pit stop for you?
You know, we can do 2 tires, 2 rear tires, and a full tank of fuel in about 35 to 37 seconds on a good day.
Holy moly!
So we got a fantastic pit crew, and they get right after it.
Ooh, looks like we're back with Michael Mack with some in-car.
Right, medium left.
And you can hear him talking.
Easy left.
Car coming up. So the tracker is letting him know that there is a car stopped.
Straight.
And it counts down from 10 to 1.
Straight.
When you get to 1, it's counting down the feet now.
Hard left.
The car stopped somewhere
Hard
right here.
Hard left.
Maybe not. Unless we missed it.
Yeah, it's interesting listening to everybody. All the co-pilots got kind of their own language, and everybody's kind of got a different system. You got some of the rally guys out there that are calling numbers for corners. You heard that guy, talking, hey, medium right, hard right, gradual right. And so like I say, everybody does it just a little bit different.
So what do you prefer?
To me, I haven't done the number systems a lot. Most of my pilots will say, a medium left, hard left, and that works for me. Once you spend a little bit of time in them, with your co-pilot, you kind of figure each other out. You start understanding what they're meaning after the first 15 miles, and so there's generally no surprises out there.
For sure. And the number style is so subjective.
Yes.
Because I've done it for myself in a UTV and given it to one of my truck friends, and they're like, dude, it's not even close. And I'm like, you're also going 30 miles an hour faster, and I told you those are for a side-by-side. So everybody's different, and it's kind of hard to share notes between the classes too. But I prefer most of the time the medium right, hard right, 45 sweeping, and then I don't drive what I can't see too. So
and I'm there too, Robert. Our racing careers probably started very similar on motorcycles. And when you're on a motorcycle, you gotta watch out for yourself. You don't have a co-pilot out there telling you left, right. You got to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
And you learn to not drive what you can't see.
Sometimes the hard way.
Unfortunately, the hard way. I've unfortunately had a lot of injuries that way. Nice 10 car going by there.
That's Corey going.
But you know what? Each co-pilot's a little bit different. All you got to do is be on the same page. The number system don't work for me. I kind of like the way my guy does it now, and it works out good for us.
So it sounds like Deegan Gonzalez has gotten going again. Car's fixed, and they said he is laying on a heater this lap, trying to catch up. He had some downtime, and now he's only about 5 miles off the back of Nate, and he was stopped for, I feel like, 15 to 20 minutes. So Deegan got the car going again, and he's flying, and it looks like he's battling it out with Luke Matthews, who we actually have some cameras with. But that's an impressive run.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on him and see how it goes.
So we get a cool drone shot over here of Osborne. This is actually Nate coming in here, from what I can tell. On a heater. Racing track showing him about 65 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, was that the scoring tower he just went under? So he'll be taking a right here pretty quick and coming into the pits. Just a few minutes ago, they showed that car headed west back to the pits, and that sun was brutal. That sun's just above the horizon, and it's shining right in their eyes.
So from sun to shadows, the two extreme opposites.
Yeah.
Hopefully your eyes can adjust quick. Is that something that plays with you guys much in the truck, or do you got the good brow that hides it?
We got a pretty good visor that'll hide that, so when it starts getting down there, you can. And it kind of gets to the point where you're almost excited for that thing the sun to go down, because it gets right in your eyes, and you just soon get your lights on and start running in the dark.
For sure.
The good part about, look at that, they got a little bit of a breeze. A lot of times when that sun starts getting real low in the sky, it just gets calm as calm, and that dust just hangs.
That's when the dust comes out. The sun goes away, the dust comes out. Nate's pulling in. His crew said they're taking fuel, stacks, and Rolaids.
Oh, no. Somebody's got an upset stomach. He should be coming up here on the ride, I thought.
So I think his dad is riding with him.
Yeah, right there.
Crew's suited and booted properly. Fire suits, balaclavas, splash shield. Both guys handling the fuel. Gloves. That's what we love to see, guys. Hint, hint, wink, wink for everybody showing their live feeds.
One dump can down. Looks like they're grabbing a bite to eat too.
Yeah, what kind of snacks are those?
Yeah.
It's an interesting looking snack.
Yeah, there goes another dump can in. Grabbing some water.
So that tube that you can see coming up the center support there is actually his vent. So we would have been able to scope when it was full, but I prefer this view better.
In and out. I didn't get a time on that, but that was pretty quick.
That was very quick. So with Nate heading out now, next in should be Deegan. So I'm going to start an unofficial clock here to see how far behind Deegan is. Because as long as Nate stays out front, he's got him on time. But can Deegan get around him and put some time on him?
Yeah.
In one lap?
Yeah, it'll be tough to get around him, even if you are a little bit faster. Getting through that dust and getting around a very accomplished driver like Nate's going to be a challenge.
And Nate's always running, and he just passed by Baker sitting there in the pit, so I guess he never got back going again. And Nate is always running hard and up front. Like, the car's either broken or he's top 3.
Yeah.
There's no in between for him. Him and his dad are quite the duo in there, too. If we had audio right now, it's always funny.
Yeah, how cool and how special that'd be to be out there racing with either your son or your dad.
Yeah, imagine if they get the win.
Yeah.
I'd be so stoked for them.
Yeah.
So try not to jinx it, but Nate cruising. Looks like this must be speed zone through the whole pit.
Yeah, it looked like his dad's visor was still cracked up, kind of catching some fresh air on your face. That always feels good.
Yep. Saw that 25-mile-an-hour sign there, so confirmed speed zone.
Yeah, look at that course right there, Robert. Look how gnarly that is, and look how those shadows play into that.
Okay, I take it back. I don't think lap 1's smooth for you tomorrow. I think it's just as rough as ever.
Yeah, to me it looks like that guy's headed out by the goat trail.
This is Gabe
Maybe
Matthews. He should be coming into main soon.
It just looked real rough there with those saguaro cactuses and those mountains up there, but I think I was mistaken.
Got some audio off of Gabe's car here. You can hear how hard he's in it. Give you guys an idea where he's at real quick. Looks like about race mile 65 there, Brent.
Okay. So 65 looks like he's obviously headed back to the west because you got the sun right there. Maybe he's, 4 or 5 miles out of Graham Wells? 6, 7 miles out of Graham Wells?
Yep. Pulling up on it very soon. Pit 2 would be Graham Wells. As Nate's getting back up to race speed. I'm really curious what he can do with Brody with the clean air. I don't think he's going to get to him, but he might have something for him on time.
And Brody started 3rd. And so all he's got to do is get within 5 minutes, 4 minutes?
5 minutes.
So we'll see how that plays out. We'll keep an eye on that.
Nate was 8th off the line today, and of course this is a race on adjusted time, not physical position. So as long as you got the guy in front of you beat on time, if you started 10 minutes behind him and finished 5 minutes behind him, you got him beat by 5 minutes. Nate's cruising. In his mid-tag equipped, or mid-tag built Pro R. One of the couple race cars out there on Bilstein shocks, which is pretty neat to me to see some other manufacturers pushing into the sport.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's great to see new people coming into the sport and giving you an option other than just Fox and King. So you kind of
believe this would be Deegan coming in right now. Then, yep, another mid-tag car. That is Deegan Gonzalez.
Mid-tag cars have got a good showing out there. Look, yeah, it's a beautiful car. What's your clock showing on that, Robert?
About
Time-wise?
3:46.
Okay.
So, thank you for the reminder to check that. I'm sorry, but that car sounded like it was not happy pulling in. Like a rattle. Let's see what they do here in the pits. Be a little quiet here so we can hear. Looks like brothers up in there working on it. He's not running bead locks. Regular bead grips.
With some tensors. They got the car fired back up. Oh.
Didn't get the option to get the fire extinguisher back on. Somebody
No,
wasn't
not quite.
holding properly.
Not quite holding on there. And if you seen that pit crew, he grabbed that fire extinguisher. That course actually goes through the pits and kind of got a serpentine. So maybe he'll go over and catch him and get him stopped and get that mounted back on the car.
That was his brother. He's probably going to go yell at him. Hey, you need this.
Yeah, that's what families are good for. That's what brothers are good for, to yell at each other.
I doubt anybody will be too upset if he stops and throw the fire extinguisher back on the car either. Well, Brent, I wanted to say thank you for coming in and talking to us today.
Thank you, Robert. It's a pleasure being part of this, and fun watching the race with you.
Mutual. You have a lot of fun tomorrow. Be safe, and I hope to say your name a lot as you work your way towards the front, sir.
You know what? Keep an eye on us as that race goes on. We might not be a contender up front, but give us a chance. And at the end of the day, we'll be there.
Sounds good, Brent.
Thanks, Robert.
Be safe and have fun, sir.
Thank you.
Back on board with Brody Akins here. Looks like we are back in the pits with the Baker crew helping somebody, or they're working on their own car. It kind of looks like my friend Sean there, but I don't think it is. They are changing the alternator belt or the alternator. Yep, RMG. That's Braden there. So Braden's day ended early, but he's helping keep somebody in the race here. That's the 1881. So Deegan must have came back in and stopped. Or he went over to Braden's pit to have them help him make the change.
You have another one?
Because that's Braden. That's Braden Baker himself there helping make that change. Looks like Sean Saxton helping. And that is welcome back, Pam. Looks like we were just watching. Looked like Deegan actually pitted in his pit, cruised over to Braden Baker's pit on the other side and was stopped, and they were helping him make either a belt change or an alternator change or something.
Okay, yeah, I was actually over there watching the YouTube feed and everything in the tracker, and I was going, wow, because he was like, what, running in third position?
Yeah,
back
he
making
clawed.
ground.
He clawed his way back forward for sure.
For sure, 100%. I mean, out front leading the first lap and, second lap braking and having the mechanical issue. But yeah, so such a bummer for him, but that he's charging back to the front as fast as he can. I heard you guys also talking about like the shadowing and everything that's going on the course. And I was over there going, yes, exactly. Like the time of the day right now, and you're seeing it when the drivers are driving into the sun. Also, when they're driving into these berms and into these canyons, it plays a trick on you.
Yeah, like just in the last 30 seconds alone, there's been 4 corners with crazy shadows.
Exactly. And now he's in dust. So the dust with the sun coming directly into you, it's also blinding, as I like to say. Oh, and he is right on the tail. He just did a little bit of a bump and run. I couldn't quite make out what that UTV was.
So somehow he just ended up behind Nate.
Okay.
So that was physical first and second place of this race bumping each other. So that's Nate Hale with Brody Akins, and I'm not sure what tied Brody up because I didn't see him stopped, but we were busy watching the action in main pit there.
Yeah.
As Nate got out, he must have got around Brody changing a flat tire or something, maybe.
Something. And that hasn't really been an issue, knock on wood. That doesn't seem to have been an issue today, really, is all of the, tires and stuff. Because there are rocks out here, but not, it's just kind of like graded road and stuff. But I have noticed that it hasn't been a tire game. Like sometimes races are strictly like flat out a tire game. Like whoever has the best tire.
Whoever's got the best navigator to change flats.
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, I just want to say thank you for Brent Fox for stopping by and talking to us for a little bit, kind of revealing some of his game plan for tomorrow. He was telling us he's got no secrets, so he'll tell you where they're fueling, what they're doing.
That's good.
You can do with that what you want. Try and beat them. Good luck.
We've had some great guests in here today, and we're going to have more in tomorrow and a whole nother day of racing as well. So, but yeah, awesome. Rob Mack and Fox and all of us earlier on, Jack.
Yep,
it's
Jack.
just been really good. Good day today.
Sad I had to cut Jack a little short, but we were still starting the race, so I had to keep it short and sweet. But still got to talk to him regardless. We jump back on board with Cade Martin here.
Yes, Cade Martin with Ashton Perfect in that passenger seat over there.
Looks like they're just getting out of main pit, so.
Yeah, look, I think they were doing some fuel. They showed them just for a second. It looked like it was probably just like a quick fuel stop, not 100% sure. Oh, and here we are. That's a 1074. Look at that. Look at how
Driver
quick
change.
he was out of that car. Already ready to just get out. So this is Bronson Shermonte. I'm not sure who's getting in the driver's seat now. So we have, let's see, let's look at Bronson's name here. So Braden Colley or Carter Potts would be one of the two that are getting in that driver's seat there. So Bronson hopped on out of there. You can see how quickly they're trying to get them all hooked up, get all the safety gear all connected, radios, pumpers.
It looks like the first thing he ripped out was his seat pad, so whoever's getting in.
Some people don't like that seat pad.
No.
Personally, it's the best thing in the world.
I'm impartial to seat pads. I don't know.
That's if I'm correct, that's the one you can get from UPR, and they fit into the Sparco seats, and it's very cushiony. I had it when I raced Class 10. Put it in my UTV as well. It's to me kind of a back saver in a way as well. But that is a great drone shot right there with the sun and the dust trail. Class 10 car right here.
So I did a little homework just now. The driver that got in that car had 1061 on the side of his helmet, and that is traditionally the number Carib Potts runs.
Okay.
So,
well, and that is all of it. Also, one of the registered co-driver / driver that just got in the 1074 then.
Yep, 1061. So I think Carib just jumped in there to... Uh-oh. They are deep in their helmet with something now.
Well, you know, you want those belts as tight as possible, and as you know this, you do your waist first before you pull down, and you want that waist super tight.
Listen in here as they get this car sorted.
Yeah. And again, we are out here for the 2025 Legacy Racing Association FX Construction Parker Dam 500, brought to you by Maxis. I'm Pam Hall, right here with Robert Campbell. Here we are with the beautiful race day that we have had. And now we're going to get back here and watch driver record Bronson Shermonte, but we just said Carib Potts got in that driver's seat.
Back on course. So if my math is right, I think he is in third place in Class 10. This is second place on screen right now. But Deegan is back at race speed out of main pit.
Okay.
So he's out of there.
And that looks like it's the 1030. I think it said 1030 something. 1030? Was that Todd Jackson that we were just looking at?
This yellow car looks like Cade Martin's.
Cade Martin's?
And, ooh, there we go.
Well, there's the 1030 right there of Todd Jackson in the pits, getting some new tires on the rear, getting some fuel as well.
If I remember right, that car's on 37-inch tires for a Class 10 car.
And that's, I believe that was Dale Eberts right there.
Giving him a hand in the pit.
Yeah, with Ebco. I say Eberts. I've always said Eberts. I might be Eberts.
I've heard it both ways my entire life.
I have too, to be honest.
Awesome family. They all race. Father, son, daughter. Daughter makes some awesome YouTube videos of all their racing.
Look at that view.
Getting a little sloppy there.
And a little sideways. Western, as we call it, right?
But that's what they're looking forward to this final lap. It looks like the dust is hanging now. The wind is dying off a little bit. And as it gets dark, like everywhere kind of in this area, Nevada, Arizona, California, as the sun goes down, normally the wind goes with it.
Okay, yep,
so
exactly.
These night races get brutal because the wind isn't there to pull the dust off the course for you.
All right, getting a little bit of info. Sounds like there's a tip alert for the 6071 at race mile 26 of Dallas Theobald. Used to race motorcycles, but into those trophy lights.
And tip alert could mean so many different things from racing tracks. Usually it's somebody goes into a turn and dumps it on its side or anything. Those of us kind of in HQ get a little bit of a heads up on the different actions going on based on the trackers. And we have tip alerts, and then we have G alerts. And G alerts are usually if somebody stuffs a ditch and crashes a car.
Right.
A tip alert is a small rollover, or sometimes it's not even a rollover. Same with the G alerts.
All right, the 1883 here.
That is Nicholas Gurries.
Out of Fremont, California, racing in that Can-Am.
He's going to be somebody to reckon with going into this last lap as well, because he's not even on the first sheet. So on time, he's up there. He started 13th. So that was something I was just about to touch with you until we had some cool action on screen. If Nate Hale is running bumper to bumper with Brody Akins, Nate started 5 minutes behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So all he has to do is let him gap out and stay right behind his dust cloud, and Nate has a chance of winning this race overall on time.
Yeah.
And his class and on time.
And that's where your pit crew hopefully is keeping track of time.
Well, I'm in their group text.
Oh, you are? Okay.
So I know they're handling business.
And usually the pits are also listening to the live show as well. It's kind of fun being out in the pits too sometimes, because you can hear all the different teams listening to the live show and everything. But yeah, super cool for him.
All right. Well, I'm wrong. Dave from Race Safely is, or Motorsport Safety Solutions, is at main pit, and the winds are gusting to 17.7 over there. So there's still plenty of wind, and it is 72 degrees over there right now. So, oh man, Nate is sending it.
Yeah, he is. When he's in that section where there's some of those gotchas that we like to talk about.
Yep, and he's holding nothing back. He's running first lap pace right now. Holy cow.
All right, he is hauling the mail. It would be really cool if we knew exactly what his speed limit was, which, you know what, we can look on our Racing Tracks live map.
You want me to beat you to it?
I don't know how updated mine is. I haven't been at my computer for a little bit.
It's showing 51 miles an hour, but it has not updated since 4:36.
Okay.
Well, 5:36. I forget we're in Arizona. We're an hour ahead.
Your phone's jumping. Mine never knows what time zone I'm on, so it doesn't jump. I'm on every time zone.
It's because you're all over the world.
I feel like I am. It's fun though. And this is our first time working together. I love it. It's been a blast.
I'm enjoying it.
Me too. Lots of knowledge from both of us of different areas. You know, you're out here all the time with all of this as well. And you actually, saved a rollover one time of my husband. So not saved it. You recovered it, I should say.
I helped.
You helped.
It was a long time ago, it feels like.
That was in 18.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
17, actually, I think. I don't know. Nate Hale making his way through still. As you can see, he is a Pro Open UTV Polaris from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Making his way along the canal there. He's about race mile 10. And physically, he's farther than that. His tracker's not updating. Luke Matthews is going to come into play here, too. He's in 10th place.
Okay.
So if he can sneak up on Nate, this might be a pretty good battle to the finish here.
Okay. I like it. Yeah, 1861 race mile 15, going 48.5 miles per hour for Nate. Oh, let's see here. This is the 1019 of Josh Burns.
Looks like they are in a pit stopped. Can't tell if that's a main pit.
You can kind of hear a little bit.
Back on board. This is not Josh Burns.
No, that is not. My mind is blank right now on what car that is, but I remember seeing the car earlier on. Lake Adler. There we go.
Back on board with one of our naturally aspirated UTVs. So out here today, we have quite a few different classes racing with us. We have the unlimited UTVs, which are kind of like all your Pro Rs, your Mav Rs, like the guys running at the front. Not always at the front, but the Pro Turbo class is the next class, which was what Max Gordon is in. And some of the Can-Am guys choose to race in the Pro Turbo class instead of jump up to the Unlimited. I think this year they they merged the Mavars into the Unlimited. So if you're in a Mavar, you're in Unlimited. You're not in Turbo. So there's the Pro Unlimited, which is Mavar, Pro R, and then kind of your custom one-off builds. There's your Turbo UTVs, which are pretty much at this point in time your belt-driven Turbo UTVs. And then there's the Pro NA class, which is kind of your older XP 1000s, your Honda Talons, your Yamaha YXZs, the Kawasaki KRXs. And it's cool to see that class still thriving. I mean, they've been racing them for 10 plus years now. One of the most successful cars ever in that class was a 2014, which was Caden Wells' car that he just recently sold, and you could have bought that thing and gone and ran up front at this race. And it was a 2014 or 15 chassis.
Yeah, that's insane to even think that a chassis of that age, but that also goes to show how well he took care of it.
Yes. They build awesome cars and prep awesome cars. Watching Nate Hale here, working his way around.
Great view here. You know what we haven't really touched on much for the most part are the 60 or the trophy lights.
So we haven't seen a whole lot of shots of them, and I've seen a lot of attrition in that class on the racing tracks. So I haven't touched base on it a whole lot, but let's see where they're at now.
Yeah, let's look at that because I mean, there's let's see, let's show them all here, which is let's see, maneuvering all through here is always fun because it's awesome that we can do it so easy. But looks like the 6075 still on lap number 1, but stopped at race mile 90. But the 6081 of Larry Schuschmer is at race mile 55 on lap number 2. The 6001 of Sean is it Runyon? Runyon. I know he's our last year champion, but saying the last name, he's running physically in second position right now, race mile number 50. And then let's see, there was somebody that was right behind him, but they just updated, so they're running really close together.
Yeah, they're stacked on top of each other there. So we're watching an awesome drone feed here. It looks like Corey going, maybe? Once again, big roof numbers for us.
Oh yeah, I am a huge preacher of that. I can tell you that much. That's a Polaris 1880. Yeah, see, they look so similar to Class 10s too.
Yep, it sneaks up on you.
Yeah, so 1880 of Luke Matthews, 16 years old, out of Lakeside, California, with Christian Brothers Racing.
So he's one of our front runners right now.
He is.
He is physically in, looks like about 3rd or 4th, depending on what tracker update you have. We still haven't gotten a good update on Nate Hale. Oh, yeah, we did.
We did,
so
okay.
Nate is still in front. Luke is behind him. And it looks like Brody Akins has put some time on him again. So
okay.
I'm not sure if that was him that they got into and tapped there. I assumed that, but I might have been wrong.
Yeah, I was very curious to that whenever you said that because I didn't know how close they actually were. But oh, look, the 1019 of
Josh Burns is still stopped.
Yeah. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. Could not quite make out what was being said, but back on board here with Cade Martin.
You said Ashton's with him?
Ashton Perfect, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
He's a fast driver himself when he's in his 1600 car.
Yes, he is.
I think is it his sister that races also?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Brooke Perfect.
Fast family there.
Very, very. I know I used to race with Mom and Dad in Class 10 back in the day, and then with, running the short course series as well. So it's a great family, very, a racing family as well.
It's funny how so many of the racers transition over from the short course racing to desert.
Mm-hmm.
The big transition we're seeing in the UTV world right now is racers in the short course series are kind of losing some support over there, and they're coming desert racing with us. to chase that support, and it's what the sponsors want.
Yeah.
So we have some heavy hitters from Works that have made the jump over recently, and they're always so fast. Like, they always qualify up front. Like,
Right.
short course guys, but
They just drive completely different.
yeah, I think for them a lot of it's going to be the learning lessons of being patient in the
Right.
dust. Like the last race that we just did earlier this year, we saw a lot of attrition from those guys in the first 20 miles of the race, just hitting rocks, blowing corners off stuff. But when they get it figured out, they're going to be fast.
Exactly.
We're watching Brody Akins here at 1077. This is our physical leader of the race at this point in time.
So
He-
Brody, did he end up getting in the car now?
So Brody is in. Yeah.
Okay.
So I only knew that because the helmet change.
Okay.
Connor had like a carbon fiber helmet.
Okay. So they must have changed whenever you were on here with Brent.
Yep. So I think he's going to be in there. He should be in there through the finish. But he is coming up on... No, the lap traffic's going the other way. So he's probably going to have a free run for the next 20 miles. So he's having an awesome day right now because there's no dust in front of him. He's just railing at whatever speed he wants to go with Jenica calling the turns, and you know she's a weapon in the passenger seat because of how fast her and Connor and everybody she rides with go. Like,
And you know, it's awesome too, like whenever you have your same co-driver that just stays in the car the whole time because they have that course down.
yeah, like
You
that,
know.
and they already got miles burned in. They know where the rocks are hiding.
Right, exactly.
And her being the caliber of co-driver she is, I'm sure she's reaching up and dropping extra notes, possibly on lap 1 to add to it.
I wonder if you might know this and I might not know this, if there are any co-drivers that are in today that'll be co-driving tomorrow in the unlimited class.
Yes, and that there's drivers driving.
Okay.
Sharing driving duties.
It's a good pre-run.
Just to get the miles in.
Pre-run at speed, race speed there's nothing like it.
Yep. I can't tell you exactly who's doing it, but I've heard of a couple, and I saw a couple of the unlimited co-drivers reaching out on like social media asking to who has a ride in the limited classes today so they could get an extra bird's eye view. Because obviously you can pre-run, but if you could jump in for the third lap of this race and
Right.
know what you're doing lap 1 tomorrow, you're going to be in a better spot.
Exactly.
Because just today, from our in-car views, the awesome drone shots we have, and some of the static cams out there, you can see how beat up the course is. Like, lap 1, these ruts weren't this deep.
Right, exactly. That's
Yeah.
And even though these aren't the big horsepower like we're going to have tomorrow, it's still they chatter it up.
They definitely are beating it up.
Definitely beating it up, definitely making those ruts. It's just going to be, fun sandy race tomorrow, and by lap 3 tomorrow, oh my goodness, it's going to be a gnarly course.
I don't envy them tomorrow. I would rather been in a car today, but that's just me. I'm a side-by-side dork, so.
Well, they're fun. They're a lot of fun.
They definitely are. So I'm going to take a second and kind of go over who is stopped right now.
Okay, perfect.
And so one of the big names that I saw stopped is Ian Torfey, who was, I think, in 3rd or 2nd in the NA class last time I checked in on him. So he shows stopped about race mile 91 on his 2nd lap, or that's first lap actually. Yeah, first lap. So he never made it around for that full loop. Tom Wilson with the SSP Racing Mav R was stopped for a while, and he is going again.
Good, good. It's always good to hear them back moving.
And another one moving again is Max Gordon.
Oh, good.
So he was stopped for a while there. I didn't get an actual time of how long he's been stopped for, but he is going past race mile 95 at about 56 miles an hour right now.
Nice.
So.
And there is Cade Martin once again.
Let me see if Cade's physically 2nd or 3rd right now.
Okay, so you being a UTV guy,
Yes.
and a racer, notice Cade's hands.
Yes.
He's got his thumbs wrapped.
Yes.
Do you do that?
I have to because I'm driving one-handed the
Okay.
whole day. If I could drive with 2 hands, I would be thumbs on top of steering wheel.
I just was noticing that on a few cars today.
Yeah, so one of the guys that was actually helping with Deegan's car earlier is a kid named Sean Saxton. And he actually just recently had, I think he broke his whole wrist because he had his thumbs wrapped, and that was like last year.
Well, it happens all the time. I mean, rally school. I went to rally school back in the day just to try to better my driving skills, and that was one of the things they told me was do not wrap your thumbs. Like, and after going there, I realized that I used to wrap my thumbs, and that's why they told me not to once I was at the class. Because you hear all the time, like, you're driving down somewhere, you know, you hit a rock or you hit a rut or something, and it just rips the steering wheel out of your hand.
Yep.
How many times have you heard of people having to get surgery on their thumb because they broke it racing?
A lot.
A lot, exactly. I don't know, it's just something it's just conversation I'm bringing up right now about.
I don't like to think about it because I'm forced to, but yeah, it happens a lot.
It happens a lot.
I also
was he
have
listening?
I think, well, he's on a flat road, so
I'm
he's
just
not
kidding.
as focused. I actually have like a forklift knob in my car too.
Do you? Okay.
I'll death grip that.
Yeah.
And then when that gets ripped out of your hand, it's not like your thumb's wrapped around the steering wheel. I'm gonna actually pull open Racing Tracks' live timing here, and starting lap 3, Luke Matthews is ahead on time by 12 seconds.
Okay. So Luke Matthews is.
Yeah, so Luke has snuck past Nate on time, and that's 12 seconds on him starting this lap.
But look, Deegan's still in 3rd spot.
Yep. And 9 minutes back, and he can push in the way he can. He could try and make that up.
I mean, they still got a decent amount of time to go. So.
Okay, so here's this. First lap, he was 6 minutes faster than both of the cars ahead of him. Right
wow.
Now. So lap 3, if they tell him checkers or wreckers, he could make up some serious time. And he's only got to make up 9. So if he's got clean air, he might be able to make it happen.
All right, we're watching the T899 of Kyle Standage in the pits.
He's another one of our really fast racers. Consistent, always up front, top 5. Cool team, nice people.
Obviously looking at the front end, something going on there. Back on board with Cade Martin. So I wonder, Max Gordon, you said, is moving again. We were getting some pretty good live cameras earlier on him. I wonder if he might have lost his cameras or something.
It might be dead.
Yeah.
Somebody on the team's listening. Radio him and tell him to cycle the star stream.
Oh, speaking of, and there is Mr. Max Gordon right there waving their hand. Hi, Max.
I love it.
That's awesome. Obviously, they are in a pit, or exiting out of a pit, it looked like.
It did look like they were just pulling out of midway.
Wait, is that Max or is that Robbie? When he turned his head, it almost looked like Robbie's face.
I'm not sure. You can spot that for me.
I could be totally wrong, but if that's oh no, it's Max. No, that's Lake. That was pretty funny. It almost looked like Robbie.
So he just left pit 3.
Okay, perfect. I mean, Robbie usually has a painted helmet, but unless he got a new one recently and just hasn't been able to paint it yet.
Does have all the fancy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Lake Adler, look at him doing awesome out there. 15 years old.
That poor kid's not tall enough to have the sun visor help him right now. It's down, but it's not doing nothing.
I used to love putting that, like the gaffer tape on the visor.
On the top of it, yeah, just to hide it as best you can. Tilt your head down.
Exactly.
Kind of look out the top of your eyes. All the little secrets.
Driving into the sun is never fun.
No. This is kind of the time I don't like being on the race course. Is this like 1 hour, hour and a half right here with the twilight hours.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're driving west.
Yeah. It's just I don't have the hand to hide the sun for me.
Right.
And even then, these guys, like, when they're doing it, how tired does your other hand get driving the whole time, you know?
Right.
So.
I used to find myself driving just with my left hand because I'm so used to shifting all the time in the Class 10. So I always found myself driving.
Like, put this hand back up here.
Well, I would do that until I would get on, like, a straightaway where I was, like, going super fast and, like, maxed out on my gears. But I felt like I was always shifting gears so much that I just always drove one-handed.
So you used a sequential then, or H pattern?
Sequential. I can always have so much trouble saying that.
I think I say it like 100 times a week, so I'm just used to it.
I've struggled with that word my whole entire life.
It happens.
So Josh Burns in the 1019. They were in the pits for a little bit, but obviously back out moving. You can see the co-driver's like, okay, I cannot see. I got to see the GPS. I got to see up. And he even has a visor down. That's the problem, is your sun visor only goes so far.
Yep, it can only do so much for you.
Yes, exactly.
So, as we're watching Josh Burns here, we're going to cut to a little interview with the Maxis guys here.
I'm here with James with Maxis. James, you guys are the sponsor for the Parker Dam 500. Out here at Tech and Contingency, tons of drivers coming through with you guys with your tires on. And it's just been a blast out here. What are you thinking so far of the race?
Oh, I love it. I love the series. Legacy's been awesome. This is my second year doing Legacy, and every time I show up to an event, I just love it that much more. Awesome people. The racers are just, I can't even talk enough about the racers. They're great. I'm just out here trying to push the product, let people aware of what we have and what we have, so hopefully everybody becomes better educated.
Well, I mean, and Maxis is really, coming on board, sponsoring a lot of these desert series and a lot of these racers, supporting the program, and that's really what grows the sport. And so with Maxis being a huge partnership now, it's just been awesome to see.
Yes, definitely, and I like that about Maxis. We're definitely out here trying to hit every event we can and more every year to let people just know this brand awareness, to let these racers know, hey, we'll be here. You can count on us. If you're in a pinch, need a tire, you need help, we're here to take care of you. There's not much tire companies I see out there that are that dedicated. So right now we're on top of it for sure.
Yeah, you guys definitely are, and it's awesome to see you guys out here. But the racing starts tomorrow. We got the motos in the morning, limited and unlimited, and it's just another race in the books.
It sure is. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be here at the start and finish line all day tomorrow and all day Saturday. So I'm looking forward to it, definitely. Good times.
All right, well, thanks, James, and we'll see you out there.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You have a good day.
Awesome catching up with James with Maxis. Obviously, like you just heard, I mean, they've been just bumping up their game in this sport every single year, and for them to come on and this live show is brought to you by Maxis as well, and so it's been a great journey to see them bumping up in the desert world that much more.
Yeah, stepping up
their game.
Being in contingency, taking care of the racers. Trackside is huge.
Yes, definitely. And, it's watching their whole entire crew just at all of the races, besides short course, the desert, King of the Hammers, everything, all of the different racing associations. It's awesome to see, and to be a part of the Maxis family is pretty cool. So, but yeah, it's...
That's the blinding
sun
light we were talking about there.
Yes.
I do not envy that at all.
I don't either. But you know what? Look, it's almost down. It'll be perfect timing, right? As we start heading back towards the finish line.
There's the dark.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like Maddie Dunlap's KRX. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I have to give a shout out to everybody that's watching on the YouTube for the Legacy Racing Association. You guys are awesome. Thanks for sticking around with us. I've seen a lot of people saying they have FOMO, wishing they were here. Well, guess what, guys? Make sure you register for the next one, or make sure you're here next year, because Parker is one of the fun ones out here for any desert racing.
Parker's a fun one just to spectate, too.
Yes.
Because you got Osborne Wash. There's all kinds of neat spots to hang out. It's kind of open land. It is closed, but there's all the neat overlooks, and Osborne. Main pit has some awesome spectating if you hike up on the little hills there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm a fan of racing out here in Parker. It's a neat town.
Mm-hmm.
After the race is over, it's a cool place to hang out.
Yes.
There's the river. I know a lot of teams will get rentals down in the Parker Keys, and just they make it a fun thing for the family, for the whole team. You get everybody involved. That's one thing I love about how Legacy puts on the races is they make sure you involve your whole team.
Right, exactly.
They put on events that are fun for everybody. This is one of those rare races that's a loop race with 4 different pits. So it's pretty cool. I enjoy the sport so much because of all my family I get to bring out racing. the team around you, just all of that. And I think that's what makes the sport so fun, and Legacy really leans into and embraces that.
Well, and desert racing, off-road racing really is just one big family. And even if you're, just like us that get to sit and talk about it and, have fun doing that and everything, we're still a part of the family. So it's just one big family and very welcoming. Every single time a different race happens that I've personally never been to or whatnot, it's just one huge family, and I love it. Meeting Brian here at Master Fabrication. He's just been so welcoming, and we're sitting in his shop right now, and he's in here with us, and we get to see all his cool cars he's building, and we're going to bring him on at some point. I'm not sure. Are we bringing him on today or tomorrow?
We're going to have him on with us tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
I spoke with him earlier when you were out of the building for a second there.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're going to get Brian in and talk to him about all these awesome builds around here and what he's going on at some point tomorrow.
Yeah. And there we have Cade Martin again. So Ashton is super tall too. You can actually tell with him in the car. Ashton's probably, I don't know, he's well over 6 feet tall.
Oh, is he really?
Oh yeah. Tall and skinny.
I don't think I've ever met him in person. I know he's talked crap to me online a lot. We play games on Instagram, but that's about it.
Oh, that's funny.
He's a good kid. They're a funny family, him and his sister, and I've never met any of the rest of them, but I know that they're super fast in that 16 car.
Yeah,
That's all I
Lee and
say.
Poppy. Yeah, Mom and Dad, Lee and Poppy. Used to race Class 10. I think they did 1600 at one point too, but yeah, great racing family.
Here we got one of our,
that is
the 1969, the Jim racing car, with the last name that I can't pronounce, save my life, McLachlan.
McLachlan.
That's not right, but it might be McLachlan. Somebody from that team text me. Tell me how to say that properly.
Back again, Brody Akins. I want to say Atkins every single time, but Brody Akins.
Atkins is a diet.
Well, that's his last name too. Yeah.
Brody Akins. Physical race leader right now.
All right, let's see. We go to the map here. Let's see where we've got some people at on here.
So he's about race mile 50. Our overall leader is. And Nate Hale is currently stopped at race mile 35 as of, about a minute ago. So, see if I can get an update from them. Oh, wow. Well, that was fast. Nate just blew his motor.
Oh, no.
So,
no.
Yeah, that sucks. And then in the group chat got a mechanical alert from Nate Hale.
That's not good.
So that sucks. It sounded mean earlier. I was commenting on his in-car about how nasty that car sounded. They always seem to run their best right before they let go.
Oh, yeah, they do. They're always the fastest and sound the best before it goes.
That sucks for Nate. There you go. They're on board with him. It's always 102.5 top speed today.
Oh, wow. In a UTV.
Pretty clear.
Yeah.
So, man, that sucks. Nate's always running up front. He is consistently up front, and it'll just be the dumb $2 part failure or something.
I just said that earlier on, too.
Today, it's a little more than $2. But
yeah, right.
He's proven himself time and time again that he can consistently run up front. Sorry for the bad luck, Nate and crew, but happy to see you guys running up front and being so successful as a father-son team out there in the race car and all your pit guys.
So David with Racing Tracks, he said he was on his team for the Baja 1000 Ironman run too, and he's super bummed.
Yes. He was one of the fuel guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucky. That sucks. That's horrible for him.
The attrition is coming in a different time than I thought it would.
Yeah, lap number 3. Did you think it was going to come before?
Yeah, I assumed it would be early. I thought people were going to be pushing hard and being super hanging it out there, and here we are.
Yeah,
Lap
such
2
a
and
bummer.
2 and 3. So that means Deegan, or Luke Matthews, has just gotten around him, and then Deegan's right there. So Deegan has now went
He's
from
back
being
in.
down to in the hunt for, well, he's not in the hunt for the win, but he's in the hunt for a top 3.
Well, we
His
just saw
first
it.
race
Anything
ever.
can happen, though.
Yep, this is true. So Deegan's got to go hunt down Luke Matthews to be in the chance for the overall in the class. And since Deegan qualified first, he does have to get around Luke and then put some time on him. Well, he's got to put 10 minutes on him.
There are so many vehicles in pit 2 right now.
Ooh, who's this? 1026?
1026.
Stopped in main
Rob,
pit here.
Rob Martinson
Okay.
out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Ooh, look at that roof number. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we need.
Do you know, the more you talk about it, the more teams will do it because
Yes.
it happens in Ultra 4.
I'm wishing it into existence right now.
Yes. Because there's so many drones and helicopters nowadays that are following the races that, the drones can't always get those side numbers. So the top number is definitely key.
Michael Mack.
It's good to see that he's still moving along. I mean, obviously we saw him earlier on flipped over and Corey Weller was there to help out, but it's good to see that he's actually still moving along.
Yep, he is going through main pit right now. Let's see if, I wonder if he stopped already.
And 1026 is over there too in the main pit, obviously. As we can see, that's where everyone's all camped out.
That pit looks like it's taking a little longer than they want.
Yeah. I can't tell the person right there, you can see that is out of the car.
Ooh, that was our 1400 truck
It
coming
was.
through. That was stopped like a half a mile off the start earlier today.
Yeah, 1435 of Ken Knutson.
Yeah, he's cruising through Maine, so he's going to be heading back out. That passing right now.
That is the Christian Brothers Polaris that I believe we were looking at earlier.
Mason Howard.
Yes.
Mason Howard is
Just
that guy.
stopped. Just stopped in Maine.
Getting some fuel, probably getting ready to head out.
All
Team
right.
Real.
And here he's now stopping into the 14. What was his number? 14.
35.
35.
So he is with the Team Real Racing guys. They're one of the kind of sponsors of Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
With Fractal trailers. Look at all that fuel in the bed of that truck. 5,500 to 200 gallons there.
That VP Racing Fuels.
It's like they're in there working on the engine side of it. So I wonder if we can get an update on what happened to them only like a half mile into the race today.
Yeah, that was definitely
'Cause they got a
not
lap
good.
cleared from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got one lap in. Sometimes it's an electrical thing, and if you notice, I guess his lights are all lower. And look at that.
Ooh.
That is brutal. Brutal.
Max Gordon. Co-driver's texting, probably letting Pitts know something. Or he's the co-driver texting his girlfriend or something. Who knows?
I was going to say he's Snapchatting or something. I
He's
don't
in
know.
their group chat. That's what all the kids are doing nowadays. Oh yeah, he's
Cole,
deep
what's
in there.
Cole's last name?
I'm not sure.
I can't think of his last name.
His normal co-dog.
Yes. I don't think it was on the entry list here.
Killer shot coming into whatever pit this one here. Beautiful sunset in the background. I thought we were going to have a finisher shortly after dark, and I think it's going to be dark for about half of their lap.
Yeah, where are they at again? They're roughly race mile, what, 50, 60-ish?
Yep.
Hey.
Got an update from David Nurbos. That truck we were just talking about, the 1435, changed a belt right off the start.
Ooh.
So that's what they were playing with. And then he said he got stuck in the sand at race mile 95, too.
Oh, goodness. So he is not, his day's not going his way. But he's still moving.
Still
Good
going.
for him.
And Michael Mack's day is not going his way if he's still sitting here in Maine.
No, definitely not. But remember, he had that rollover earlier, so at least he's still moving.
That funnel looks like they might be adding. Oh, front, I think it'd be. They're working on Ken Nudson's truck here. Ooh, here we go. You said his name. I can't think of his name.
Knudsen?
No,
Oh, this one?
This Class 10 car right here.
Is that the 10 car? No, that's the Polaris, isn't it?
No, this is the 10 car that was sitting there in main pit just a second. Back going again. Going across. Back on board with Max Gordon.
As the sun
Brutal.
is blaring him in his eyes.
Still ripping. He's not letting us slow him down too much.
Oh, no, definitely not. All right, is Michael Mack getting out of the car, or is he just patiently waiting? He's getting his cell phone out.
Sending some hate texts. Ooh,
Oh,
here's
funny.
with our leader. There's that shadow wall staring into the sun.
Oh, yes. I mean, their visors look like they're working pretty good, though.
They definitely have good visors in this car. It's blocking our view. So
Right, exactly. I mean, we
it's
can't
doing
see
a job
anything.
for them then.
I like how they have, like, the round mirrors up on the top instead of, like, a solid mirror.
I noticed that last race that they were doing their in-car too. It's pretty neat.
Well, because they both want to see something different, right? So,
Well, it allows them to look up and see out their window net without
yeah.
tilting their head.
Exactly.
So if there's a car sneaking up on either side of you, you can just look up to your right and not have to physically turn your head to the left or the right, depending which seat you're in. And I think that is a really trick setup.
I like it a lot, actually. I've never seen that before.
Knudsen still in main pit there. So he's got 1 lap down. Believe he needs to do 2 for a full finish. Guys are up in there figuring out what's going on, and go back to Corey Weller. It looks like 2 different parts of the world.
It does.
Because dark, and then you get out away from the mountains, and it's still nice and bright.
Exactly. And blinding.
Depending which way you're going. You can hear him calling the notes.
You can. I like to hear it.
Almost. Am I right or wrong? Didn't both drivers have the visors in that car earlier? Did they maybe change drivers?
On Weller?
Yeah.
She was still in a minute ago whenever last time they had the view of the drivers, she was still in the driver's seat.
Okay. Brody's doing, man, looks like probably close to triple digits, heading straight into the sun.
And there's Lake Adler.
With the sun issue as well.
Yeah, that definitely messes with you too when you're trying to, drive fast, obviously. Can't drive as fast when you can't see.
Just missed getting a ping on Brody's speed at the end of that straightaway there. Watching Lake Adler, forward facing cam off of his car. After we're just looking back at him, and you can see how brutal the sun was straight in his eyes.
Yes. It doesn't look bad right there, but it definitely is.
The camera's making up for a lot here.
Right? Exactly.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's brutal.
But you know what? It's getting close to being down. Hopefully he's got his light bar on.
Almost out of it. Tom Wilson.
1870.
Still moving. I thought he was stopped earlier. I need a little homework real quick. He was stopped. He's going again. Yep, he was one of our cars that was stopped earlier.
Okay.
And he's on lap 1 of 3. So he's just getting around for his first lap. Why does his dashboard look like a Christmas tree right now?
You know what? I don't know what they're called. Which one? Are you talking about the middle?
Yeah, is that all
They've
of his...
had a lot of those lights on today. Or those buttons must obviously be on or pushed.
That must be his buttons. Kodog is heavy on the phone with Max. He just put it away as we cut back to camera.
They're like, camera's on you. Turn it off. No texting.
Oh, here we go. What is this, a road crossing? Yep.
So that's going over Shea Road, I think, right? They do cross over Shea Road.
Let's see, get a line on where Max is at right now.
Over here. He's just crossed over. He
That's
should
main
be.
pit.
He should be going into pit 2. No, that's the wrong person.
Yeah, no, that was the. You were right. He was going over Shea
Shea
Road
Road.
to main pit.
I was looking at the wrong 977. There's a S977 and then Max is T977. So
Sneaks up on you.
yeah, it does. So Max is just now starting lap number 3. And
So that whole lap's going to be in the dark.
Yes, it is. Hopefully they have their light bar on, as we keep talking about. Let's see who all is here. Kyle Giesman, still Luli. Gabe Matthews. I'm just kind of going through here.
There's Max in main pit on screen right now.
All right, let's see.
Remember that guy climbing around on the roof earlier?
Yes.
John Lewis said that might have been his radiator fill cap was up there.
Oh.
That makes sense.
I was thinking maybe they're having radio issues or something. They were messing with the... Okay, so...
Somebody's getting in.
Cole is staying in.
They just handed him like a Harbor Freight LED light.
Hey, you gotta have it, right? All right, so there's Robbie.
I'm pretty sure that's Robbie now. Maybe not.
No.
It is. Yeah, I think it is.
Well, we'll see because we got whoever. I need to find this out.
Watch him get strapped back in.
I like seeing this in car like this.
It's fun to watch the intricacies of a driver change.
Yes, exactly. There's so much to it.
There's Braden helping with this.
All over the place.
Helping everybody.
Oh, so that was Robbie. That's Robbie that just got out.
Was it?
Yeah, because that's Robbie right there.
Oh, so this is Max getting
So Max is getting in. So Max probably started. Robbie probably got in. Something, because that's Robbie right there wiping off the light bar.
in. Okay.
I thought that was Robbie's face, not Max's.
He just
Yep.
pointed at it. There we go.
Yep, you can see the light bars on, shining brightly on the person right there holding them.
I was told it is Max just got in.
Mm-hmm.
We're right all along.
I need to know Cole's last name, though. I really feel bad that I don't know his last name.
Who are we watching there? That's that stock car.
Mm-hmm. That one that you said earlier looked brand new.
It still looks brand new. They're doing a good job.
Yes, they are. Very good job.
I like that they're taking their time and making sure the car is sorted before they send it back out. It makes me happy.
Yes.
And the gentleman up front there holding the car is doing his job properly. He's making sure everybody's clear before he lets it go. As Brody is here in one of the tighter sections. Oh, that's that section heading in there to pit 2, so roughly race mile 70 area.
And it's rough.
Rough, beat. It's one of the washes they drop them into.
All of the above.
Jenica bouncing around in there. She's a tough cookie.
Oh, Lucretia just told me it's Cole Kramer. Thank you. I was thinking
Cole
something like
Kramer.
that, and I just was not remembering. So, yeah, Cole Kramer. Thank you, Lucretia.
I'm getting them now, too.
Oh, and Renee Hudson. Thank you, guys. And thank you guys for watching the show, too.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks, Dave.
All right, let's see what Max gets back out there doing as he's given a A-OK.
One of my friends in the pit over there, Sean, just said, confirmed Max is in, Robbie is out. Holy rough.
Man, getting beat up.
Yeah, this last lap is brutal.
And going to be in the dark.
Yep.
But, well, he's not too far out. How far is he now? Let's look at this.
Oh, he's about 70, so he's only 50 miles out. So half the lap, give or take, in the dark.
1077. Yeah, he's at roughly almost. Yeah, he's at race mile 70. So yeah, about 80 miles to go.
He's got it.
He's got it for sure.
He's cruising through pit 2 right now.
Well, Brody's dash looks a little Christmassy too.
Ooh.
That's his push pass right there in the middle.
I wonder what they're stopping for.
Fuel would be my guess. You don't want to take any chances of running out of fuel while you're leading the race on the last lap.
With a huge gap.
With a huge gap, exactly. Like it's the last thing you want to do.
Any question, toss them in it.
I mean, the guy in front's just holding the cone. Splash and go probably.
Yep, that was quick, whatever it was. So probably one dump can. See you guys later.
Now bring her home. All right, we still have...
That is looks like a 10 car in there.
I think they've been in there for a bit.
Oh, that's the one that I thought was going earlier. It's not. Couple cruising through on the right there. There's Max. Cruising by. That would be just outside of main pit.
And that was a part of what we were seeing earlier on the starts, right? Where they do like the horseshoe, basically.
Yes. How it loops back around and then goes back by.
Yes. I'm zooming in here on the course map.
You can get an idea how rough this course is from just that outside shot there.
And how rough it's getting.
Yeah. I was wrong. I thought it would still be somewhat smooth for tomorrow. It's not.
1874, that's who was in the pit. That was sitting over there.
1874.
1874, Steve Luley in that Can-Am out of Belgrade, Montana.
Oh, they're the ones that are far from home. He's going to do everything he needs to get finished.
Yes.
They started 29th today. Watching Max work his way out.
Great view of the sun, too.
I like that pretty background there. Purple,
The
blue.
cotton candy sky.
Yeah, you said it better.
Maybe I want some cotton candy. I don't know.
Some sugar to finish this day off.
Yes. You know what I love? It's at the finish line, and you see these drivers come in, and they have ice cream in their hand. I'm like, where'd you get the ice cream at? Like
to finish?
There's some people that will have ice cream in their hand at the finish. It's like they're like tradition.
Huh. I'm so used to it's like beer for everybody at the races when they finish. They're like, give me a beer.
Yeah, well, that's another thing people get. But for instance, Sergio with Warren Industries, he races in a stock Jeep, and he came to the finish line, and him and Justin Andrews both had ice cream in their hand. And that's their tradition. And they weren't the only team. I mean, it was pretty fun to see, like, ice cream. That's the last thing that would be on my mind coming in after bouncing around for 8 hours.
My fat kid delicacy at the finish line is a Coca-Cola. Drink water all day. I'll take a Coke, please.
Right. Back on board, that was Corey Weller that we were on board with. And I think this is the 1874 right there of Steve Luley.
Working their way back out of main pit. So the horseshoe is coming towards us, and then we'll loop around to our left and then head back the way they came on the other side of this ridge here. Kind of a neat little feature for the guys in main pit.
It is.
If it was me, I'd be hiked up here standing on this mountain watching. That's just me. Then that's a good shot of the course markings that Legacy uses and how they're not technically reflective, but they just capture light so well.
They do.
And that's one unique thing about Legacy's course markings that I feel like over any other series is they did their homework on the paper they use versus what you can see in the dust or in the dark or and so when you're on a Legacy course, you can see the course markings, and I don't want to give people false confidence, but it feels like you can almost see them damn near through the dust sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, as long as there's light, you can see that green or that orange or that pink, that bright pink that they use.
Yeah, using those fluorescents are definitely helpful for sure on course markings. You know, the majority of all the racing associations, they pretty much all mark course for the most part pretty much the same. I can't say same, but some like heavy marking, some like, you know what? If it's a high-speed section, just keep a confidence arrow or whatnot. So it's just, but the bright colors, like what you're saying, is definitely helpful out on course, as we're seeing Max Gordon make his way through some rough terrain.
He's not giving anything left.
Oh, no.
He's going as fast as it can.
Exactly. But out on lap number 3 for himself.
And he's going to have... What do you think he does for a lap time in the dark?
You know, I honestly haven't even seen what his lap times were. I need to go to that really quick. And then let me give you what I think on that one. Let's see.
We do have an update halfway through the last lap for Luke Matthews. He's at 4 hours and 47 minutes at the halfway point. Let's see what our Class 10 car leader is at. 4 hours, 43 minutes. So he's got to make up 4 minutes on him.
4 hours and 43 minutes.
Yep. Halfway through the final lap.
All right, let's see here. So Brody Akins, first place at the halfway mark. You just said that, right? And then Keith Weibel?
Yep.
Second. Okay, so Max Gordon, you are asking me what I think his dark lap will be.
Yeah.
Let me get to his name.
What can he spin with the sun down?
And
So his first lap was 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Max was?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I was off on my lap times.
Didn't you guess 2:12?
I guess 2:12, but what's the fastest lap?
So Max did a 2:11, and then our overall fastest 1:50.59.
See, I was off. I don't like that.
Oh no, Deegan did a 1:44.
Oh wow. Okay. Man.
He was on a heater. He was on a heater.
On a heater. Definitely.
Which reminds me, when you're out there pushing that hard on a course that's this beat up with this many rocks, that's when our main sponsor of the live stream, Maxis, really comes into play. Having the good tires under your vehicle gives you the confidence to charge into the rocks that other people might not have.
Right, exactly.
Knowing that I have a tire that can take this, and I don't have to worry about it, and I need to earn it to have any issues. So.
And we've noticed that more and more racers are going towards the Maxis brand as well.
I've seen quite a few the past, at least the past year and a half.
Oh, look at this. That is Sean that we were talking about earlier. Look at the...
Getting pushed by Joe Bolton.
Yeah. Sean Rainan. Right? Rainan? Did I say it right?
Runyon.
I'm horrible.
So a trophy light getting nerfed by a NA car.
But the trophy lights, obviously, you know...
I don't think he knew he was there. I think that was honest. He earned it. Gave him a little tap and let him by.
Well, hello. Excuse me, coming through.
It wasn't violent.
It definitely was not. You know, and that's another part about like sportsmanship too with these racers. You know, they'll give you a little tap to be like, "Hey, I'm here." If they don't move, they might give them another tap. Might be a little bit more. But yeah, it gets to where you better move out of my way if you're in my way.
I think it's the 2-tap theory. Like if you hit them once and maybe they didn't feel it, you give them a second one that they for sure feel, and then if they don't move after the second one, you move them with your third one. I've been taught a lot of times from some of my friends that have raced their whole lives in 4-wheel vehicles is bump them in on the way into a turn. Like if they're on the brakes, give them a little tap and unsettle them. and it makes them nervous, and then they pull over at the end of the turn and let you by because they know you mean business and you want by now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I always kind of feel like bumping them in a turn can possibly turn them too much.
But
and
if
make
they
them
didn't
go
move
sideways
the first
too
two
much.
times you hit them.
True. So
Here's
the
that car.
1026, yes, that's the one. That is Rob Martinson out of Phoenix, Arizona.
They've been there for
A
probably
while.
a solid hour.
Well, look, it looks like they're changing out an axle.
Something. They're deep in
It's a
there.
brand new axle right there. You can see it's all shiny.
Polished.
They're going to hopefully pick up their little Zeus cutters, or right? The zip tie cutters. Don't want to lose those.
They'll pick them up when he's gone. Or write them off.
No, I'm just saying, you never. How many pairs of those do you lose, right? I mean, how many pairs do you have in your race trailer, and then you go home with like one? You might start the race weekend with 5, and maybe have one at the end. They
gone.
walk away.
One of the funniest things I ever saw is I worked in a prep shop for a while, and they went to pull a car out, and it had a pair of needle nose on a brand new tire.
Oh no!
And it rolled and stabbed the needle nose right through the tire.
I'm sorry to laugh at that. This.
It was good. I might have been the one who did it.
Oh geez.
And gotten in a good amount of trouble.
Oh no, that's not good. Not good at all. As we're making our way into the dark, on board with the 1077 of Brody Akins,
Sounds
our
like
leader.
the 3705 Jeep Speed is waiting on a radiator with rescue right now.
Wow, that's a bummer too. You said 3705?
Yes.
That is
3705.
Harley Coughlin out of Gilbert, Arizona.
Sounds like we have our first 2-lap sportsman finisher, which was the 1372.
1372.
Kramer, potentially?
1372 is Keith, is it Wable? Wable out of Lake Havasu City and an Illumicraft.
Okay.
It's running in that Sportsman 1300 class.
Good for Keith. I don't know which buggy he drove today, but he's got one of the most neat Class 5 Unlimiteds I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Built right down here out of Lake Havasu City.
Class 5 again. It's one of my favorite classes.
It's so when I was born, I ruined my dad's dream of racing Class 5. He was building one when I came around, and I think he sold it so I could go race dirt bikes. So
Aw.
that's cool. I've been trying to find it. It's out here someplace. We're watching one of the cars head off into the sunset here. Ooh, it's dark now.
Definitely dark. Corey in that driver's seat. But look at the lights, though. I mean, that lighting is really everything when you're racing into the dark. I mean, that's why they'll go out. If there's any chance the race is going to go into the dark, they're going to go out and they're going to test their lights at dark, too. Because obviously, you can't test the lights when you're just sitting still in your driveway or in your shop or on the dirt at the pit. You want to make sure that you test them for the dark, so you're actually out running and you're like, okay, I need to move it up, need to move it down, because obviously the farther your lights are shining, your spotlights or your light bar, the farther you can drive, or the farther you can see and the faster you can drive.
Yep, and it all changes based. Ooh, Brody's not letting up.
Brody's getting a little squirrely out there.
He's driving full speed even in the dark. And the lighting changes so much under braking or acceleration as we're seeing here. So that's when you have the cars with so many different lights on the front, aimed differently, turning lights, distance, floodlights to kind of bridge the gap in between.
Well, and right here you're seeing the 1026, I believe is what that number is. He has amber lights.
He's the one just getting out of Maine.
Exactly, just getting out of Maine. But see how he has the amber lights on there?
Yep.
So the amber lights are better. Well, some might argue this, but they're better in the dust. Because the dust...
I would agree with you.
Yeah. And that's why I saw a lot of people wear those amber lenses as well, because you can see better in the dust. And somehow, I don't know how it penetrates through the dust, but that's what you'll see a lot of people do that, because once you get on a car, it's like driving through fog. You cannot see anything.
Yep.
So the amber lights just help make it a little bit easier.
They cut through it a teeny bit better.
They do.
Because if it's white, it's just a wall of white right in front of your face.
Exactly. Max Gordon.
Max is flying. He's jumping everything.
Well, out there on lap number 3, making his way around. I mean, he's just ready to. I mean, I can't say he's ready to get to the finish line, but I mean, he obviously. Oh, look, here we go. Here's that class 10 car earlier. This must be here's the 1028. So look at what they were doing. Is it an alternator?
I'm not sure.
It looks like it possibly. You got a pocket knife out, and they're doing a little bit of wire cut, or it's a brake line.
Maybe. I wonder if they're stealing a piece of hose to use someplace else right now.
I'm not sure, but can almost see in there. But that's. Let's see here.
Splicing something.
They are. Look at that.
Power wire. Off the alternator. You were right. I don't know what they're doing, but they're definitely putting a new end. Oh, I wonder if it broke. I wonder if the end fell off of the wire going to the alternator.
You could have.
So they might have lost power thinking they had a bad alternator, but it was just the crimp on the end fell off.
Yeah, that power issue is always fun.
I think it's the worst.
That was very sarcastic.
It's one of those things where you could chase it for a week and still not find it if it's in a harness someplace or.
It's like the O2 sensors, man. Those things are the pain too. You know, here we are, Lake Adler.
The sun's not in his eyes anymore.
No, definitely not. But see, notice both of them are wearing the amber lens. Some people prefer it. Some people don't like it.
Or is that just a reflection of the sun right now?
I think they both had amber lenses on. I'm pretty positive they have amber lenses on.
Did they?
Yeah, from earlier on when they were blocking the sun from their eyes. But making their way through. Let's see, where are they at? I'm going to look at my
see if you can figure out where they're located at.
I need to...
Cool drone shot of something coming in with a lot of light. I can't tell you if that's a race car or not.
Lights. Well, there's a light bar. There's side lights. There's a front light bar. Oh, look, and they just turned it off. Well, that's... Okay, that's a perfect example.
Yep.
When you're racing, and then they're back on. Perfect example, though, is sometimes that top bar will bounce off the hood of the car if it's angled too far down. So that's where another reason why testing of the lights at night is so key.
Yep.
But also, people sometimes don't like that front light bar. The bottom ones are doing their job perfectly fine.
I'm in that boat. I don't care for the rooftop light bars at all.
No, definitely not.
All my light down low, below my vision.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's a preference thing, but you can see better when it's lower.
I think so. And you can tell how big the holes are based on how big the shadow is.
Exactly. All right, let's look here at Lake Adler. I'm trying to find where he is at on the map.
Looks like Josh Burns is pulling through main pit right now.
So Lake Adler is on the lap number 2. He is at race mile 105. Well, he's about 106 right now. And he's going about 26 miles per hour. But that was 2 minutes ago.
Not bad.
No, not
He's
bad at
making
all.
Good time.
Definitely not bad.
Looks like our lead car is a couple miles outside of pit 3. So coming up just past race mile 90. So we got 30 miles to our first place finish. Hopefully, as long as he can keep it together. But Luke Matthews holding on strong in second. I'm proud of him for doing that.
You know that name that you can't pronounce might be McLachlan.
Yeah.
McLachlan. I'm looking at it.
McLachlan?
Yeah, he's on lap number 3, and I was clicking to see like who all lap 3, and I thought about it for a second. McLachlan. I need to meet Doug.
Yeah, we need to find him in tech and ask him how to say his last name properly. So, lead car is in almost to pit 3. Second place on course right now is Luke Matthews, about 10 miles behind him at race mile 79-ish.
Okay.
And then our third place car is Deegan, and he is currently stopped in pit 2. So they must be trying to make some kind of change or figure out what's going on there.
Well, what was it he had earlier? Power issues? Mechanical?
I think it was something to do with the alternator, because he had Braden Baker and Sean Saxton up in there playing with the cover.
Okay.
And that's where the alternator is at on that car, is what they were playing with, it looked like.
Okay.
I can't say for sure, but I think it's cool that Braden had kind of a bad day. He stopped. He's over there helping his friends keep going.
Well, and that's what it's about, too, is helping people out in the pits. If you can't, you don't want to beat them in the pits. You want to beat them on the track. But
you want
if
to beat them fair and square.
Yeah, but if you're out of the race and you can go help, I mean, go help other teams. It happens all the time. Yep. You'll see other racers just still in their fire suits half the time, still over helping other teams.
And that's Braden built his car from scratch with the help of a couple guys in his shop. And I've watched him single-handedly tear it down to a bare chassis, him like by himself. So he knows that car front to back, and he knows that platform, and that's what Deegan's racing. So
that's really cool.
Maybe he jumped over there to help him.
Okay, so Brody Aitkins, they're using lead nav over there for the passenger, but you can see their speed right there in the middle. So they're coming into a pit because we just saw a 25 mile per hour speed limit sign.
So they're in pit 3.
Pit 3, but it's kind of cool that, you know, the digital in the middle of
so
the speed
that's
limit.
the racing tracks unit.
So that's telling us the speed.
Yep, so it's calling it out to them, and I do think if they go 26, it'll start flashing red.
Okay,
but
I'm pretty sure it does.
So that's what's calling it out for your Navi or whoever's supposed to be watching that pretty close. He's obviously not trying to get any speeding penalties. He's not even close to doing 25, so he's playing it smart. Back at race speed, but yeah, so that's what that is. That's the racing tracks unit calling it out. And if you're pinging over 25, it'll send an alert.
See if we can hear what they were saying just now. They stopped talking, though.
The 1019 of Josh Burns.
Yeah, he's been in the pit for just a little bit longer than he wants to be. Back on board with the 1965 of Lake Adler. Okay, so here we go. Let's see.
Got an outside view. I hear impacts.
So the 1019.
Listen in here, see if we can get an idea of what's going on. Car's running. Midnight Motorsports.
They are definitely looking around. If there was something sitting on that tire as well. Looks like maybe a tool bag or something.
A little bit of a different angle.
Doesn't sound.
Ooh, it sounds rough.
Yeah.
Something's not happy.
Huh. That is not fun.
No, it is not.
Something about oil.
I lost the oil gauge.
That's
is
exactly
what I heard.
Look, is that 80? No, 70 miles per hour now.
Yeah,
73.
75, 76.
At first, it looked like the 6 was an 8.
So this must be max. No. Hard to tell. Got somebody texting?
Trying to. Cole texting. You can see they're doing lines. I mean, it looks like he's trying to do some kind of sign language, but it's dark. I don't know how you see that anymore. But that's a great angle right there to see how far the lights are going.
Yep.
Again, light setup is definitely key at night racing.
Like you said, you better have done your homework before tonight.
Yes, exactly.
One thing I've noticed a lot of people will do is like aim their lights in the garage and they'll line them all up on the wall and stuff, and then they'll get out in the desert and it's nowhere near you wanted them.
Yeah.
If you're on the gas, the nose is up. If you're on the brakes, the nose is down.
Yeah, exactly like we were talking about earlier on, for sure. Oh, taking the panel off.
Yep, you're getting in there to get to the engine for something.
Well, that's the side the alternator's usually on too, so I wonder if they're having some kind of issues. Maybe not getting enough power running through it.
Different car here. Or is this the same car?
It's the same car. 1019 of Josh Burns.
Copy. From Waddell, Arizona.
Notice this guy standing in front of the car. This is something that all pit crews do, or should do if you don't do it. You have that one.
Clear. You're not running any your team guys over.
Exactly. Well, as he walks away, but the cone is still on there.
The cone's doing the job for now.
Oh, you got some fluid.
It's puddling. Something's puddling.
It doesn't sound too hot either.
No, it sounds super angry.
You hear it's going up and down, up and down.
Let's see if we can listen in and get an idea. Back with Blake. One thing I learned the hard way as a young kid in the sport is I had one of our spec trucks pull into a pit and it's leaking like bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, "Hey, check what that is." And I like stick my hand in it, smell it. And I'm like, "I don't know what it is." And they're like, "Taste it." And as I went to do it, they're like, "No, don't."
Oh, was it coolant?
It was the co-driver going to the restroom because he couldn't pee while the truck was driving, so he only did it in pits.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, and that's like
I don't know why I
a prank.
wasn't.
That's a prank a lot of teams seem to pull on the new guys.
That's absolutely hilarious. Like that was a full-blown conversation the last race I was at. Like we were talking about, like, you know, the guys have it easier because you guys can, you know, wear those catheters or whatnot. But the girls,
Yeah,
don't have it easy. I'm not going to go into the conversation because
I bet.
People-
I could only imagine.
well, no, I talked about it and it was just kind of like, I can't believe you talked about that on the live show. I'm like, well, it's racing, right? I mean,
Yep, it's
girls
part of
have
it.
it completely different than the guys, and
Yep.
and it's so true. It's so hard to go to the bathroom when the car is moving. I tried it. I had the conversation earlier about, you know, I actually made myself sick because I had to go so bad one time. And yeah, you guys have it a lot easier. Like, that's all I have to say.
Well, I'm thankful for that part of it. Makes life easy,
Like
for sure.
Kristen Matlock. Oh my gosh, she does.
How does she do that?
I don't know. Like she Iron Woman's, you know, Baja, all over the Baja races. I don't know how she does it. She's like my hero, I swear.
It's pretty brutal. There's a lot of women out there who are driving the whole race themselves, like Sierra Romo at
Yes.
Vegas to Reno.
Yes.
Yeah, that's 9 hours in the car
Mhm.
without getting out.
Exactly.
Brutal. So we have one of our competitors pulling back out. Looks like out of main pit.
I think that's the Christian Brothers UTV, possibly. Let's look.
Is it?
You have your map up already. Let me
I
see.
do. You want me to see?
I mean, I have my map up. I just have to, like, move it.
So that is a side-by-side. Mason Cotter, maybe? It is. It is. Because I think that looks like one of the Gonzalez's old cars, or maybe Ethan Groom's old car.
Okay.
That aesthetic of the build, and that's what Mason's looks like. So pretty sure that's him. Back on board with Kyle Standage.
Seen him a few times. He was stopped at one point earlier on in the pits as well, but still making his way through.
Got it going.
Yes.
Blake Adler is only about 5 miles out of starting his third lap.
Okay. And was it 9 o'clock was the last time you could start your third lap?
I did not write it down.
Actually, let's go on their website and see that. I can't remember exactly what that was.
They'll have to check it for us and let us know. So we're watching a trophy light working its way through main pit on one of our awesome drone feeds here.
Okay, so the race course. So our Jeep 1700, our 3700, Sportsman, Vintage, Stock, Mod, and Pro Stock only do 2 laps. But let's see if I can find that information out. I for some reason feel like it was 9 o'clock was the last that you could go across.
Was the cutoff to
The
start your
cutoff.
final
I
lap?
feel like that. I could find that out somehow here. Let's see. Dangers map.
back in the pits with the 1019. Looks like they're still working on it. Must start last lap from main pit by 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay, so it was. Where'd you find that at in your notes?
Just on the schedule.
On the schedule. Oh, I was looking at a different area. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for getting that quickly.
Then one of the funny things about this course is the way you get into Midway is it's race course. So you have to be, they hold you in there until the course is cold enough, and then they'll let you guys leave.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like they're holding the pit crews in there until 8 p.m.
Okay.
And so everybody ends up making that kind of like the group. Everybody brings something to cook for dinner, and it was funny. Team effort to keep everybody fed and entertained in there until they get to leave.
Dinner's always good.
Yes.
All right, we still have.
It's a 1019.
Yes.
Looks like
Midnight Motorsports.
they're sure laughing it up and yipping it up. He's getting in. He's starting his lap.
I wonder if they're changing something. Like
They've
changing,
been there
I
for
mean,
a
not
while.
changing something, changing drivers even. But you know, they're laughing and like having fun or whatnot. But somebody's happy.
Yep. You guys are the
Yep.
good. Thank you. Looks like our leader.
Sometimes, like, what if somebody else came over and said, "Oh, it's this," and it was something simple that they were overlooking. Like the way they're laughing, that's where my brain goes.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, this is what it is. See you
Yeah.
guys later.
Exactly. Well, they still have some window nets to shut and everything as well. Yes, well, that's good. Good to see that they're going to be getting back out.
Get this day cooking. One lap. In the dark.
One lap.
Beginning to end. Kyle Standage is ripping with his ambers going.
Yeah, the amber lights really are, like we were saying, that really makes a big difference.
Looks like his camera's a little bit dirty there. Collected something throughout the race.
Some kind of dust.
But
Don't know where
look at
I
how
don't know where he got the dust from though.
This course has gotten rough. Those holes in that turn.
Yeah, definitely.
Massive. Ooh, here's Gabe Matthews' camera.
Gabe Matthews in the 1882.
I'm gonna see where he's running at right now.
Gabe is out of Lakeside, California. He's with Christian Brothers Racing, running in that Polaris with Ryan Cover out of El Cajon, riding shotgun.
I don't see him too far up front. Must be a little bit back. So it's just his son running at the front right now. And Brody's holding nothing back.
No, definitely not.
He's full send to the end.
He's just like, I'm done. Let's get this show done.
The show on the road.
The show on the road.
I like it. That's the way to do it, though, sometimes.
But you know what? He's got such a lead, though. Like, I mean, yeah, he probably has let up a little bit, maybe, but it just might look rougher with the way the lights are.
Yeah.
Because he's got such a lead, you're not going to take that chance. Not on the last lap like this.
Yeah, not throw it away.
Definitely not.
Him and Connor McMullen been flying all day. Good for them.
Yes, they have.
Started third off the line today and worked their way up into physical first and never looked back.
Yeah, that's exactly it. What you just said. I mean, once you get out front and you have that clean air all day long too. I mean, obviously he's going to be coming around some lap traffic and whatnot, but I mean, once you do have that clean air, it's awesome to have, obviously.
Makes the day go a lot smoother.
Yes.
Less questioning what's hiding behind this wall of dust.
Exactly.
We watch one of the cars heading out of main pit there.
There we are back on board with a T899 of Kyle Standage out of Lite, California.
Josh Burns back underway. He was the one sitting in main there for a while.
I would love to know what was going on. Because they were laughing and having a good time as they're getting back in the car. So anybody of the 1019 crew that's listening to this, message into us or go on the YouTube chat and give us some information of what happened, what was going on.
Be curious to hear what was holding you guys up there.
Right, exactly. The Racers Place that is tuned in here on the YouTube, where you can look at the trackers. You can go onto Legacy Racing Association website, and then at the very bottom it goes to the racing tracks, and it'll take you to the link directly to the live race map, and it also has live scoring as well. So everybody that is at home watching, that is how you can see the trackers as well. As Josh Burns, there he is moving on right along there, that number 1019, as we were just talking about.
Heading out of main pit here.
And look at his lights. They are, I mean, I don't know how fast he's going right now, but his lights are doing pretty darn good.
They're impressive.
Yes.
I don't think he'll have any issues seeing where he's going.
No, he's got a lot of lights on that.
Touch base here on where our leader's at. About race mile 108.
108, so not too far.
12 miles.
Wow.
Give or take.
I have to say, I really like being close to the start line for races, doing live feed, but this has been a really nice show and a nice studio here at Master Fabrication.
It's definitely been a good setup.
It's been a great setup.
I enjoy being close enough to where the drivers can come interview or come do interviews with us and talk to us, but still far enough away to where we're not getting dusted out.
Right, exactly.
All the craziness that is course side.
Exactly. All right, let's do this too. I want to touch base on this because I don't think any of our trophy lights have any of our star streams on them.
I don't think so.
I would love to see where they are at on here because we do have quite a few out there. So let's show them all on our map. So the 6081 is on lap number 3 of Larry Schusmer. I'm probably just butchered that name. I'm so sorry.
You did better than I would have.
Shemuser. And we have actually people asking and, saying that they're doing awesome out there. So Cynthia Matthews, thank you much for wanting us to, check in on that. We've been keeping an eye on them, but we don't have any live cameras on those guys quite yet. And I say quite yet for a reason because we can do that. But the 6001, Sean is running at 56 miles per hour. We saw him earlier get passed by a couple cars, but he's almost getting ready to start lap number 3, running in that number 2 spot. Daniel Sullivan in the 6079, running in that number 3 spot on course. Looks like the 6075 has been stopped for quite a while. Daniel Daly, which we did see, I believe, earlier on off the course, back on lap number 1. They only got to about race mile number 5 today, looks like. The 610 of Clayton Sullivan is running around race mile 80 on lap 2 of 3. Dallas Thuribald is still at pit number 2, roughly, or actually past pit number 2. Race mile 75 not moving and has not moved for quite a bit. Oh, no, as that updates, there we go, 44 miles per hour. So Dallas moving right along. And that is our trophy light class. It looks like we only have one that is not moving along right now.
Only one stopped on course?
Only one. Yes, this 6075.
Gotcha. As we start lap 3, it looks like our naturally aspirated class is currently being led by Doug McLachlan, however you say his name properly.
I think I'm gonna guess it's McLachlan.
McLachlan?
McLachlan.
I agree with you. McLachlan. And he is being followed by Mason Cotter. Doug is about race mile 17. Mason's about race mile 7, give or take. And then third place behind him is Lake Adler, who is right out of the start, about race mile 1.
Wow.
So there's actually, that could be a race towards the end of that lap.
So-
See who's going to get that win.
And Mason Cotter is also 15 years old, so him out there racing. A lot of young kids. We've talked about this all day long. We've touched on that all day long. But another 15-year-old young gentleman that's been racing for quite a while. Mason has quite a few sponsors behind him as well.
It's Cade Martin stopped here. I'm hoping this is a planned pit. Does his suit
I don't
have
look
cheetah
like
print?
this. His co-driver's not in there, and look at that. Those are
Oh,
lug
that's
nuts.
lug nuts. Why is he throwing them? He's not happy. That's not good.
But it looks like they're either by recovery right there, or they were in a pit.
Checkpoint or something, yeah.
Well, when you see lug nuts in their hand.
And the co-driver out.
Right.
That's the big one.
Look at this. So here's an example of driving in the dust at dark. And notice, the ones at home watching this, if you don't know about the blinking lights, that's one of the things that we use here in desert racing. Oh, look. Oh, I thought the truck.
That second place vehicle is getting after it.
Is that the 1450?
It very well could be.
It's either the 1450 or one of the 6100, or not 6100s, the trophy lights. Oh, you can see somebody just ran across.
So that looks like it's probably Joe Bolton being followed by that 1435 of Ken Knudsen.
Nice.
As they get out of main pit. I'm going to find out where Cade's at. Because he's sitting there. It don't look like he wants to be there.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was super excited. That is for sure. But you're never super excited when you're stopped. And running so good.
He's basically in pit 3.
Okay.
So I think he made it to pit 3. I think our wrench is a little off on the map, and he's sitting in pit 3 right now.
It did. You could see other vehicles, so it did definitely look like it could possibly have been.
So I wonder if they made it in, might not have had a crew there, so his co-dog jumped out to start working on it. And that's what happened there. So we're watching Brody Akins working his way towards the finish line here. This is our current lead vehicle.
Yes, and he was roughly, what, 12 miles out earlier? How far is he now?
He's getting very close. Let's take a look-see here. About race mile 112, so 8 miles out.
Wow.
So we should have our first finisher within 15, 20 minutes, depending
on how rough it is.
How rough. And watching his in-car right now, it's rough. It got beat up, very much so.
And it's only getting worse.
Come tomorrow, this is going to be a different animal of a race course.
Definitely. I can't quite make out the speed that they're going. I think they're in gear 3, though, it looks like.
Definitely third gear. The speed's the one below it. Fourth. Maybe 60?
Couldn't quite make that out. There's a truck right there. Is that Sean? That's probably Sean.
That does look like a trophy light.
It's red and white.
That was a trophy light.
So Sean, if that is him.
Killer shot here. Oh, wow. Max is flying.
85. Slow down, Max. I'm just kidding.
Let him go.
Max knows what he's doing. He could probably drive this course blindfolded.
Just looking at his voltage there, he's getting about 13.4 volts out of that thing right now. 90 miles an hour, give or take.
That would make sense for Sean. That was probably Sean for sure that we were seeing on
Coming
that
out
trophy
of
light.
main pit.
Yeah, that or Daniel Sullivan, but I'm pretty sure it was Sean.
That makes sense.
Oh, he's going 88.9, 89. Oh, and he's chasing some taillights. Oh, no, that was a
checkpoint of some kind.
I think are they reflective?
Some of them are, yeah.
Okay, I think it was a reflective course marker.
Oh, man, he stuffed that whole haul in butt.
Yes, he did.
We're on board with Cade Martin, finally getting out of that pit he was in.
I don't know if you saw the video of Max Gordon at the Mexican 1000 for Nora last year, and in qualifying, he launched.
Oh, that big jump?
Yes.
Yes.
Talk about a
He's
oh my
fearless.
goodness.
He's fearless. Like he's never afraid to jump that car
No.
to the moon.
I mean, if anybody's going to be testing those cars, I mean, Max tests them to the max.
Lives up to his name.
Yeah, all the racing that he does. I mean, this is his 3rd race of the season already. I don't think he's had any more off-road races, but I know he raced here a few weeks ago. He raced King of the Hammers. Well, he raced King of the Hammers in 2 different classes, so this would be his 5th race already of the year.
Yep. He's no stranger to racing.
Definitely not.
We're on board with Kyle Standage. So he is currently leading his class, which is the Turbo class. And hunting him is Max Gordon. So, and they're the only 2 currently running. So Kyle has about 30-mile lead on him, so I don't think anything will happen there unless Kyle has an issue.
Exactly. Kyle would have to be completely stopped for quite a while for Max to make up that difference. But a podium finish, is great. I mean, this has been a really rough course out here.
If you go on the map right now, the amount of people pinging with the red dot underneath them is
the
impressive.
attrition rate's going to be fun to see.
Yep. Anybody on racing tracks, if it has the little red dot at the bottom of the bubble, it means they've been stopped for at least a couple updates at 0 miles an hour. So they are probably parked.
As we are back on board with Brody Akins. He just now entered into, this has got to be the finish line.
Yep, this is definitely finished. So
Wow.
we're watching our first official finisher, I'm pretty sure, right now.
Look at that.
Yep, he just updated as he's coming up on, so he's going to cross the physical finish line with the timing loop. He already did. And then he'll go up, cross over Shea Road, and into main pit. But officially, he is already done.
Exactly. There's a stop sign he was coming up to.
Being nice, turning the lights off to not blind everyone.
Exactly. As we're getting I believe that's probably Donald right there, right?
Donald or Christy or Liz. One of them are always there to greet you.
So they come in to where Racing Tracks is. Racing Tracks will remove their unit off of their car. Off of their race vehicle, I should say.
Kind of trying to listen in here, but I don't think we have good enough audio to hear what they're saying.
No.
So Dave from Motorsport Safety Solutions, at the finish, they don't cross Shea. They come up the hill, make a right to finish interviews, stage, and legacy.
Nice, okay.
The pit is across the street, so sounds like they got the finish line, stage, and everything over on that side.
Nice.
Back on board with Max Gordon.
Running, you can see there, he's been anywhere between 54 and 57 miles per hour.
It's looking mighty violent there for this third lap.
He's trying to make up some ground. He's got 30 miles to make up.
Yeah, he does. I don't think he's going to do it, but possibly.
You never know.
His competitions who we were just watching going through the pit, just Kyle Standage. And our second place car looks like Luke Matthews, who was about at race mile 110. So about 10 miles for him, and it's 60 miles an hour, maybe the next 10 minutes, give or take.
There we go.
We'll have our second place finisher, which would be our first UTV. And I am not positive if this is Luke's first race in that car, but he's doing a hell of a job if it is.
Yeah, definitely.
I believe he raced his father's Mexico car at Rage at the River last year, at the end of the year. And this
That's
is
a fun race.
It's my favorite. That area down there in Laughlin is second to none for casino races. And then, so I think Luke, this is their first time father-son both being in the same class in the equal cars. Because I know his dad raced an RS1 at Rage.
Yeah, those RS1s, those single-seat Polaris are pretty fun. Pretty fun to race.
They're fast.
Very fast.
And they don't have belt issues. You can just hold them on the floor all day. Which makes for a fun time. Getting a pretty cool shot of main pit here. Everybody lighting it up, getting ready for their cars to come in the dark. So, you have it. Oh. Might be getting ready to cut down to an interview with Brody Akins here any minute.
Yes.
So it'd be Brody Akins and Connor McMullen drove that car. Jenica Jenkins, did I say that right? Their co-driver, Jenica Jenkins?
I think so. I was looking, Larry Schmuser was his last name. Schmuser.
He's our lead trophy light,
yes,
correct?
Yes, I would, because I wasn't sure how to say his name, and to thank you again, Cynthia, for letting me know how to say that. Hopefully I said it right that time there. Schmeezer, I love it how you spelled it out as it sounds. Like it looks like it should be.
For everybody tuning in, we do appreciate that help.
Yes, we do.
We're open to feedback.
And look at the speeds Max getting up to. He's gone from 60 miles per hour, now he's up to 76, back down to 73.
Is this their in-car audio we're hearing? Because the
I
co-driver just go, whoo, if it was.
I can't hear very well if it is. It's very faint in my ears.
They're flying.
And there is Cade Martin back on board. Be interesting to find out what happened with them too, because obviously we saw them stopped a little bit ago and he had those lug nuts in his hand.
Still running in third in class. But back at race pace.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, no, he might have bumped back a little bit, actually. Yep, he did.
He did bump back?
A couple people got him while he was stopped.
That's a bummer.
Couple people stopped, got around him. Looks like Andrew Yurcho in the 1042.
Okay.
Roger, I think it's Roger Starkey in the 1067. And then we're going to send it down to the finish line for interviews with Brody Akins and Luke Matthews as he comes across.
It was a long one for sure. Track, very grateful they played it. Otherwise, but the third lap, it was pretty short on the radio. Especially against great Jenica, we're in the car for a long time.
Yeah, it was not bad though. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah,
All right, it looks like we are back on board with Cade Martin. And Cade Martin making his way through. I wish we could see his speed on that thing because it looks like he is hauling some mail and he's in those S-turns and all the rough stuff. Well, the whole course is rough, but 10007, I should say, of Cade Martin with Ashton Perfect Riding Shotgun.
It looks like Ashton switched the GPS into night mode, so the letters are red. I can't make them out.
Exactly.
It's hiding it from us. Doesn't want us to know.
You know, that's a good point to bring up, too. Like, with the GPSs and everything, like, if you have that amber lens on,
yep,
it messes with those GPSs.
It makes them almost impossible to read, in my experience.
Right.
I could never navigate with an amber lens.
I don't think I ever have. I think I've always had clear when I've navigated, now that I think about it.
I can drive with an amber, but not navigate. It just skews the GPS so much. And we are having a little bit of technical difficulties with our finish line interview. Got to figure out the microphone real quick, but once we get that figured out, we'll send it back down there. with Brody. Oh, that was a big hit.
That was like, if he would have been going any faster, that could have almost been like a pogo stick.
Yeah, day ender type hit.
Yes. Oh, look, what is that? Is what the joke usually is with those. But obviously, he's on that. I believe he's on that power line road is where he's at right now.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest sections of the course. So we're going to throw it back down to the interviews with Brody Akins.
All right, Brody Akins, dude, it was a long day, but you did it.
Yeah, the track was pretty clean. I mean, definitely grateful they graded it. Without that, it would have been pretty rough. Still, by the third lap, it was getting rougher in the corners and outer corners. But the car held together, no mistakes, no flats, nothing like that. Just a few pit stops for fuel, but other than that, the car was great.
Yeah, and you had Jenica Jenkins and obviously Connor McMullen helping you out today. But one of the things that I was noticing, it was UTVs versus Class 10s most of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Those things, having four-wheel drive and being a little bit lighter, definitely get around. As far as qualifying, that track was super short and sandy, so getting in and out of corners, they definitely had the advantage on us. But I think with the longer track and it being a little more rough, we definitely had a little bit of an advantage on them.
Jenica, do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. Qualifying went great, but definitely it was soft. So four-wheel drive is definitely an advantage when it comes to the UTVs, and Deegan did a great job qualifying top, so he did great.
And so, Connor, all day today, I feel like the Class 10s coming backwards on the course, having a little bit longer wheelbase, and jumping through some of those, we'll call them smoother bumps, played to your guys' advantage.
Yeah, no, it's tough with the UTVs now. With the horsepower they got and the weight and all-wheel drive, it's tough. And even on the first lap, just trying to catch those guys, and we would reel them in on the tight stuff, and then as soon as we get to straightaways, they'd gap out. So everybody had a fair playing field, and it made it interesting all day. And not only do they have good cars, but they're good drivers as well. So keeping the competition there and keeping the UTV guys on their toes. These Class 10 still got a fighting chance, and to keep that in there and the mix going and the rivalry there, it's a lot of fun.
Does that make you feel a little bit better about your drive today, Brody? Because that means that you had to put in a really smooth, solid ride.
Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of room for mistakes with those cars being out there. Those things are fast. Some of my buddies at ProRS top out like 110 and even a little bit higher. And the fastest I got in this thing all day was 105. So it's really just running a clean pace. There's no room for mistakes. You just got to run a clean lap.
So give us a little bit, actually just give us two things. What was the best part of your race and the not so best part of your race?
Gosh, dude, not so best part of my race was after pit 3. That was rough. Best part of my race was definitely doing it backwards. I like that a lot more than the normal Parker track or the reverse version of this. Yeah, that was definitely part of my race. I liked it a lot more.
All right. Well, congratulations, all three of you guys. Thank you. Big winners today in the Class 10. Woo!
All right, great interview by Brody Akins, Connor McMullen, and yeah, I mean, they sound like they are tired.
They're beat up.
They're
definitely beat up. They had a long day. Even though they split it, it looks like they both took a pretty good lick in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Props to Jenica for staying in for the whole thing. They are one hell of a team together, and she is an amazing navigator that just navigated for two drivers that drove that car to the overall win today.
Right.
Looks like Luke Matthews actually may have just pulled in at the end of that clip there for his. He is going to be our second place finisher. I can confirm that via Racing Tracks. On time, no idea.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Everything's unofficial until official.
Yep. Physically, it looks like Luke Matthews did just cross the finish line as we're on board with Cade Martin again. And I wonder if anybody has any info on why he was handing him lug nuts earlier.
Yeah, Cade is definitely, you look at how rough it is. You can just see them bouncing around in the car.
And he's pushing hard.
Well, there's a speed limit sign.
Yep.
So they're coming in. Are they just not coming into 3? I'm asking you as I can totally look at it myself, but
I believe so.
So just coming into 3, okay.
Well, maybe not.
Well, actually, they're not in a pit because
I think that was just a reflective sign that's on the side of the road.
Okay.
Because some of these roads are public roads that are getting used all the time. So they have regular signage and they just shut them down for race weekends. And I got some bummer news. Corey Going is stopped at race mile 100, last year's champion.
That's not good.
Cade Martin. Oh, Cade is definitely, he's coming up into that speed zone.
Okay,
Or
so.
it might not be a speed zone, but it's along the aqueduct.
Oh, yeah.
So.
And there we are.
Yep.
Back on board with Cade.
He's going to go up, cross over the aqueduct if he hasn't already. The trackers might be a little bit behind. And he's giving it everything it's got. Oh, he did cross the aqueduct already.
Okay.
So that green sign might have been on top of it. So he's about race mile 106.
Okay.
And he is chasing the 1067 of Roger in Star Racing. I believe 1067. Can you confirm? Is it Roger Starkey?
Yeah, Roger Starkey.
It is. Okay,
1067.
Okay. So he's chasing the 1067 of Roger Starkey.
Roger Starkey out of Peoria, Arizona.
And he is chasing the 1042 of Andrew Yurcho. And that's your second, third, and fourth place Class 10s.
Both Illumicrafts, too. Illumicrafts.
And I believe the lead car was an Illumicraft as well.
And here we are with Michael Mack in the number 1820. Oh, look at the puppy dog.
Little Frenchie.
Co-driver.
Little Earl Co-Dog. Looks like
That was funny.
Deegan Gonzalez is actually ahead of that group of 10 cars heading in. So Deegan went through some adversity today and pushed through, and it looks like he might be our third place physical finisher.
Yeah.
That just goes to show if you stick with it, you can still get a good finish.
Exactly. So Brody Aikens is also in Illumicraft, too.
Yeah, so that's a 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 Illumicraft. I mean, they're going to be super stoked, obviously.
I know in the past they have put up some big bonuses for Class 10.
Mm-hmm.
Illumicraft bonuses.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to start doing that again.
Yeah, there are VP bonuses for the UTV 96 class, though. Let's talk about that for a moment. With VP and Gilbert Racing, they came in with
fifth,
sixth, and seventh.
Seventh in the Pro Open.
So they're giving away a pail of UTV
96.
Yes,
Yep.
for those places that come in. So that was awesome to do, along with Starstream as well. So a great donation by VP and a not contingency, but a donation by VP and Gilbert Racing.
Just to kind of give you something. Okay, so we're going to throw it back down to an interview with George.
Danny, dude, you guys had a pretty solid day, man. Look at that medal right there. That's a first place, buddy.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Got to give it up to this guy. He did amazing. Called out every single turn, on point. We had some uh-ohs the first lap. Almost went over, but no, we got back on course and charged hard the whole time.
Right on. So, Danny, how was it sitting in the passenger seat? It looked like the track wasn't quite as brutal as a normal Parker going the forward way, but what was your take?
This boy can drive. That's all. I was skeptical at first getting in the car with a 16-year-old, but that boy can drive. Very, very impressive.
So, 16 years old, is this your first race win, or do you have some more?
No, I have a couple at DD38, but this is my first big race win.
And how does it feel? Because you did a pretty good job today, man. You were sitting in the top 3 for a while, and then all of a sudden a couple people dropped out, and then you were in the middle of some 10 cars and just kept going.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Once we saw those cars sitting on the side when we passed them, I was stoked. Definitely gave me a confidence boost and pushed a little hard.
So, Danny, have you ridden with his father?
Nope.
So now it's going to be a battle, right?
Yep.
Son versus dad?
Yeah.
Battle before he even started.
Yeah, I'm just glad I beat him.
So he's still out there on course and you're getting your podium already. What are you going to talk about when you guys get to dinner tonight?
Probably rub it in his face.
I like it. All right, so we just asked Brody Aikens what the best part and the worst part of his day was. Give me yours.
The worst part was probably the first 30 miles. It was just tight and technical. The last lap, it was very rough, very choppy. The best part was probably the long lake beds. It was fast. I think we topped out at like 101.
Wow, that's pretty fast in a UTV, Danny.
Yeah, very fast.
So what's the plan for the next race? Can you give him some pointers and stuff on how to be a better driver, even though he's so good?
No, he's got it. He's got it dialed.
That's got to feel pretty good, Luke.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Dude, all right. Well, congratulations, both of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I need a beer.
Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in for the 2025 Legacy Racing Association Parker Dam 500 presented by FX Construction and brought to you by Maxis Tires. It's been an awesome day of racing out here. Pam Hall's been here with us all day as we interviewed quite the plethora of racers today.
We had a great lineup come in today. I mean, a great lineup between Rob Mack and Brent Fox and Jack Olagus. I mean, and then some locals, Renee Hudson. I mean, it's been a great day of interviews out here. It's been a great day working with you.
Yeah, Wes Leffler popped in, one of the navigators, kind of give his take on how things go. We just had Luke Matthews got an awesome finish. His first race out in that car, and he took the win. Deegan Gonzalez just finished behind him, but we're gonna go ahead and I think we're wrapping it up for the day.
Yeah, wrapping up the show for the day. We'll be back here again tomorrow for our Unlimited race. It's going to be another amazing day of racing, but cannot thank everybody enough between Maxis and FX Construction, Legacy Racing Association, Starstream also, and here we are going to be right back and doing this all over again tomorrow.
Yep. See you guys tomorrow from the Master Fabrication Studios here in Parker, Arizona.
Hope you enjoyed the 2025 Legacy Racing Parker Dam 500 presented by Maxis. We want to send out a special thank you to all of the fans, families, race teams, sponsors, and government agencies that make this amazing sport possible. Without the unwavering support of all of you, none of this amazing race action would be possible. Congratulations to all of the winners and to all of those that overcame adversity to cross the finish line. Until next time, please take care, and we'll see you at the races.